seven immortals of Kunlun and her name was Ruan Yuji. The woman in white dress held a glowing long sword in her hand, which was the Water Moon sword. The Shuiyu sword is the token of the Shuiyu Pavilion Master, so the identity of the woman in white dress is obvious. She must be the Shuiyu Pavilion Master Wang Zhenxing. Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing used their special skills, but were still evenly matched, so they stopped fighting immediately. The two men's strength is similar. If they must decide the winner, it would be a matter of life and death. But the two had no hatred against each other, they were just competing with each other, and of course there was no need to continue fighting. Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing smiled at each other. I haven't seen you for several years. Pavilion Master Wen has improved so much in his cultivation. It's amazing, Ruan Yuji said. Master Ruan Feng, please don't laugh at me. I am a few years older than you and started practicing earlier, but I can't get the upper hand. I am really ashamed. Wang Zhenxing put Shuiyu back into the scabbard. Ruan Yuji is the master of Zixia Peak, one of the 7 peaks of Kunlun. There is nothing wrong with Wang Zhenxing calling him that. Master Wen is busy with the affairs of Shuiyu Pavilion and cannot devote himself to cultivation. In this regard, I have taken advantage of him a lot. Ruan Yuji said. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, she felt it was quite pleasing to the ear. Ruan Yuji is not the head of Kunlun, and most of the sect's affairs are handled by Ruan Yuji's senior sister. Wang Zhenxing is different. Many affairs of Shuiyu Pavilion require her to make decisions and handle them, which takes up a lot of her time. As a result, she naturally has less time for practice. Your cultivation level is similar to mine. Even after a few years, it will probably still be the same and it will be hard to tell who will win. It would be better to let our respective disciples compete to determine who is better, Wang Zhenxing suggested. The two have known each other for a long time and are rivals as well as friends. Each of them is a little obsessed with winning or losing. This is a good suggestion, but there seems to be no outstanding ones among the new generation of disciples in Shuiyu Pavilion. Wouldn't it be too much of an advantage for me? There was a smug light in Ruan Yuji's purple eyes. Yi Junlin has been down the mountain for a long time. With his experience in the secular world, his cultivation must have improved rapidly. Even if he is not a top master now, he is probably almost there. What's more, Yi Junlin was practicing the same 8 Desolations supreme skill as the sect leader's senior sister. This technique ranks among the top 3 on the list of 36 peerless techniques. It requires extremely high comprehension to practice and has a very high upper limit. At the same level, Yi Junlin has almost no rivals. While Ruan Yuji had high hopes, Yi Junlin, who was buying vegetables in the vegetable market in Qingling, suddenly sneezed. If everything went well for Yi Junlin after he came down the mountain, his cultivation would naturally progress very quickly. It was a pity that he met his nemesis, and his path of cultivation was repeatedly blocked. His various adventures were also taken away by others, so that his cultivation progress was not good, and he was far from the achievement that Ruan Yuji had expected. Chapter 396 Don't Feel Guilty. There are currently no evil disciples among the new generation of disciples in Shuiyu Pavilion, but that doesn't mean there won't be evil disciples in the future. Wang Zhenxing had also heard that Kunlun had an evil disciple, but her words were not exaggerated at all. When Ruan Yuji heard this, he was surprised and puzzled for a moment, and immediately thought of something. There was also an uncanny genius in the imperial capital. When the master was the head of the sect, he had extended an olive branch to him. It was a pity that he did not accept that uncanny genius as his disciple. Otherwise, she might have an extra junior fellow apprentice. It is said that the evil genius who rejected Kunlun later entered the Dragon and Phoenix Academy. If this is the case, then there is no reason for this evil genius to enter Shuiyu Pavilion. Then it is estimated that Wang Zhenxing was referring to someone else. After all, the imperial capital is a place of talented people and beautiful scenery, so it is not surprising that an evil genius appears here. Ruan Yuji put away his thoughts and looked around the martial arts arena. With her level of cultivation, she had naturally discovered Nangong Hui's existence long ago. What a strong luck! Ruan Yuji used his purple spiritual eyes to observe Nangong Wei and was immediately shocked. I heard that there is a sage of literature and Taoism in the imperial capital, so it must be this person. Wang Zhenxing also seemed to have sensed something and looked towards Nangong Wei. Seeing that both of them were paying attention to her, Nangong Wei immediately gave an awkward smile and walked towards them. As the dean of Longfeng Academy, she should have personally received the distinguished guests from Kunlun and Shuiyu Pavilion. But her mind was all on Wang Zhenxing, and she specifically instructed that people in the academy should not disturb her meditation. That's why the two vice presidents didn't bother Nangong Wei. Nangong Wei came to Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingshe and lied that he had been in seclusion and had just finished practicing, so he asked for forgiveness for neglecting the guests. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingshe were not stingy people, so they naturally would not care about it. Then, they accepted Nangong Hui's invitation and went to the bamboo building tea house to taste tea. The back mountain of the Kai family. Wang Zhenxing sat on a huge rock, taking Kai Jingyao's pulse with a serious expression. Is my condition serious? Kai Jingyao asked, feeling a little nervous when she saw Wang Zhenxing remain silent for a long time. It's much more serious than I expected. Wang Zhenxing said with a stern face. I remember you said there was a way to solve it. Could it be that something unexpected happened and now even you can't control it? Kai Jingyao became a little panicked. She had experienced firsthand the pain of being tortured by evil spirits, so naturally she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It's actually not difficult to solve your dilemma. It mainly depends on you, said Wang Zhenxing. Me? Kai Jingyao didn't understand what it meant. Wang Zhenxing grabbed her hand and channeled some internal energy into her. Kai Jingyao could clearly feel that this true energy, with its rich vitality, was harmonizing the evil energy in her body. The true qi generated by the technique I practice can temporarily solve your problem, but it is only a temporary solution. If you want to completely control it, you have to learn this technique yourself, said Wang Zhenxing. Recultivating the skills Kai Jingyao understood. For practitioners, recultivating a technique means giving up the original technique, which requires a lot of energy. Some practitioners will choose to start over when they obtain more powerful skills. Although it takes effort, it is worth it in the long run. But Kai Jingyao could feel that although the true energy produced by Wang Zhenxing's martial arts practiced contained a strong vitality, in terms of lethality, it was not as good as the Kai family's inherited martial arts. My martial arts method is compatible with other martial arts methods. You don't need to give up what you originally learned and start over. Wang Zhenxing explained. So magical Kai Jingyao's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she suddenly thought of something, and her pretty face gradually turned red. There are no other exercises that can be compatible except for that category. If your condition is not controlled in time, it will affect your future martial arts career. Do you have a man you like? Wang Zhenxing asked seriously. No. Kai Jingyao shook her head. That's troublesome. This technique must be practiced together. You can't practice it alone. Wang Zhenxing said. Is there no other way? Kai Jingyao asked. Yes, you can solve this problem by practicing a new Zhiang technique. But you are a woman. If you practice the Zhiang technique, you will grow a Adam's apple and a beard, and become like a man. Wang Zhenxing said. Kai Jingyao was frightened out of her wits. For a beautiful woman, this is more terrifying than death. How long can my condition last? Kai Jingyao was more inclined to Wang Zhenxing's first proposal, but she was a little hesitant and confused, and needed to think carefully for a while. Although I can reconcile for you, I am an external force after all, and it is impossible for me to stay by your side all the time. Once I leave, the evil energy in your body will erupt, and you may get out of control at any time. Wang Zhenxing said. When Kai Jingyao heard this, she wanted to say, then you should stay by my side without moving an inch, but then she thought that this didn't make sense. After all, they are not in that kind of relationship, so how could they be together all the time? Then what should we do? Kai Jingyao said anxiously. That's why I asked you if you have a man you like. If you do, then the problem can be solved. But if you really don't, you can ask your father to find a wife, and you can choose one you like and marry him. That's also fine, Wang Zhenxing said patiently. My technique is called Yin Yang Chongchun Gong, and it has the effect of maintaining your beauty. Even if you live to be 100 years old, you can still maintain your beautiful appearance. As a secondary cultivation method, the qi you cultivate can be transferred to the qi of your main cultivation method, greatly improving the speed of cultivation. I was able to reach the peak state, and this method accounted for at least 80% of my efforts. Quote. Kai Jingyao was immediately moved when she heard Wang Zhenxing talk about all the benefits. However, as a woman, there are some things that are really difficult for her to talk about. If he wants me to commit myself to him, he has to be better than me in cultivation. However, none of the young talents in the imperial capital are worthy of my liking. There is really no need to recruit him for marriage, said Cai Jingyao. If your evil energy erupts, it may endanger your life. Don't you want to live? Wang Zhenxing said. Who wouldn't be nostalgic for this prosperous world? But if I am destined to escape this disaster, what can I do? But don't worry, senior. If I die, you don't have to feel guilty. Don't feel guilty. I won't blame you. Cai Jingyao looked sad and sobbed a few times. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing remained silent for a long time, with a look of self-blame and guilt on his face. Seeing this, Cai Jingyao was secretly delighted. I originally wanted to help you, but I didn't expect things to get out of control and put you in such a dangerous situation. Wang Zhenxing struggled for a while, as if he had made a difficult decision, and said, "What do you think of me?" Chapter 397 Tit for Tat. In the bamboo building, 3 charming women sat together drinking tea. The chess game on the table inside the room attracted the attention of Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing. This is a chess game set up by a friend of mine. He said it's called the Junlong chess game. I've been thinking hard for a long time, but still can't figure it out. I feel ashamed. Nangong Wei explained. Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji are both proficient in chess, especially the latter, who can be called a master. Yi Junline's chess skills were taught by Ruan Yuji. Wen Qingxie became interested after hearing what Nangong Wei said, but after thinking for a while, she was at a loss. It's really brilliant. Wen Qingxie was impressed. Knowing that she couldn't break the deadlock, she decided not to dwell on it. Ruan Yuji watched for a while and felt that he could break the impasse. He said, "It's a pity that your friend is not here, otherwise we could meet for a while. He went out for something and should be back later. If you are anxious, you might as well give it a try. I'll do it for him." Nangong Wei tried no less than a dozen ways to break the deadlock, but all failed. She believed that Ruan Yuji's thoughts were similar to hers, and under the revitalization of King Dai, the results should be achieved. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yuji picked up a white piece from the bowl on the table, thought for a moment, and then placed it on the chessboard. Nangong Wei saw this, smiled slightly, and responded with the black pieces. The 2 sides fought back and forth, each putting out 10 chess pieces. Ruan Yuji was defeated and had no way out. Nangong Wei was confident, calm and at ease throughout the whole process. Because Ruan Yuji's thinking was the same as her original one. As long as she learns to deal with it using Wang Zhenxing's method, Ruan Yuji will definitely lose. Ruan Yuji looked at the chessboard, his face froze, his self-confidence suffered a little, and at the same time he felt a little unconvinced. Nangong Wei put away the chess pieces that both sides had just placed, signaling Ruan Yuji that they could start over. Ruan Yuji nodded and changed his train of thought. But in the end, it was just a few more chess pieces. Nangong Wei once again put away the chess piece he had just placed, allowing Ruan Yuji to break the game again. But after repeating it many times, Ruan Yuji still couldn't find a way out. Instead, because he was too focused and thinking too much, beads of sweat gradually appeared on his smooth forehead. Nangong Wei saw this and stopped playing chess with her. Only then did Ruan Yuji gradually come to his senses. She did not have any deep obsessions or inner demons. Even if her mind was deeply immersed in the chess game and she confused fantasy with reality, she would not do anything extreme. This chess game was actually obtained by Wang Zhenxing out of boredom, spending several hundred counterattack points from them all, and using it to make a bet with Nangong Wei. If Nangong Wei can break the impasse, he will agree to anything Nangong Wei wants, and vice versa. How do you solve this exquisite chess game? Ruan Yuji asked Nangong Wei. I don't know either. Nangong Wei shook her head. She also wanted to know, and asked Wang Zhenxing the same question, but to get the answer, she needed to agree to one of Wang Zhenxing's excessive requests. Although Nangong Wei was curious, she was reserved and did not agree immediately. She planned to wait for a while before making a decision. Didn't your friend tell you? Ruan Yuji asked puzzledly. No. Nangong Wei said. Then wait for your friend to come back and I will ask him myself. Ruan Yuji said. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get the answer. Nangong Wei believed that Wang Zhenxing would not say it easily. After all, she had to do something shameful to get the answer. Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing did not know each other, so it was impossible for her to get the solution to the Junlong chess game for no reason. As long as I can meet your friend, I will definitely get the answer. A strange light flashed in Ruan Yuji's purple eyes. Nangong Wei was startled, thinking that she would not use force against Wang Zhenxing, right? But then she thought, if the two really fought, it was still unclear who would win, so there was no need to worry about Wang Zhenxing. What's more, Ruan Yuji should be a sensible person and would definitely not fight to the death with Wang Zhenxing for the solution to the Junlong chess game. The chess game matter has come to an end for the time being. Wen Qingxie had not been able to get a word in before, but when she saw Ruan Yuji remained silent for the time being, she spoke up and asked about Nangong Huichi Jingyao's recent situation. I heard that Kai Jingyao has an engagement. How is she getting along with that man now? Wen Qingxie asked. Ruan Yuji was sipping tea when he heard this. Wen Qingxie made an appointment with her to have a disciple competition, and her words were quite confident, as if she felt that she would be able to receive a talented disciple soon. I think that evil disciple is most likely the woman named Kai Jingyao. The Water Moon Sword Art and the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra have one thing in common, that is, the practitioner needs to maintain chastity before the technique is perfected. If Kai Jingyao gets too close to her fiancé and does something that goes beyond ethics, Wen Qingshui's dream will probably be ruined. Thinking of this, Ruan Yuji smiled and waited for Nangong Hui's reply. Kai Jingyao is very dissatisfied with this marriage. Just yesterday, she had a fight with the man over the cancellation of the engagement. Nangong Wei felt that there was nothing to hide, so she told the truth. What's the result? Wen Qingxie asked. Kai Jingyao won. The engagement between the Kai family and the Qin family is probably over now. Nangong Wei said. Wen Qingxie felt relieved after hearing this and was more satisfied with Kai Jingyao. What's good about a stinky man? Kai Jingyao was very wise to break up the engagement. But suddenly she thought, maybe Kai Jingyao broke off the engagement because she had a crush on a man, and her face changed slightly. Does Kai Jingyao have any close men? Wen Qingxie asked a little nervously. After hearing this, Nangong Wei subconsciously thought of Wang Zhenxing. At Qin Wudao's birthday party, Wang Zhenxing and Kai Jingyao behaved very intimately. But on second thought, the two of them must have deliberately put on a show to anger Qin Wudao. She is obsessed with martial arts and has almost no friends, so how could there be any man who cares about her and is close to her? Nangong Wei replied. That's great. After hearing this, Wen Qingxie confirmed that Kai Jingyao was a virgin and felt completely relieved. Maybe Kai Jingyao has secretly married someone without telling anyone, and will give you a big surprise then. Seeing her so happy, Ruan Yuji seemed to think that Kai Jingyao would definitely be better than Yi Junlin, so he couldn't help but say something to provoke her bad luck. That's absolutely impossible, Wen Qingxie said firmly. The world is unpredictable, nothing is impossible. Ruan Yuji said. Thank you for the reminder. It's not easy for you to go down the mountain. I wish you can find a husband and have a baby soon. Wen Qingxie congratulated. Don't talk about things that are impossible to happen. Ruan Yuji felt it was too unlucky. Romance between young men and women will hinder the path of martial arts. Wen Qingshui's words were simply a curse. The world is unpredictable, nothing is impossible. Wen Qingxie returned this to Ruan Yuji. Then I'll take your good wishes and I also hope that you can find your husband on this trip and continue the incense of Shuiyu Pavilion. Ruan Yuji said. The two congratulated each other and looked at each other pointedly. Nangong Wei couldn't respond, so she silently picked up the tea and took a few sips. At the same time, the back mountain of the Kai family. What do you think of you? What do you mean? I don't understand what you are saying. Kai Jingyao said to Wang Zhenxing with an innocent face. Chapter 398 Resolving the Crisis. Kai Jingyao looked at Wang Zhenxing with innocent eyes, waiting for his reply. What I mean is, since you don't have any man you like, why don't you consider me? Although my age may not meet your requirements, my cultivation is pretty good. Wang Zhenxing said. Kai Jingyao was slightly happy in her heart, but she looked hesitant on the surface. If you are not satisfied with me, just pretend I didn't say anything. Wang Zhenxing showed a relaxed smile, as if he was eager to cut off ties with her. Kai Jingyao saw this and felt a little sad. She understood that Wang Zhenxing brought up this matter reluctantly because he wanted to save people. In fact, in her heart, Kai Jingyao still hoped that he loved her because he had feelings for her. But things like feelings can't be forced. However, Kai Jingyao was not discouraged. As the saying goes, love grows over time, and feelings can be cultivated slowly. He may not like himself now, but he will like himself later. As a beautiful woman of 18, she still has some confidence. But Cai Jingyao couldn't speak about this matter after all. After thinking for a while, she pretended to tremble and said, "Well, it's cold." Could it be that she has completely lost control so quickly? Wang Zhenxing was surprised for a moment, and quickly felt her pulse and said, "It's not that serious yet. But I feel very cold and uncomfortable." Cai Jingyao said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Wang Zhenxing used the true energy of Yin-Yang Changchun Gong to help her suppress the chill. After a moment, he asked, "Are you feeling better?" Cai Jingyao shook her head, a frost appearing on her face. Although Wang Zhenxing helped her, he also needed her cooperation. But not only did she not cooperate, she also made trouble. "It's cold, so cold. Am I going to die?" Cai Jingyao's lips turned pale. "I was just pretending, but now the situation is really starting to get worse. If you don't want to die, then I'm offended," Wang Zhenxing said tentatively. "I don't want to die." A rosy glow appeared on Cai Jingyao's pale face. After Wang Zhenxing got the answer, he immediately passed on to her the key points of Yin-Yang Changchun Gong. Cai Jingyao wrote them all down. After that, everything fell into place. The host seizes the heroine Cai Jingyao and obtains some of the innate abilities of the protagonist Qin Wudao, sweeping the world. Note: seizing a female character by any means can easily gain forgiveness. Because the host has this talent, the reward is automatically converted into a large amount of talent upgrade experience. After seizing a female character, the favorability of the female character can be at least increased to 70. Unwavering love. The host and the heroine Cai Jingyao have a good relationship and are blessed by good fortune. Their high-level peach luck is upgraded to holy-level peach luck. Closing square bracket. Heroine Cai Jingyao's favorability towards the host plus 20. Current total favorability is 85. Unswerving love. The host has a great influence on the plot, and has obtained 2,600 counterattack points. The protagonist Qin Wudao's luck value is -260, and the host's luck value is +260. After receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but feel excited. The talent of dominating the world finally achieved the same effect as Qin Wudao. What's more important is that Taoyun has also been upgraded. This is a pleasant surprise for Wang Zhenxing. Cai Jingyao began to practice Yin-Yang Changchun Gong, and was able to initially control the evil energy so that she was not tortured by the cold. Her complexion looked much better, no longer pale, but rosy and charming. After experiencing some things, Cai Jingyao was stunned for a while, and gradually a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She accepted everything, but soon restrained her smile and suddenly sobbed a few times. Wang Zhenxing had seen through her a long time ago, but he didn't expose her. Instead, he cooperated with her and said some sweet words. After hearing this, Cai Jingyao quickly said that she would follow him forever and hoped that he would be nicer to her. Wang Zhenxing vowed that he would not let her down and would definitely marry her in the future. Cai Jingyao was completely relieved at this point, and then she remembered something and suddenly asked, "By the way, I still don't know your origins and identity, can you tell me?" She has someone in her heart, so of course she wants to know where she will marry in the future. "I am a businessman by profession and I have a listed company in Qingling." Wang Zhenxing gave a brief introduction. Cai Jingyao nodded after hearing this and asked in confusion, "Are you here in the capital to discuss business?" "That's not the case. I came here mainly to settle some grudges from our youth," Wang Zhenxing said. "What's the grudge?" Cai Jingyao asked. "The feud with the Qin family," Wang Zhenxing said. "How come you have a grudge with the Qin family?" Cai Jingyao was puzzled for a moment, then thought of something and asked tentatively, "I have heard some rumors about Ling Yanan. Your grudge with the Qin family is not because of Ling Yanan, right?" "That's right, I am Ling Yanan's rumored old lover," Wang Zhenxing said. When Cai Jingyao heard this, her mind suddenly became a little confused. On the day of Qin Wudao's birthday party, she arrived late and did not see the scene of Wang Zhenxing and Ling Yanan holding hands. Although they sat at the same table afterwards and Wang Zhenxing and Ling Yanan occasionally talked, there were no other intimate actions. Cai Jingyao simply thought that Wang Zhenxing and Ling Yanan were ordinary friends, but she didn't expect that they had this kind of relationship. "Did you help me before because you felt for what happened to Ling Yanan back then?" Cai Jingyao asked. "I guess so," Wang Zhenxing said, "but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Maybe this is our fate." Kai Jingyao also felt that it was fate, as if it was destined, otherwise she would not have liked the person in front of her at the first meeting. But now there is a problem, that is how she will face Ling Yanan in the future. Although she was not satisfied with the engagement with the Qin family, Ling Yanan was nice to Kai Jingyao, perhaps because she could empathize with her own experience, and even secretly supported Kai Jingyao to cancel the engagement. Whenever Kai Jingyao saw Ling Yanan in the past, she would call her Auntie Ling, but what should she call her when she sees her in the future? What should I do when I see Aunt Ling? Kai Jingyao asked. Don't be nervous, she's easy to talk to. Just change the way you address her. Wang Zhenxing knew that Ling Yanan was quite magnanimous on this issue and was not worried. He was just wondering how Kai Jingyao would react when she met the other sisters. Then I will call her sister Yanan from now on, Kai Jingyao said. The two continued chatting for a while, and suddenly they noticed footsteps coming from the distance. It's my maid. Kai Jingyao sensed it and said, I'm practicing martial arts. She usually never disturbs me rashly. It seems that she has something urgent to do. After saying that, he quickly straightened his clothes with a red face. Then I'll step aside for a while. Wang Zhenxing said. Okay. If she was really practicing martial arts, Kai Jingyao certainly wouldn't think there was anything wrong, but because she felt guilty, she was afraid that others would know what she had done. After all, it was still broad daylight. If this gets out, she will really have no way to live her life. Although her maid was very reliable and trustworthy, it was better to keep such private matters secret. Wang Zhenxing went into hiding. After a while, a pretty girl of about 17 or 18 years old ran up the mountain and came to Kai Jingyao. Miss Third, the master has something important to discuss with you, so you should go quickly. The pretty woman said breathlessly. Could it be related to Shuiyu Pavilion? Kai Jingyao guessed, cast a helpless look in the direction where Wang Zhenxing was hiding, and then went down the mountain with the maid. Chapter 399 Combat Power Improvement. Kai Jingyao left the back mountain and returned to the Kai family mansion. Father Kai Xiao was waiting in the front hall. Kai Jingyao walked carefully in front of Kai Xiao and asked, Dad, why did you send someone to call me in such a hurry? What's the matter? Is it related to Shuiyu Pavilion? That's right. Kai Xiao nodded. Seeing his daughter's unusually ruddy face, he couldn't help but wonder, why do you look a little off? Are you feeling unwell? I was a little too hasty in practicing in the back mountain, which caused my qi and blood to become turbulent. But it's no big deal. I just need to regulate my breathing. Kai Jingyao explained calmly. More haste makes waste. Now that you have got what you wanted and have cancelled your engagement with Qin Wudao, don't practice martial arts as hard as before, or you will hurt yourself. Kai Xiao said with concern. I'll pay attention. Kai Jingyao nodded. The head of Shuiyu Pavilion has arrived at the academy. You should go and pay her a visit and invite her to stay at the Kai family temporarily so that we can fulfill our duties as hosts. Kai Xiao said. Okay, then I'll go over now. Kai Jingyao felt a little guilty. She was afraid that her father would notice something was wrong, so she just wanted to leave quickly. Go ahead, Kai Xiao said. Upon hearing this, Kai Jingyao slowly walked out of the front hall. Kai Xiao watched his daughter leave. He inexplicably felt that his daughter seemed a little different from usual, but he couldn't tell exactly what was different. In the end, one can only assume that the daughter successfully broke off her engagement with Qin Wudao, fulfilling her long-cherished wish. Her mentality has changed, and her words and actions are naturally somewhat different from the past. Kai Jingyao came to the academy and met Wen Qingxie. Wen Qingxie was very satisfied when she saw Kai Jingyao. At only 18 years old, he has entered the ranks of top masters. There are only a handful of such people in the entire hidden world. Take Wen Qingxie herself for example, she became a top master only when she was in her teens. Kai Jingyao's talent was so high that Ruan Yuji, who was standing by, was very surprised. She immediately took a peek at Kai Jingyao with her purple spiritual eyes. My words actually came true. Ruan Yuji wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Because judging from Wen Qingxui's expression, she obviously had high hopes for Kai Jingyao. And the fact was just as Ruan Yuji had thought. After Wen Qingxue chatted with Kai Jingyao for a few words, she brought up the matter of accepting a disciple. Kai Jingyao had heard her father Kai Xiao mention this matter a long time ago, and when she saw Wen Qingxue taking the initiative to speak, she naturally agreed readily. Wen Qingxie couldn't wait to drink Kai Jingyao's teacher tea and accepted her as her disciple, smiling from ear to ear. Kai Jingyao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She just felt that today was her lucky day. Not only did she have a satisfied lover, but she also had a famous teacher. What do you think? My disciple is no worse than yours, right? Wen Qingxie showed off to Ruan Yuji with some pride. My apprentice is stupid, so naturally he can't compare to her. Seeing her so happy, Ruan Yuji couldn't help but feel a little teasing in his heart. Wen Qingxie was surprised to see that she didn't compete with her. But before she could think about it, Kai Jingyao suddenly invited her to stay at the Kai family's house. Wen Qingxie also wanted to find a quiet place to teach Kai Jingyao martial arts. Being a guest in the academy would be inconvenient, so she readily agreed to stay at Qi's house. After a while, Wen Qingxie and Kai Jingyao left. Ruan Yuji could no longer hold back and laughed with glee. Nangong Wei didn't understand and asked the reason. Her apprentice has lost his innocence, and it should have happened an hour ago. Ruan Yuji said. This is too much of a coincidence. Nangong Wei was stunned, and then subconsciously began to think about who the murderer was. Wang Zhenxing left the Kai family's back mountain and had nothing to do, so he went to find Song Jingxuan and toured the imperial capital with her until the afternoon. Afterwards, he and Song Jingxuan returned to the hotel where she was staying. Song Jingxuan is not a little girl and does not care about her face as much as Kai Jingyao. Moreover, the two of them are so familiar with each other and know each other's secrets, so of course they will not beat around the bush. Wang Zhenxing had been disappointed twice in a row before, but this time he finally fulfilled his wish. When the two arrived at the hotel, it was still bright outside. When they finished their work, it was already dark outside. The host and the female partner Song Jingxuan are getting married, and are blessed by the fortune of a prosperous husband. The fortune value will definitely increase. The host has gained a lot of cultivation from the female supporting character Song Jingxuan, and his combat power is plus 7387. The Song family's inherited martial arts skills are quite special. After Song Jingxuan has practiced it to a certain level, she will enter a bottleneck period, which she needs to break and then rebuild before she can hope to reach the peak level. During this process, Song Jingxuan's cultivation will be fed back to her husband. Wang Zhenxing knew this very early, so after gaining a lot of power, he certainly didn't find it strange. His previous combat power value was more than 80,000. The cultivation gained from killing Jun Zhenshin due to the killing intent of the god of war increased his combat power value by more than 5,000. In addition to the more than 7,000 obtained from Song Jingxuan, and the nearly 10,000 combat power gained from cultivating the Yin Sha Palm, his total combat power value is now over 100,000. I have lost a lot of my skills and will enter a period of weakness. It will probably take half a month for me to recover. During this time, I'm afraid I can't help you with anything. Song Jingxuan said, leaning in Wang Zhenxing's arms. Just take a good rest. I can handle it myself. After hugging and chatting with Song Jingxuan for a long time, Wang Zhenxing received Ling Yanan's invitation and left the hotel. The Ling family and the Qin family have now completely torn their relations apart. Ling Yanan does not need to consider the Qin family's face at all. He walks into the Ling family with Wang Zhenxing in a dignified manner. Perhaps it was because he had been suppressed for too long over the past 20 years, Ling Yanan was more open-minded than Song Jingxuan. It's so late. I should go back to the academy. After the silence, Wang Zhenxing realized the time and said to Ling Yanan. He came out of the academy early in the morning and never thought he would stay outside for so long, so he didn't even say hello to Nangong Wei. Do you feel more at home with Nangong Wei? Ling Yanan asked with a smile. Of course not. We have known each other since we were young. The feelings between you and me are incomparable to anyone else. Wang Zhenxing said. After hearing this, Ling Yanan smiled with satisfaction, and then warned, the Academy's anniversary celebration is coming, and some powerful people from the hidden world have already arrived at the Academy. You must not conflict with others. If you cause trouble, Nangong Wei may not be able to protect you. Why would I provoke others for no reason? Wang Zhenxing said. Even if you don't provoke others, others may provoke you. In short, you'd better be careful. Ling Yanan had just seen the dawn of a future with Wang Zhenxing, and didn't want any unnecessary twists and turns to arise in the middle. I'll be careful. Wang Zhenxing knew that she meant well, so he responded cooperatively, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. With his current level of cultivation, he no longer needs to be as cautious as before. Wang Zhenxing continued chatting with Ling Yanan for a few more sentences before leaving the Ling family and rushing back to the academy. As soon as he entered the academy, Wang Zhenxing immediately sensed that there was a strange and powerful aura here. Chapter 400, Seeking Advice, Conflict. Wang Zhenxing came to the bamboo house where he lived. Just as he was about to push the door and walk in, he noticed someone coming behind him, so he turned around and looked. Not far away, there was a beautiful woman with purple eyes standing quietly. "What can I do for you?" Wang Zhenxing was a stranger to her, but judging from the woman's behavior, she was obviously here for him. However, she didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so he naturally didn't hesitate to speak. "I want to know how to crack the Zhenlong chess game." The person who came was Ruan Yuji. She was tortured by the chess game during the day and wanted to get the answer, but she waited for a whole day and Wang Zhenxing did not come back. She planned to look for Wang Zhenxing again tomorrow, but she was itching to concentrate, so she came here at night and happened to meet Wang Zhenxing who had returned. Wang Zhenxing listened to her and made a rough guess in his mind. He guessed the general idea and said, "If you want to know how to crack it, no problem. But there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to know, you need to agree to one condition of mine." As he spoke, he turned on his perspective and looked at the woman in front of him, but the woman was surrounded by a layer of fog and he couldn't see through it at all. This was not the first time Wang Zhenxing had encountered such a thing, so it was not surprising. "When I looked at Nangong Wei before, I couldn't see through her." The ability of perspective is not particularly advanced among the abilities of many protagonists and has certain limitations. Nangong Wei couldn't see through it because she was shrouded in good fortune. The purple-eyed woman in front of him had already reached the pinnacle of cultivation due to her profound cultivation. "Tell me first what the conditions are." Although Ruan Yuji was eager to know the answer, he was still cautious and unwilling to make promises easily. "I haven't thought about it. I'll tell you when I think about it," Wang Zhenxing said. After hearing this, Ruan Yuji frowned, walked closer to Wang Zhenxing, and said in front of him, "I can use a magical power to exchange the method of cracking the chess game with you." Not interested. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. He obtained several magical powers from the ruins of Tianyan Palace, but he couldn't even practice them all. The magical powers had no appeal to him. What's more, the magical powers that the woman proposed to exchange would definitely not be too advanced. After all, it was just a chess game. Seeing that he was not willing to listen, Ruan Yuji lost some of his patience and said, "My name is Ruan Yuji, and I am from Kunlun." When Wang Zhenxing heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had known that Yun Qianchen and other second senior sister would come to the imperial capital, and now he finally met her. Seeing Wang Zhenxing's expression, Ruan Yuji thought that he was shocked by Kunlun's reputation, so he smiled and said, "Just treat it as making friends. Tell me how to crack the chess game." "Sorry, I can't." Wang Zhenxing also smiled, but he refused without saying anything. Since she is the second senior sister of Yun Qianchen and others, she should make good use of this opportunity. He had long been determined to catch all of Xiaoyi's masters in one fell swoop. So far, only 2 have not been arrested. "What is your name?" Seeing that Wang Zhenxing was not intimidated, Ruan Yuji naturally suspected that he had a complicated background. "He is just a mediocre person, not worth mentioning," Wang Zhenxing said. "Your Excellency is too modest. How can you be a mediocre person if you can come up with such a brilliant chess game?" Ruan Yuji did not sense any fluctuations of true energy from Wang Zhenxing, but he did not think that he was an ordinary person. "Do you really want to know how to solve the chess game?" Wang Zhenxing showed a strange smile, looked at Ruan Yuji, and then stretched out his hand to invite her, saying, "Please come in." Ruan Yuji didn't like the way he looked at her, feeling that there was evil in it, and felt a little unhappy, but because she wanted to know how to crack the chess game so much, she didn't get angry. Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji walked into the bamboo building. "Can I tell you now?" Ruan Yuji felt a little uncomfortable being in the same room with a man so late at night. She just wanted to get the answer quickly and leave. "Please sit down," Wang Zhenxing said calmly. Ruan Yuji frowned secretly, realizing that he would not say it easily. She thought about it and suddenly showed a charming smile. Her purple eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said to Wang Zhenxing, "Do you think I am beautiful?" Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji looked at each other with their purple eyes, and were suddenly dazed for a moment, but it was only a very brief moment before they came back to their senses. Ruan Yuji's purple eyes can confuse people and even peek into other people's memories. Wang Zhenxing possesses the ability to control minds, which allows him to resist this kind of magical power. In addition, his cultivation is higher than Ruan Yuji's. However, because he had evil thoughts in his mind, he was still caught for a moment. It was at this moment that Ruan Yuji glimpsed a picture from Wang Zhenxing's memory. A scene that made Ruan Yuji furious and blushing. "Who are you and why do you know my third junior sister Lu Fu?" Ruan Yuji asked. Wang Zhenxing was confused for a moment, and then quickly guessed that it was because of the eye contact with Ruan Yuji just now that she knew something. "I've never heard of the person you're talking about." Wang Zhenxing couldn't estimate how much she knew, and of course he wouldn't admit it rashly. "Are you from the evil sect?" Ruan Yuji said. "How do you know?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Only those who are from the evil sect would use such despicable means. My third junior sister must have been poisoned, otherwise I would not have done that to you." Ruan Yuji was so ashamed and angry that she couldn't say anything. "You seem to be a person of status, how could you frame me for no reason?" Wang Zhenxing said with an innocent look on his face. "I just saw the scene in your memory of you molesting my junior sister. How could this be false?" Ruan Yuji said in a deep voice. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing finally understood why Ruan Yuji changed her expression. Lu Fu was indeed poisoned at the time, and her expression and behavior were strange, so it was no wonder that Ruan Yuji would be suspicious. However, Ruan Yuji did not wrongly accuse him. Xiao Yi was the one who took the blame, but it was indeed him who was operating behind the scenes. He just would never admit this. Now that he knew that Ruan Yuji had the ability to snoop into other people's memories, Wang Zhenxing was on guard and would not fall into her trap again. "This is all caused by your apprentice. I was just trying to save people. If you don't believe me, you can go ask your junior sister Lu Fu." Wang Zhenxing explained. "Do you think I will believe your nonsense?" Ruan Yuji sneered. "If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it," Wang Zhenxing said. "If you want me to believe you, you have to let down your guard and let me snoop into your memory," Ruan Yuji said. "Do you think this is possible?" Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile, folding his arms. "Impossible, so I choose." Before Ruan Yuji finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he actually attacked Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing was well prepared and of course could not be ambushed by her. After exchanging a few moves with her, he suddenly rushed out of the bamboo building. Ruan Yuji was worried that it was a trap and hesitated for a moment. But she soon realized that this scoundrel had molested her third junior sister Lu Fu, and if she didn't stand up for her, she would be unworthy of being her senior sister. With a sway of her delicate body, Ruan Yuji used her lightness skills to chase in the direction where Wang Zhenxing fled. Chapter 401. Don't try to run away. Sure enough, they are chasing me. Wang Zhenxing fled from the academy and noticed Ruan Yuji following him, and couldn't help but smile. His fighting ability is much higher than that of Nguyen Nok Kai, but it is impossible to defeat Nguyen Nok Kai in a few moves. There are many powerful people in the academy. If they fight with Ruan Yuji here, it will definitely attract the attention of others. But if Ruan Yuji is led out of the academy, there will be no need to worry about these things. Wang Zhenxing thought for a moment and headed towards the back mountain of the Kai family. The place is spacious and quiet, a good place to meet Ruan Yuji. Although Kai Jingyao often practices in the back mountains, as far as Wang Zhenxing knows, she would not go there at night. Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji chased each other and soon arrived at the back mountain of the Kai family. Just as Wang Zhenxing expected, the hill behind the Kai family's house was deserted. "Are you done yet? I told you, I didn't force your junior sister Lu Fu. She did it willingly." Wang Zhenxing pretended to be annoyed and said to Ruan Yuji. "Ridiculous. My junior sister hasn't come down the mountain for several years, and she has only been down for less than a month. How could she fall in love with you and shamelessly do that kind of thing with you?" Ruan Yuji snorted coldly. "We fell in love at first sight, isn't that possible?" Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji was surprised and doubtful for a moment. To be honest, the guy in front of him did have an extraordinary appearance and temperament, and his cultivation was also very high. It would not be surprising for a woman to fall in love with him at first sight. However, this was only his one-sided opinion after all. "Let me believe you unless you let me peek into your memory." Ruan Yuji said. You look okay, but you're really stupid when you talk. It's like, if I say I want to peek at you, will you agree to such a thing? Wang Zhenxing didn't say it directly, but he looked him up and down as if he wanted to see through him. Shameless. Ruan Yuji said angrily. Look, you yourself won't agree to such a thing, how can I agree to it? Wang Zhenxing chuckled and sat down on the boulder next to him, looking lazy. Ruan Yuji did not say anything, but responded to Wang Zhenxing with a sharp stream of true energy. Wang Zhenxing dodged immediately. The next moment, the huge rock he was sitting on turned into pieces. Ruan Yuji attacked Wang Zhenxing. Under the moonlight, two figures intersected. Wang Zhenxing held back, using only 70% of his fighting strength, and fought with Ruan Yuji to a standstill. It was not until several hundred moves that he began to show weakness and fell into a disadvantage. Ruan Yuji was secretly delighted and accelerated his attack, wanting to capture him and spy on his memory. I showed mercy to you for the sake of your junior sister. Don't think that I can't beat you. Wang Zhenxing took advantage of the break in the fight to warn Ruan Yuji. Stop talking nonsense. If you really have the ability, just use it. Ruan Yuji didn't believe such nonsense. Moreover, as a top powerhouse, he was very confident in his own strength. You forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being rude. Wang Zhenxing said. After saying that, he used the common poison hidden in his body on Ruan Yuji. After reaching the peak state, one is not afraid of ordinary poisons at all. However, Ruan Yuji still responded very cautiously. After a moment, Ruan Yuji condensed his true energy and faced off against Wang Zhenxing, trying to suppress the opponent with his powerful true energy. Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji looked at each other and suddenly smiled. What's in your hand? Ruan Yuji felt a strange feeling and immediately realized that there was poison in his hand. When his palms were against hers, the poison passed through his palms and into her body. You were the one who was being aggressive, and I resorted to this desperate measure just to protect myself. I hope you don't blame me. Also, I'm just giving you a friendly reminder to find a place to detoxify quickly, otherwise your life will be in danger. Wang Zhenxing said. You think you can use such a small trick against me? Ruan Yuji sneered, trying to let the poisonous energy flow back to Wang Zhenxing's body, so that he would suffer the consequences. If the two people's cultivation levels were similar, then Ruan Yuji's success rate would be quite high, but she underestimated Wang Zhenxing's strength. Wang Zhenxing noticed Ruan Yuji's thoughts and subconsciously wanted to use his palm power to shake her away, but then he thought again and it seemed unnecessary. The two continued to fight each other for a few breaths, and then were knocked back several steps by the power of each other's palms. Stop. There is no oral antidote for my poison. You'd better save some strength. Otherwise, you will die before you can find someone to detoxify you. Wang Zhenxing saw that Ruan Yuji was still about to take action, so he raised his hand to stop him and reminded him with a smile. Why are you so proud? You've been poisoned too. Ruan Yuji's pretty face was covered with a layer of frost as she shouted angrily, hand over the antidote. I've already told you, there's no oral antidote for this poison, Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji was half believing and half doubting, and then he felt the poison starting to take effect. He immediately became angry and said, you shameless fellow, you actually carry poison with you. This was made by your apprentice. I was curious, so I took it and studied it. Wang Zhenxing said. Now that you have studied it, have you found a way to detoxify it? Ruan Yuji did not bother to find out who developed the poison, he was only concerned about the problem of detoxification. Seeing that you are so angry, you have obviously guessed what kind of poison this is. This type of poison has a common antidote. With your knowledge, you should know it without me telling you. Wang Zhenxing said. I'm going to kill you. Ruan Yuji's face flushed, and it was unclear whether it was because he was angry or because of the poison. Don't waste your energy. You can't kill me in a short period of time. On the contrary, the poison will take effect faster as you continue to use your true energy. I think we should stop fighting for the time being and detoxify ourselves. You have worked hard to become a top master, you don't want to die like this, do you? Wang Zhenxing said earnestly. I would rather die than detoxify in that way. Ruan Yuji said in shame and anger. Okay, since you have backbone, I won't accompany you anymore. After saying this, Wang Zhenxing prepared to leave. Ruan Yuji flashed over and blocked his way, saying, don't even think about running away. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Why bother? I told you not to push others too much, but you didn't listen to my advice and ended up with both sides suffering losses. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Ruan Yuji also felt a surge of regret when he heard this, but since things had come to this point, there was no point in regretting it. In any case, don't even think about running away. Ruan Yuji said. Okay, then let's both save some energy and suppress the poison on our own. After Wang Zhenxing said this, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Ruan Yuji was wary of any trickery, so he stared at Wang Zhenxing for a while. When he realized that he was really using his internal energy to suppress the poison, he let down his guard. However, to be on the safe side and prevent Wang Zhenxing from suddenly running away, she still set up a layer of qi shield around Wang Zhenxing. As long as Wang Zhenxing makes any unusual movement, she will be alert instantly. After doing all this, Ruan Yuji sat cross-legged on the grass 2 meters away from Wang Zhenxing, feeling the confidence and pride of a top powerhouse rising in his heart. She didn't believe that with her profound cultivation, she would not be able to dispel the poison. Chapter 402 Let's Die Together. Kai Family Residence. Wen Qingxie and Kai Jingyao had a heart-to-heart talk at night. The former was distracted several times and looked in the direction of the mountain behind the Kai family. It seems to be Ruan Yuji's aura. Who is she fighting with at this late hour? Wen Qingxie was a little confused. On the occasion of the Academy's anniversary, many hidden sects in the world came to congratulate, including many top masters. It was not uncommon for Ruan Yuji to exchange martial arts with others, but Wen Qingxie could not tell who that strange and obscure aura belonged to. Could it be that there is some rising star who has reached the pinnacle of the martial arts world? Master. Seeing that Wen Qingxie remained silent for a long time and her eyes lost focus, Kai Jingyao called out softly. Wen Qingxie put away her thoughts, smiled kindly, and continued the previous topic, saying, the Kai family's inherited skills are in the same vein as the water moon sword technique. It will be much easier for you to practice again. Pay attention and listen carefully. I will tell you the general outline of the sword technique. Yes, master. Kai Jingyao was fully focused. Wen Qingxie set up a qi shield around her to block out the sound, and then spoke. Kai Jingyao was very serious at first, but when she heard halfway, she was stunned. The water moon sword art is surprisingly the same as the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra in that one needs to remain chaste until perfection is achieved. Given her current situation, even if she practices the water moon sword technique, she cannot reach perfection. If this is the case, then there would be no point in recultivating the technique. Yao Yao. Wen Qingxie was talking when she suddenly realized that Kai Jingyao was in a daze. I'm sorry, master. Please continue. Kai Jingyao was afraid that Wen Qingxie would vent her anger on Wang Zhenxing, so she didn't dare to tell the truth. I can feel that your true energy is a little weak. Is it because you were injured in the previous battle with Qin Wudao? Wen Qingxie asked with concern. Yes. Kai Jingyao nodded quickly. Then let me heal your wounds first, and then I will teach you the general secret method. Wen Qingxie said. It's a small matter. I won't trouble you, master. I can heal myself. Relying on external forces will be detrimental to my own practice. How could Kai Jingyao dare to agree to this? She knew that if she took Kai Jingyao's pulse, Wen Qingxie would most likely see through her, so she declined immediately. That's true. Wen Qingxie thought what she said made sense, nodded with a smile, and continued to tell her all the contents of the subsequent chapter. Kai Jingyao had an excellent memory. Except for a small part due to distraction, she remembered the rest. Wen Qingxie repeated the part that Kai Jingyao didn't hear. The matter of imparting the general principles of the chapter has come to an end. You practice according to the general mental method. With the Kai family's inherited skills as a foundation, it will be easy for you to start over. I believe that within 7 days, you will be able to reach your original level. Then I will teach you the sword skills. Wen Qingxie said. Okay, master. Kai Jingyao agreed with a smile, but she was secretly worried in her heart. She already has a lover, so it is simply impossible for her to practice the water moon sword technique to the 8th level in a short period of time. It's getting late, you should go back and rest first. Wen Qingxie said. Master, I'll take my leave now. Kai Jingyao bowed, left the room and closed the door gently. Wen Qingxie looked out the window, her gaze gazing in the direction of the Kai family's back mountain. She stared for a few breaths, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The back mountain of the Kai family. Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing were sitting cross-legged on the ground at a distance from each other. Wang Zhenxing was also poisoned, but not as seriously as Ruan Yuji. In the short term, there will not be any impact. And even if it fails, he still has a way out. This place is not far from the Kai family, so I can go to Kai Jingyao for help in detoxifying. Ruan Yuji tried to dispel the poison, but found it was of no use. The poison was much more difficult than she had expected. In just a moment, Ruan Yuji felt his face burning. Although she couldn't see her own appearance, she could easily guess that her face must be unusually rosy at this moment. Ruan Yuji suddenly became a little flustered and subconsciously looked at Wang Zhenxing, only to see that his skin color was normal and there was nothing obviously unusual. Don't look at me. My cultivation is not higher than yours, but my mind is purer, so my reaction is naturally slower than yours. Wang Zhenxing lied. Shut up. Ruan Yuji became embarrassed and angry, but of course she didn't think that she had any evil thoughts. But just after saying this, he inadvertently looked at Wang Zhenxing in the moonlight, and suddenly found that the guy in front of him was extremely handsome, especially his pair of starry eyes. He couldn't bear to look away after staring into theirs. It must be because of poisoning, Ruan Yuji explained to himself in his heart. She could swear that since she was a child, she has always been focused on spiritual practice and has never had any thoughts about men or women. Her mind is as pure as it can be. Your complexion doesn't look right. I'm afraid the poison can't be suppressed for too long. I advise you to stop talking and find someone to detoxify you quickly, otherwise your life will be in danger. Wang Zhenxing reminded him with seemingly good intentions. If I die, I will take you with me. Ruan Yuji locked his aura to prevent him from escaping suddenly, and said angrily. This place has beautiful mountains and clear waters, which is a good place for burial. Besides, there is a beautiful woman like a fairy accompanying me, so I won't be lonely. Wang Zhenxing said. When Ruan Yuji heard this, she felt a little angry and secretly happy, but on the surface she kept a tense face. Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji spent a while fighting, and the latter's aura gradually became a little strange. Seeing this, Wang Zhenxing suddenly took off his coat. You, what are you doing? Ruan Yuji was a little flustered. It's hot, don't you feel it? Wang Zhenxing said. Of course Ruan Yuji also felt hot. It is early winter now and the weather is gradually getting colder, not to mention it is a night in the mountains. It should be extremely cold, but because of the poisoning, I can't feel the cold at all. Stop it and don't move. Ruan Yuji said. Okay, I won't move. Wang Zhenxing said cooperatively, then closed his eyes and chanted a meditation mantra. Ruan Yuji also followed his example, but after reciting for a while, not only did she not calm down, she felt even more irritated. We can't go on like this. Ruan Yuji still had some sense left and knew that he couldn't go on like this. He made up his mind and came up with the idea of killing Wang Zhenxing first and then committing suicide. Ruan Yuji slowly got up from the ground and approached Wang Zhenxing. Although Wang Zhenxing had his eyes closed, he was in a state of perspective, just like having his eyes open, and he immediately noticed Ruan Yuji's unusual movements. Wang Zhenxing was not panicked. If Ruan Yuji dared to hurt anyone, she would be the one who suffered. Anyway, with Qin Wudao's natural abilities, there will be no worries. But at this moment, Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized that a very strong aura was approaching and lurking in the darkness 3 meters away. Another top master, and a beautiful woman. Wang Zhenxing was secretly surprised, not sure about the purpose of this woman's visit. While thinking, Ruan Yuji had already come in front of Wang Zhenxing and stretched out his hand to strangle Wang Zhenxing's neck, but his hand was frozen in midair and he couldn't bring himself to do it. Just as Ruan Yuji was hesitating, a strange wind blew, making Ruan Yuji unsteady on her feet. She fell forward and fell into Wang Zhenxing's arms. Ruan Yuji was poisoned at the moment and was very weak. His strength was only 20% to 30% of his normal level. He had no idea that there was a woman doing bad things in secret. This woman is quite interesting. Wang Zhenxing secretly marveled. Chapter 403. I'll spare your life for now. Ruan Yuji felt that the sudden strange wind was a bit weird, but at this moment, when it felt like the broad and warm chest, her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think too much. Have some self-respect. I've finally calmed down, why are you harassing me? Wang Zhenxing said in a complaining manner. I didn't, don't slander me. Ruan Yuji argued anxiously, trying to break away from his arms, but suddenly felt that her hands and feet seemed to be out of her control. If that's the case, why don't you stay away from me? Why are you getting close to me? Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji also wanted to stay away from him, but after struggling several times, she really couldn't do it. When she met Wang Zhenxing, she felt that the two of them were like two strong magnets. Once they were attached, they seemed inseparable. Unless, now there is an external force pulling the two apart. However, Wen Qingxie, who was hiding in the dark, was enjoying watching the show and would never come out to help Ruan Yuji. What's more, after watching for a while, Wen Qingxie knew very well that even if she appeared, she would not be able to detoxify Ruan Yuji. If I force myself to help Ruan Yuji, I might get contaminated by the toxin and suffer the consequences. I just said it casually before, hoping that she would meet her lover this time when she came down the mountain. I didn't expect that it would come true. Things in the world are really wonderful. Wen Qingxie hid in the dark, laughing secretly. Get away from me now, or I'll kill you. Ruan Yuji was shouting, but her hand was hooked around Wang Zhenxing's neck. I want to leave too, but can you take your hand away first? Wang Zhenxing's breathing became a little faster. His poisoning was relatively minor and the toxicity could have been suppressed for a long time without an outbreak, but Ruan Yuji's actions were only adding fuel to the fire. Ruan Yuji also wanted to loosen Wang Zhenxing's neck, but after trying several times, she failed to do it. Wen Qingxie was in the dark. Seeing Ruan Yuji lose her usual demeanor, she chuckled and continued to watch with interest for a while. Soon, she saw some indecent scenes. Wen Xueqin turned her head away with a red face, but driven by her thirst for knowledge and curiosity, she looked back again. Just one look, just one look. Wen Qingxie said this to herself in her heart, but after taking one look, she looked a second time, and a third time, and finally witnessed the whole process. At this time, the bright moon had already set in the middle of the sky. Before I knew it, several hours had passed. Wen Qingxie opened her eyes wide, and her expression at this moment looked exactly like Ruan Yuji, who was poisoned. Her original intention was to laugh at Ruan Yuji's joke, but she didn't expect to become the joke herself. Fortunately, she was in the dark and no one noticed. Wen Qingxie calmed herself down and when she returned to normal, she suddenly heard a quarrel not far away and looked again. Ruan Yuji, wearing a purple dress, had regained her dignified appearance. She was murderous and shouted that she wanted to take the man's life. It's your own poor self-control that caused me to lose my mind as well. It has nothing to do with me. Wang Zhenxing was fighting with Ruan Yuji, and took advantage of the gap to speak out in defense. If you hadn't poisoned me, how could I be like this? Ruan Yuji said angrily. It's you who keeps pestering me and wants to beat and kill me. I can't just sit there and wait to die, said Wang Zhenxing. Anyway, it's your fault. Ruan Yuji said angrily. Wen Qingxie paid close attention and discovered that although Ruan Yuji's moves seemed ruthless, he actually stopped at the right time each time. It was obvious that he did not really want to take the man's life. As the person involved, Wang Zhenxing naturally felt it. To put it bluntly, Ruan Yuji just wanted to give herself a way out. Also, this matter was indeed too sudden, and she didn't know how to face Wang Zhenxing for a while. Wang Zhenxing did not point out Ruan Yuji's thoughts. He fought with her for a while, but seeing that she was never willing to stop, he pretended to be injured to see how Ruan Yuji would respond. When Ruan Yuji saw him being hit by a palm, he was shocked and quickly retracted his strength. Then he pretended that his true energy was exhausted, as if he had no strength to fight anymore. I will spare your life for now. When I recover, I will definitely take your head. After saying these harsh words, Ruan Yuji looked at him for a second longer, and then his figure flashed into the dark night. Wang Zhenxing noticed that Ruan Yuji had fled far away and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The host seized the heroine Ruan Yuji and obtained some of the abilities of the protagonist Yi Junlin. Grandmaster level feng shui. Without violating the heroine's wishes, he received double the normal reward. The host and the heroine Ruan Yuji have a good relationship, and are blessed by the purple sky holy body, gaining the ability to spy on memories. Closing square bracket. The heroine Ruan Yuji's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host has a great influence on the plot, and obtains 2200 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -220, and the host's luck value is +220. The host successfully plotted against the heroine Ruan Yuji, villain aura points +50. After taking a quick look at the message he had just received, Wang Zhenxing turned his attention to the beautiful woman who was secretly spying on him. Although I don't know the origins of this woman, judging from her actions, she should know Ruan Yuji and there is some grudge between them. Wang Zhenxing was thinking about whether to find her out. This woman was peeking in the dark, looking like she had never seen the world before. She is so beautiful and a top master with a clean character. Even if she is not the heroine, she is still an important female supporting role. After seeing Ruan Yuji leave, some thoughts flashed through Wen Qingshui's mind quickly. The man in front of him can compete with Ruan Yuji, so he must be a top master. Ruan Yuji became acquainted with this man, and although she wanted to kill him, she actually couldn't bring herself to do it. And this man also tolerated Ruan Yuji in every way. There is a high possibility that the two will be together in the future. This is not what Ruan Yuji wants to see. In a one-on-one fight, she had no way to deal with Ruan Yuji. If Ruan Yuji had more helpers, she would probably have to speak more quietly every time she saw Ruan Yuji in the future. Wen Qingshui thought for a moment, then showed up, ready to sow discord between the two. Wang Zhenxing looked in the direction where Ruan Yuji disappeared, and suddenly noticed Wen Qingshui's appearance, so he pretended to be surprised and asked, "Who are you? How long have you been here?" Wen Qingshui came to a position not far from Wang Zhenxing and stopped. She was hiding in the dark, and the moonlight was dim, so she couldn't see clearly. At this time, she was only a few meters away from Wang Zhenxing, and she finally saw the man's appearance clearly. The man's outline seemed to be carefully carved, and it was difficult to find a flaw. His pair of deep black eyes seemed to be able to charm people. When I looked into his eyes, my heart was pounding. Wen Qingshui only took one look and could not look away. She felt as if they were destined to be together. They had met in their previous lives and finally met again in this life. She even imagined the scene of him and Ruan Yuji getting entangled, and imagined herself replacing Ruan Yuji. Chapter 404 Guest Elder. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the innate ability of being loved by everyone. The heroine Wen Qingshui's favorability towards the host has increased to 80, unswerving love. The host influences the plot direction, and gains 2000 counterattack points. The protagonist Qin Wudao's luck value is -200, and the host's luck value is +200. Wang Zhenxing asked loudly, but before he got a response from the woman in front of him, he received some news first, and he was suddenly surprised. After Dao Yun was promoted to the saint level, it seemed that the probability of triggering the talent ability of being loved by everyone seemed to have become slightly higher. Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. Wen Qingshui came back to her senses after a while and said to Wang Zhenxing, "You haven't answered my question yet." Wang Zhenxing said, "My name is Wen Qingshui, and I'm the head of Shuiyu Pavilion. I was actually here when Ruan Yuji threw herself into your arms." Wen Qingshui said, "It turns out that strange wind was because of you." Wang Zhenxing pretended to be surprised. "That's right, so you should thank me." Wen Qingshui said. "What is your purpose?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "I don't have any purpose, I just want to make friends with you." Wen Qingshui's original plan was to sow discord between him and Ruan Yuji, but now she has changed her mind. Instead of provoking, it is better to just snatch it away. In her opinion, Ruan Yuji was shouting, but most of the time she was moved. She and Ruan Yuji were competing with each other, trying to see who was better in every way. If she could snatch Ruan Yuji's man away, it would definitely be a great victory for her. And more importantly, it can also help to win over a top master. "Why should I be friends with you?" Wang Zhenxing pretended to be upright. "You have provoked Ruan Yuji, and she will never let it go. I can help you, but in return, you need to become a guest elder of Shuiyu Pavilion." Wen Qingshui stated her conditions. "Why should I believe you?" Wang Zhenxing said in a muffled voice. "I can swear on my future in martial arts. If I lie to you, my meridians will be broken, my martial arts skills will be lost, and I will become a useless person." In order to gain trust, Wen Qingshui's pretty face became serious and she swore an oath on the spot. Swearing on the future of martial arts, not to mention those who are on the righteous path, even those who are on the evil path dare not easily break the oath. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing pretended to hesitate for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." Welcome to become a guest elder of my Shuiyu pavilion. Seeing that she had succeeded in initially winning him over, Wen Qingxie immediately gave him a seductive smile. Although she had no romantic experience, she had dealt with the witches from the demonic sect, the Star Moon sect, and had seen how those witches seduced men. She was just copying and learning, and her skills were a little awkward. Wang Zhenxing had a tense face and did not give any response. He just covered his left shoulder and swayed his steps. Wen Qingxie saw this and stepped forward to support him, saying, Ruan Yuji was a very ruthless woman. If this palm had deviated a little, you would have been seriously injured even if you didn't die. After discrediting Ruan Yuji for a moment, he looked towards the direction of the Kai family's mansion and said with concern. The mountain is my apprentice's home. I'm staying there temporarily. If you don't mind, I'll take you there to heal your wounds. Thank you. Wang Zhenxing thanked her, looked at her, and then immediately looked away. Wen Qingxie was a little shy when she first learned how to smile like a seductive woman, but when she saw that Wang Zhenxing was intentionally avoiding her, she suddenly became bolder. We're one family, you're welcome. Wen Qingxie spoke softly and moved closer to him. Wang Zhenxing quickly moved sideways. When Wen Qingxie saw his expression, she immediately smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She suddenly understood why those seductresses liked to tease talented men of the righteous path, because it was indeed quite interesting. Of course, the premise for this fun is that you like the other person. I don't eat people, what are you afraid of? Wen Qingxie said with a smile. Maybe the poison is still there in me, so Master Wen, it would be better for you to keep a distance from me. Otherwise, it would be bad if I offend you, said Wang Zhenxing. Wen Qingxie was half believing and half doubting when she heard this. She didn't understand whether he was lying to distance himself from her or whether it was true. Should it be okay for you to use Qinggong? If so, then follow me. Wen Qingxie said. Please lead the way. Wang Zhenxing said. Wen Qingxie nodded, took Wang Zhenxing down the mountain, avoided everyone's eyes and ears, and slipped into the Kai family mansion. After all, she was a guest. If she rashly brought a man back, it would be somewhat impolite if people knew about it, and it would also damage her image. Of course, it was better to keep it a secret. Wang Zhenxing and Wen Qingxie walked into a room. Wen Qingxie had good intentions and offered to heal Wang Zhenxing's injuries, but was politely declined. There doesn't seem to be anyone like you in the hidden world. Can I ask about your origins? Wen Qingxie waited quietly for a while, and when she saw that Wang Zhenxing had completed his initial healing, she suddenly asked. I am not a person who hides from the world. Wang Zhenxing said. Then where did you get this ability from? You must have a master, right? Of course, Wen Qingxie couldn't believe that someone could learn without a teacher and reach the level of a top master. Our ancestors were indeed people of the underworld more than 100 years ago, but they were tired of disputes and hid themselves in the secular world. Wang Zhenxing said briefly. So it's a family tradition. Wen Qingxie suddenly realized, and then asked, why did you conflict with Ruan Yuji? She asked me for the method to crack the chess game, but I didn't agree, so she kept pestering me. In order to protect myself, I poisoned her, but I was tricked. After that you should know what happened. Wang Zhenxing sighed. So you are Nangong Hui's friend? Wen Qingxie said in surprise. Do you know Nangong Wei? Wang Zhenxing asked. I came to the imperial capital to attend the anniversary celebration of Longfeng Academy. I just saw her during the day. Wen Qingxie explained. So that's how it is. Wang Zhenxing nodded. You don't have to worry too much. Although Kunlun Mountain is not easy to mess with, you are now a member of Shuiyu Pavilion. If Ruan Yuji causes trouble for you, I will protect you even if it means sacrificing the entire Shuiyu Pavilion. Wen Qingxie made a promise and sat down next to Wang Zhenxing. This I really don't know how to repay you. Wang Zhenxing looked grateful. He smelled a faint fragrance, pretended to be confused, and stared at Wen Qingxie blankly. Wen Qingxie was secretly delighted, thinking that her charm was indeed no less than Ruan Yuji's, so she struck while the iron was hot and said with a half smile, you will be mine from now on, so this is my repayment. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, stared at Wen Qingxie for a few seconds, then suddenly grabbed her shoulders and leaned his head closer. Wen Qingxie uttered an, unable to speak, feeling a little confused. Half of what she said just now was actually a joke. What she had expected was that after hearing it, Wang Zhenxing would say honestly, Master, don't joke like that. But I didn't expect that Wang Zhenxing would suddenly be so rude. Could it be that the poison has not yet been cleared from him? Wen Qingxie was in a hurry and remembered what Wang Zhenxing had just said. Just as she was stunned, she suddenly felt a chill on her body. Wen Qingxie was ashamed and angry, and wanted to stop him, but was afraid of hurting him. While hesitating, she became aroused and slowly closed her eyes and responded awkwardly. But at this moment, footsteps suddenly were heard outside. Chapter 405, Disciple is Stupid. Wen Qingxie was an expert after all. Although she was distracted, she still noticed the movement outside. The footsteps were getting closer and soon reached the bedroom door. After 2 crisp knocks on the door, Cai Jingyao's voice came, "Master, have you rested?" Wang Zhenxing knew he couldn't continue, so he pretended to wake up, looked apologetic, and said to Ruan Yuji in a low voice, "I have not yet cleared my mind of the evil, and I have evil thoughts in my heart. That is why I offended you. I am really sorry. Since you are awake, why don't you take your hand away?" Wen Qingxie said with a red face. Wang Zhenxing immediately withdrew his hand. "Someone is coming. He is my disciple. He may be looking for my advice on cultivation. You should hide quickly. It will not be good if she sees you." Wen Qingxie wanted to maintain her dignity as a master, and of course did not want Cai Jingyao to know that she had secretly brought a man back at night. Wang Zhenxing nodded, glanced around the room, opened the closet out of habit, and hid inside. Wen Qingxie straightened her clothes, took a deep breath, went to open the door, and let Cai Jingyao in. "Sorry to disturb master's rest." Cai Jingyao came into the room. Wen Qingxue's clothes were slightly creased, and the curtains were drawn, so she guessed that she had just rested on the couch. "No problem." Wen Qingxue replied reluctantly, and said, "I told you that you can come to me anytime if you have any doubts about cultivation." Cai Jingyao nodded and immediately told him about a difficulty she had encountered in her cultivation. "You can't even do something so simple." Wen Qingxue was surprised. "I am a stupid disciple, please forgive me, master," Cai Jingyao said ashamedly. Seeing that she was humble, Wen Qingxue did not blame her and patiently answered her questions. After hearing this, Cai Jingyao suddenly understood, said goodbye and left, presumably to continue her cultivation. Wen Qingxue closed the door and then breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Zhenxing walked out of the closet and said, "It's not appropriate for me to stay here. It's better for me to leave." "Then what about the poison in your body?" Wen Qingxue asked worriedly. "I'll find a quiet place and see if I can get rid of it. If that doesn't work, then I can only." Wang Zhenxing didn't say anything else. Wen Qingxue certainly understood what he meant, so she asked, "Who are you going to look for?" "My partner," Wang Zhenxing said. After hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed across Wen Qingxue's eyes. She witnessed it at the back hill of the Kai family and understood that Ruan Yuji was completely clueless, but Wang Zhenxing was obviously more skilled and obviously not a novice, so she was mentally prepared for this. "Introduce me to him if you have the chance." Wen Qingxue concealed her loneliness and forced a smile. Wang Zhenxing did not answer, but looked apologetic. "If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush," Wen Qingxue said. "I'm actually willing to take responsibility for what happened just now," Wang Zhenxing said. "If you treat me like this, then you must have the same thoughts about Ruan Yuji, right?" Wen Qingxue did not respond immediately, but asked tentatively. "Even if there is, what's the use? She wants to kill me," Wang Zhenxing said helplessly. After hearing this, Wen Qingxue roughly understood Wang Zhenxing's mentality. Of course she knew that Ruan Yuji had no intention of killing her, and if the two met again in the future, they might really get involved. "But fortunately, I got the upper hand. You are the first person who is so disrespectful to me. If it weren't for the fact that you are a guest elder, I would never let you go." Wen Qingxue threatened coldly, and then asked softly, "Do you like me?" She didn't hope that Wang Zhenxing brought up this matter just because he felt guilty. "I don't know why, but when I saw you, I felt like I had known you in my previous life," Wang Zhenxing said. "I have the same feeling. Could it be that we were really lovers in our previous life?" Wen Qingxue said in surprise. "Maybe," Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. "I won't deliberately compete for your favor and upset you. But you have to treat me well. If you abandon me in the future, I will kill you and then commit suicide." Wen Qingxue had the idea of stealing Ruan Yuji's girl, but she didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. She was afraid that he would go back on his word, so she made a prompt decision. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he felt that it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He thought about it, but couldn't remember where it was, so he stopped thinking about it and walked up to Wen Qingxie. "Does your partner live far from here?" Wen Qingxie asked. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing thought to himself that it was not far away, as the nearest one lived in Qi's house. However, he only dared to think about this in his mind and said, "I suddenly don't want to go find her anymore." Wen Qingxie understood, feeling a little scared and a little expectant. After a moment, she was already lying on the couch, closing her eyes, and preparing herself mentally. But at this time, another sound of footsteps was heard. "It's my apprentice again." Wen Qingxie felt depressed. She straightened her clothes, closed the curtains, and went to open the door. "Master, why is your face so red?" Cai Jingyao walked into the room again. "Practicing qi and blood causes it to churn, but it's fine." Wen Qingxie briefly explained, then said, "What difficulties have you encountered in your practice?" Cai Jingyao didn't think much about it and immediately told the problem she encountered. After hearing this, Wen Qingxie couldn't help but frown. Cai Jingyao is extremely talented, and has the Cai family's inherited martial arts skills as a foundation. It stands to reason that she should not be unable to understand such a simple mental formula. "Are you having any distracting thoughts?" Wen Qingxie asked. "That is a reason, but the main reason is that I am too stupid," said Cai Jingyao. Wen Qingxie sighed secretly and could only answer her doubts. After hearing this, Cai Jingyao left again and lifted the curtain beside the couch. "My disciple has become a top master at the age of less than 20. Logically, he should not be stumped by such a simple question." Wen Qingxie said to Wang Zhenxing, "I feel like she might come to see you again." Wang Zhenxing felt that something was wrong with Cai Jingyao. Cai Jingyao didn't notice him hiding here, but she seemed to have other intentions. "Come again? No way," Wen Qingxie asked in surprise. "We'll know after we wait and see," said Wang Zhenxing. Wen Qingxie nodded. She was indeed very depressed that her good deed had been disturbed by this good disciple. It would be better to wait for a while to make sure that she would not come so that she could do things with peace of mind. The two waited for a while, and as Wang Zhenxing expected, Cai Jingyao came over again, still asking questions about cultivation. Even though Wen Qingxie had a good temper, she couldn't help but frown. "Master, I'm sorry, I'm so stupid." Cai Jingyao apologized. Wen Qingxie let out a long sigh, not because she thought she was stupid, but because she didn't let her rest in the middle of the night and kept knocking on the door, disturbing everyone's peace and quiet. "Your comprehension shouldn't be so poor." Wen Qingxie had high hopes for her, and was helpless to see that she was not living up to her expectations. "Master, I'm afraid it's difficult for me to master the water moon sword technique. I feel so ashamed. Before the news of you accepting me as your disciple spreads, you might as well expel me from the sect to avoid tarnishing your reputation," Cai Jingyao said. Chapter 406, Analyzing the Chess Game. Cai Jingyao didn't know at first that the water moon sword art was the same as the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra, and that there was an important prerequisite in order to practice it to perfection, so she agreed to become his disciple, which put her in a difficult situation. In order to avoid being discovered by Wen Qingxie, he resorted to this desperate measure. He wanted to sever the master-disciple relationship with Wen Qingxie and avoid causing trouble for Wang Zhenxing. Are you pretending to be stupid on purpose? Is it because I did something wrong that you want to distance yourself from me?" Wen Qingxie was not so easily fooled and suddenly looked at Cai Jingyao. "Master, you are so talented that I can become your disciple. This is what countless people dream of. It is a great blessing for me to have you as my teacher. However, I am too stupid and afraid of embarrassing you," Cai Jingyao said sincerely. Wen Qingxie was suspicious, but after thinking for a while, she comforted him. "It doesn't matter if you are dull. As long as you work hard and have the right opportunity, you can still become a top master. There are examples of this." "Is that really the case?" "In spiritual practice, talent is the most important thing, right? It is the only factor that determines a person's upper limit. Hard work can only determine the lower limit." As a genius, Cai Jingyao certainly has her own understanding and will not blindly agree with it. Moreover, she is determined to make trouble and want to expel Wen Qingxie from the sect, so she will not agree with Wen Qingxue's point of view. "Do you think I'm lying to you?" Wen Qingxie frowned. Cai Jingyao did not comment. Wen Qingxie continued, his name is Chu Qingyan. His talent is very ordinary, but he has indeed reached the pinnacle. He should also be present to congratulate the Academy at its anniversary celebration. You can go and ask about him then. After hearing this, Kai Jingyao did not doubt Wen Qingshui's words, but just felt a little curious. However, for her, the most important thing was to challenge Wen Qingshui's patience. Master, I will definitely work hard and start practicing right away. If I encounter something I don't understand, I will come and ask you. Kai Jingyao said. Wen Qingxie really wanted to tell her not to come over, but she was afraid of discouraging her enthusiasm, so she could only nod reluctantly. Kai Jingyao left, and came back after a while. Wen Qingxie patiently explained it to her. Kai Jingyao's doubts were answered and she left again. After repeating this several times, he just decided to stay here and not leave. Wen Qingxie was a little overwhelmed. Looking at Kai Jingyao's attitude, she thought that she would not be able to rest tonight. After thinking about it, she found a reason to send her away for a while. I'm afraid I can't help you since you're being pestered by this disciple. You should go find your partner and get rid of the remaining poison as soon as possible. Wen Qingxie took advantage of Kai Jingyao's absence to pull open the curtain and said to Wang Zhenxing. Okay, then I'll leave first. Wang Zhenxing knew that he had no chance tonight, but he was not in a hurry. After responding to Wen Qingxie, he left the Kai family and returned to the academy. The next day dawned. Nangong Wei wanted to meet Wang Zhenxing, so she called him over under the pretext of having tea, but considering that there were many distinguished guests in the academy and she was afraid of gossip, she called Ruan Yuji as well. Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji ran into each other in the tea house and were both stunned for a moment. The latter suddenly looked at him coldly, with a look of deep hatred. Nangong Wei felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She glanced back and forth between the two of them and asked softly, "Do you know each other?" When Ruan Yuji heard this, he subconsciously recalled what happened between him in the back mountain last night. He felt extremely guilty and didn't know how to answer. Wang Zhenxing looked calm and said to Nangong Wei, "I met her last night. She asked me for a solution to the Junlong chess game. Maybe you didn't promise him her and offended him her." Nangong Wei saw Ruan Yuji looking at Wang Zhenxing with a cold face and immediately guessed. "I really can't hide anything from you," Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Nangong Wei got the answer, looked at Ruan Yuji and said, "He and I are so close, but he didn't tell me. It's understandable that you didn't get the answer. Don't mind it. If Wang Zhenxing offended someone from the imperial capital, she could protect him, but it was a different story if he offended someone from Kunlun, so she naturally wanted to mediate the matter." Ruan Yuji was certainly not upset because of the chess game, but she was too embarrassed to tell him the real reason, so she sat down in silence. Nangong Wei was a little worried when she saw this, so she sent a voice message to Wang Zhenxing, "There's no need to offend Kunlun's people because of a chess game. Just tell me." Wang Zhenxing looked at Nangong Wei, nodded slightly in response, and then said, "Don't you want to know how to crack the chess game? Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I'll teach you." Upon hearing this, Nangong Wei winked at him, suggesting that he tell Ruan Yuji. Wang Zhenxing remained unmoved. Nangong Wei was somewhat helpless, but then she thought, Ruan Yuji was here, if she knew, she would know too. So she immediately went to find a chessboard and played chess with Wang Zhenxing. While playing chess with Nangong Wei, Wang Zhenxing guided her thinking. Ruan Yuji sat nearby and turned his head to the other side, not watching the two people playing chess. But after a while of stalemate, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and secretly cast his eyes towards the chessboard. After a few moments, Nangong Wei finally cracked the chess game. The chess game can easily lead smart people into a trap, and the smarter they are, the easier it is for them to trap themselves. Nangong Wei and Ruan Yuji are both like this, which is why they always end up in a dead end. The way to solve the chess game is to take an unconventional approach. Some seemingly stupid methods may lead to a way out. Of course, to be more precise, this kind of stupidity should be called great wisdom appearing foolish, not real stupidity. After watching the game, Ruan Yuji's doubts were answered and she couldn't help but smile. Then she stole a glance at Wang Zhenxing and was secretly impressed, wondering how he could come up with such a mysterious chess game. Wang Zhenxing caught a glimpse of Ruan Yuji's expression out of the corner of his eye, so he turned around to look. Ruan Yuji instantly stopped smiling and looked at him coldly. Wang Zhenxing retracted his gaze, and suddenly brought up the old matter again, smiling and saying to Nangong Wei, I will tell you how to crack the chess game. According to our previous agreement, you should promise me one thing. Is there such an agreement? Why don't I remember it? A cunning look flashed across Nangong Hui's face, and she said with a bewildered look on her pretty face. You are a saint after all, why are you still playing tricks? Wang Zhenxing said. HMPH, I'm cheating, what do you want? Nangong Wei was actually willing to agree in her heart, but it was too embarrassing, so of course she said something sarcastic. Ruan Yuji was standing nearby, and when he saw the two of them flirting with each other, he suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart, and at the same time he had a question. Are these two really just ordinary friends? At the entrance of the academy, Qin Wudao suddenly received a message from Chu Qing, which made his originally pale face look even uglier, without even a hint of blood. Chu Qing asked someone to inform him that Ku Liang had teamed up with some people to file a complaint against him. And the complaint is about to enter the process. Once it is investigated and confirmed, I'm afraid someone will come to you. We must find a backer as soon as possible, otherwise, we will be in trouble. Qin Wudao quickened his pace, walked into the academy, found an acquaintance, and asked the other party to inquire about the news of the guests from Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 407, Transfer to Kunlun. In the tea room, Nangong Wei and Wang Zhenxing were talking and laughing. Ruan Yuji was almost silent, like an outsider, feeling awkward and annoyed, and wanted to leave to avoid being upset. But she thought that if she left, it would be more convenient for Wang Zhenxing, allowing him to flirt with Nangong Wei without restraint. Fortunately, Ruan Yuji's embarrassing situation did not last long. Nangong Hui's female servant came to report that someone wanted to see her. Who is it? Nangong Wei asked. Qin Wudao. The female servant replied. When Ruan Yuji heard the name, his eyes moved slightly. The enchanting genius of the Qin family in the imperial capital is called this name. Kunlun once extended an olive branch to him, but was rejected. Afterwards, he joined the academy and became Nangong Hui's disciple. I think it should be this person. Go tell him that I'm meeting a guest now and it's inconvenient for me to see him. Ask him to come another day. Nangong Wei said to the female servant after thinking for a while. Yes. The servant boy took the order and left, going to pass the message to Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao actually wanted to find Ruan Yuji, but when he learned that Ruan Yuji was with Nangong Wei, he simply came to ask for an audience with Nangong Wei, and by the way, he settled some things with Nangong Wei, and then mentioned to Ruan Yuji the matter of joining Kunlun. After hearing the message from the female servant, Qin Wudao did not leave. Ku Liang and his people have sued him. If he is convicted, he will probably have to flee to the ends of the earth. He had to enter Kunlun before the arrest order was issued, so as to save himself. After all, what he did was not something unforgivable. He just had emotional involvement with some married women, which was immoral. With Kunlun as a backer, the higher-ups will definitely turn a blind eye after weighing the pros and cons. In this way, Ku Liang and others can only suffer in silence. After Qin Wudao made up his mind, he ignored the servant's attempt to stop him and rushed directly into the tea house in the bamboo building. Nangong Wei was a little unhappy, but she did not drive Qin Wudao away, so as not to make a fool of herself in front of the guests. Master doesn't seem to want to see me. Qin Wudao could feel Nangong Hui's emotions and said with some pain. Your injuries have not healed yet, you should have a good rest. Nangong Wei said calmly. When Master was at the Qin family, he saw that I was seriously injured but did nothing to help me. Now he shows concern for me. Qin Wudao said sarcastically. I have long advised you not to get involved in the grudges of the previous generation. Who can you blame if you don't listen to my advice? Nangong Wei said. To put it bluntly, Master, you are biased. Qin Wudao was ready to confront Nangong Wei. If he hadn't taken Ruan Yuji's presence into consideration, he would have almost accused Nangong Wei of secretly colluding with Wang Zhenxing and not considering the relationship between master and disciple at all. How outrageous! Nangong Weibo said angrily. Due to a slight mistake in my thinking, I am now unable to practice the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra to perfection. My master must have intended to expel me from the sect. Qin Wudao said. Our relationship as master and disciple is over. You should take care of yourself from now on. Nangong Wei did mean this. She had originally planned to wait until Qin Wudao's injuries got better before discussing this matter, but now that Qin Wudao had already said it, she might as well just end it. Master, your kindness will be remembered in my heart. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Qin Wudao said sincerely, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Nangong Wei. When he buried his face in the ground, his eyes flashed with strong unwillingness and resentment. He has a deep obsession with Nangong Wei, not wanting to repay a favor, but wanting revenge. Qin Wudao kept bowing for a moment, then stood up, bowed to Ruan Yuji, and said respectfully, "Greetings, senior." Ruan Yuji had known Qin Wudao's name for a long time and valued his talent. If Qin Wudao had not chosen to enter the academy, this might have been his junior fellow apprentice. You seem to have been hit by the cold palm power and are seriously injured. If you don't receive proper treatment, your martial arts foundation will be destroyed at best, and you may even lose your life. After Ruan Yuji took a look at Qin Wudao, he immediately realized something. Senior, you have good eyesight. Qin Wudao complimented him and then asked, is the old senior in good health? My master has passed away. Ruan Yuji sighed. Qin Wudao was startled, with deep regret and sorrow on his face, and said, I heard that someone from Kunlun was coming, and I wanted to pay a visit to that old senior, but I didn't expect. Ruan Yuji remembered that when his master was alive, he occasionally said that he regretted not being able to accept Qin Wudao as his disciple. Seeing Qin Wudao in danger, he immediately felt compassion and said, you were hit by the extreme cold palm force, which requires the extreme yang true energy to dissolve. However, looking at the world, there are not many people who possess the extreme yang true energy. Chu Qingyan is one of them. Qin Wudao didn't know much about the hidden world of martial arts. When he heard the name Chu Qingyan, he felt very unfamiliar with it, but he secretly memorized the name. I have no connection with this senior Chu, so I don't think he would help me for no reason. He is well known for his chivalrous heart. If you go to him, he will most likely help you. Ruan Yuji said. Qin Wudao was more inclined to Kunlun, to worship a beautiful woman as his master, and the name Chu Qingyan sounded like a man. But he couldn't say this thought directly, so he said. It would be great if the old senior was still here. With his skills, he would be able to resolve my troubles in a snap. His words seemed unintentional, but in fact they were meant. Ruan Yuji is very smart and of course she can sense Qin Wudao's thoughts. To be honest, she didn't like to accept a scheming person as her apprentice, but then she thought, the world is dangerous, and if she is naive, she will not live long. After all, not everyone has the good luck of Chu Qingyan, who has constant adventures and is favored by the apple of the eye of one of the 6 supreme beings. This was a wish that the master had not fulfilled. After weighing the pros and cons, Ruan Yuji said, although Kunlun does not have anyone with the ultimate yang qi, it does have top-level ultimate yang skills. Disciple Qin Wudao, nice to meet you, master. Qin Wudao understood and immediately knelt down and kowtowed, bowing to Ruan Yu. Seeing this, Nangong Wei showed some worry between her brows. Qin Wudao was filled with jealousy. Now that he had a backer like Kunlun, he was afraid that there would be more trouble in the future. Thinking of this, she looked at Wang Zhenxing who was standing beside her. Wang Zhenxing looked calm. He picked up the teacup and took a few sips. He looked very relaxed, and there was even a smile on his face. You don't realize the seriousness of the problem, do you? How can you still laugh? Nangong Wei said to Wang Zhenxing in a voice transmission. Why are you in such a hurry? Hasn't Ruan Yuji agreed to accept me as your disciple? Wang Zhenxing glanced at Nangong Wei and replied in a voice transmission. Ruan Yuji's words clearly show that he is considering accepting a disciple, Nangong Wei argued. But Ruan Yuji hasn't agreed yet. Maybe there will be a turning point. Wang Zhenxing said. Is there any chance of a turnaround? Nangong Wei was suspicious. She stopped arguing with her lover and turned her attention to Ruan Yuji. Chapter 408, failed to become a disciple. After Qin Wudao kowtowed, he felt that the matter was almost certain. With some excitement on his face, he looked at Ruan Yuji, waiting for her to speak. With Kunlun as a backer, not only can he solve the crisis he faces, but he can also practice the top-notch Zhiang skills and hope to reach the peak realm. He became a top master from scratch and has already walked the path of cultivation. With his extraordinary talent, he can practice any technique very quickly. Seeing that he was smart, Ruan Yuji understood what he meant without him having to say more. He immediately nodded with a smile and said, my dear teacher, I wanted to take you as my disciple, but unfortunately I missed the opportunity. For a long time afterwards, I felt a little regretful. Now, by chance, you are willing to join Kunlun. Then, on behalf of my dear teacher. Click. Before Ruan Yuji could finish her words, she heard a sound of shattering. She looked in confusion and saw that the teacup in Wang Zhenxing's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Moreover, Wang Zhenxing's face looked somewhat gloomy, with a cold light in his eyes. Ruan Yuji was a little surprised. He didn't suffer any loss in what happened last night, and he was fine just now. Why was he suddenly looking at him fiercely? After being confused for a while, he finally realized that it might be because he accepted Qin Wudao as his disciple. Is there any grudge between him and Qin Wudao? Ruan Yuji became suspicious. Master. Qin Wudao saw Ruan Yuji suddenly in a daze, so he called out softly. Ruan Yu came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, I forgot to ask you, who gave you this cold palm power? Her name is Kai Jingyao. She was originally my fiancée. At my birthday party, she suddenly challenged me. I don't know where she learned her magical powers from. I was not careful at the moment, so I was hit by her palm. Qin Wudao explained. Kai Jingyao. When Ruan Yuji heard this familiar name, he quickly remembered that this seemed to be the evil disciple that Wen Qingxie had taken a fancy to. She had always been competing with Wen Qingxie, so it didn't matter if they developed a rift over the affairs of their respective disciples. Since Kai Jingyao is your fiancé, why did she challenge you? Ruan Yuji felt that Qin Wudao was hiding something, so she continued to ask. Although my relationship with her is not very harmonious, it is not bad either. She was instigated to treat me so harshly. Qin Wudao saw Ruan Yuji just asking about it, so he took the opportunity to complain. Who exactly are you referring to as the instigator? Where does he come from? Ruan Yuji asked. Qin Wudao sneered. Relying on Ruan Yuji's support, he was not afraid. He glanced at Wang Zhenxing and replied, it's him. It's common knowledge that Kai Jingyao hates her engagement with you. It has nothing to do with him. What's there to instigate? Nangong Wei said. He was being affectionate with Kai Jingyao in public, that's the fact, right? Qin Wudao refuted. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Wang Zhenxing snorted coldly. As a man, how dare you admit what you have done? Qin Wudao said. Why should he admit to something he didn't do? Nangong Wei was afraid that this would cause Ruan Yuji to feel bad, so she chimed in. Qin Wudao was dumbfounded and felt so angry that his chest was suffocated. This woman is a saint after all, but she actually concealed the facts and helped Wang Zhenxing lie. The host caused the protagonist Qin Wudao's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 500 counterattack points. Don't argue with him, he and I are sworn enemies anyway. There is no possibility of mediation. Wang Zhenxing said to Nangong Wei. Nangong Wei nodded obediently and looked at Qin Wudao and Ruan Yuji with some hostility. Qin Wudao defected to Kunlun, and from then on he was an enemy rather than a friend to Kunlun. Although Ruan Yuji didn't understand what the feud between Qin Wudao and Wang Zhenxing was, she now understood one thing completely. That is, if she really accepted Qin Wudao as her apprentice, she would be completely on the opposite side of Wang Zhenxing. Master, it seems that you are not welcome here. Why don't you move to the Qin family? There is plenty of room in the Qin family. Master, you can stay as long as you want. Qin Wudao was secretly delighted when he heard Wang Zhenxing say that, and immediately respectfully invited Ruan Yuji. Don't call me that. I never said I wanted to take you in as my apprentice. Ruan Yuji said seriously. Then what you just did? Qin Wudao was confused for a moment, not understanding how he had offended Ruan Yuji. They were clearly talking fine, so why did she suddenly turn against him? I've thought about it carefully. The masters of the 7 peaks of Kunlun are all women. None of them can practice the Jiang Kung Fu and cannot give you exact guidance. It is really not suitable for them to accept you as a disciple, so as not to hinder your future. Ruan Yuji explained. But I'm in danger. Can you really bear to sit back and watch? Qin Wudao pretended to be pitiful. I know a little about physiognomy, and you don't look like a short-lived person. I'm sure you have another fate, but this fate is definitely not from Kunlun. Kunlun has a tradition of medicine, divination and astrology, but Ruan Yuji has never dabbled in them, so these words were just an excuse. Qin Wudao was stunned when he heard this. Nangong Wei was dumbfounded and felt a little surprised. She asked Wang Zhenxing in a voice transmission, what's going on with Ruan Yuji? She clearly intended to take Qin Wudao as her apprentice at the beginning, why did she suddenly change her mind now? When she sees that you are on my side, maybe she doesn't want to be an enemy of the academy. After all, it is not a wise thing to make enemies with a superpower for the sake of a disciple. Besides, I heard that there are outstanding people among the younger generation of Kunlun. Having Qin Wudao is just icing on the cake. Wang Zhenxing replied in a voice transmission. There is indeed a close connection between Kunlun and the academy, but I feel that things are not that simple. Nangong Wei asked doubtfully. How do you mean? Wang Zhenxing asked. I feel that his sudden change of mind has something to do with you. Nangong Wei said. It's related to me. Why do you think so? Wang Zhenxing was secretly shocked. Intuition. Nangong Wei said. You looked so confident before, and you clearly expected Ruan Yuji to change his mind. Are you hiding something from me? Actually, Ruan Yuji and I are old acquaintances. Wang Zhenxing regretted having said too much before, but since Nangong Wei had seen through the clues, she would not believe him if he said he had nothing to do with Ruan Yuji. Is he an old acquaintance like Yanan? Nangong Wei asked with a bit of sourness. Of course not. Didn't you see the way she looked at me? It seemed as if she had a deep hatred for me. Wang Zhenxing said. That's right, so what exactly happened between you and her? Nangong Wei was very curious. She once expressed her love to me, but I rejected her, so love turned into hate, Wang Zhenxing lied. Really? Nangong Wei was skeptical. If you don't believe it, you can ask her. Wang Zhenxing took a risk and said in a voice transmission. Chapter 409 Su Wan. Of course, it was impossible for Nangong Wei to ask Ruan Yuji for confirmation. If what Wang Zhenxing said was true, then asking Ruan Yuji in this way would inevitably be provocative. If it is not true, then Wang Zhenxing is slandering and it will also arouse Ruan Yuji's disgust. However, Nangong Wei thought carefully about Ruan Yuji's change of attitude and felt that the explanation of love turning into hate seemed very reasonable. Although Ruan Yuji hated Wang Zhenxing, she probably still had some love for him and was unwilling to become his mortal enemy. Senior, are you really unwilling to accept me as your disciple? Qin Wudao's face was pale, and he wanted to struggle one last time, so he asked Ruan Yuji. You missed your mentor and didn't become master and disciple. I think you are not destined to be with Kunlun. You can't force it, Ruan Yuji said. Qin Wudao secretly suspected that Ruan Yuji's words were contradictory. Could it be that he had secretly reached some agreement with Wang Zhenxing or Nangong Wei? It is my honor to meet you today, senior. I will not bother you anymore. Bye. Qin Wudao was confused, but he also knew that he couldn't force it. If he continued to pester her, it would only make Ruan Yuji unhappy. After saying this, he immediately left tactfully. Ruan Yuji secretly broke into a cold sweat, thinking that since he did not accept Qin Wudao as his disciple, he would not regard him as his mortal enemy, right? Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing's expression, and sure enough, he saw that the smile on his face had returned to its previous state. Ruan Yuji couldn't help but feel happy, but then he realized that he shouldn't have such an emotion. He caused me to lose my innocence. I should kill him to vent my hatred. How can I fall in love with him? What's more, he and third junior sister are still unclear. Ruan Yuji's joy faded, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. When Nangong Wei learned that Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji were old acquaintances, she paid special attention to her words and actions and did not continue flirting with Wang Zhenxing and exposing Ruan Yuji's scars. Ruan Yuji sat for a while, looked at Wang Zhenxing with a cold light in his eyes, and then slowly walked out of the tea room. Nangong Wei took in her expression and couldn't help but feel a little worried. She asked Wang Zhenxing, did you hurt her badly? It's okay, she is just too stingy. Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji was born in Kunlun and is a top powerhouse. It is not a good thing to mess with such a person. Nangong Wei said. If she wants to hate me, there's nothing I can do about it. Wang Zhenxing spread his hands. It's true that I hate you, but it's also true that I love you. Is there any room for maneuver between you two? Nangong Wei said. Although there are many beautiful women around me, most of them are out of control, like what happened with Shahu Lan, you also know about that. I really don't have any feelings for Ruan Yuji, otherwise I would have accepted her love at the beginning and would not have become her enemy. Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Nangong Wei weighed the pros and cons and advised, you've already said that you already have many beautiful women around you, so one more won't make a difference. No, even if you agree, others will not agree. Wang Zhenxing said. I will talk to Yan'an and Shaolin. They are not the kind of people who would make trouble for no reason. I believe they should be able to understand. Nangong Wei said. Wang Zhenxing suppressed his smile and said with a serious expression, you are really generous. You are willing to give me a share. I'm not generous at all. On the contrary, I'm very stingy. But there's nothing I can do. Ruan Yuji hates you. If someone with ulterior motives takes advantage of you, it will bring you big trouble. Nangong Wei said. Are you referring to the Qin family? Wang Zhenxing's eyes moved. Qin Wudao has great luck. Although no one has joined Kunlun, he will never be depressed. Many powerful people have come to the Academy's celebration this time. Maybe he will really get new opportunities. Nangong Wei said. Wang Zhenxing hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll find a chance to see if I can reconcile with Ruan Yuji. As long as she is in the academy, this is your chance, go find her now. Nangong Wei urged. Now, Wang Zhenxing was surprised. That's right, go ahead. Nangong Wei pushed him out of the tea room. Wang Zhenxing looked helpless and slowly left Nangong Hui's sight. A man and a woman were walking on the waterside corridor in the lake of the academy. The man was in his 20s, rather tall, but had an ordinary look, and seemed honest. The woman was beautiful, about 20 years old, and she occasionally skipped when she walked, giving off a quirky feeling. At this time, Qin Wudao was in a daze, passing by a path not far from the water pavilion. The man looked at him for a while and wanted to walk towards Qin Wudao. Hey, what are you doing over there? The woman snorted. That young man doesn't look well and seems injured. I'll go see him, the man explained. You don't even know him, why do you care what he does? You're not allowed to go. Besides, you don't even know whether he is a good person or a bad person. The woman put her hands on her hips and frowned as she taught him. I don't think the young man is a bad person. The man scratched his head and said. Can you tell whether someone is a good person or a bad person at a glance? The woman asked. But the man hesitated, but did not dare to anger the woman. He could only stay where he was, watching the young man leave, and finally sighed. Chu Qingyan, you big idiot, don't always be a pushover. You'll easily suffer losses if you do that. The woman pouted. As long as you, Wanner, are by my side, I won't suffer any loss. The man said with a naive smile. Among this man and woman, the man is called Chu Qingyan and the woman is called Su Wan, and they are a couple. Seeing that Chu Qingyan didn't take it seriously, Su Wan couldn't help but sigh, walked to the small pavilion at the end of the waterside pavilion, leaned against the railing, and looked at the shimmering lake. Wanner, did I make you angry again? Seeing this, Chu Qingyan ran over happily and asked cautiously. No, Su Wan said in a muffled voice. That's good. Chu Qingyan smiled. Idiot. Su Wan stomped her feet in anger, feeling that this guy was hopeless. After all, they had known each other for several years, but he still couldn't tell whether he was angry or not. Wanner, are you angry or not? Chu Qingyan was confused. Su Wan held her smooth forehead and was speechless for a while. She was too lazy to argue about the issue of being a good person. Anyway, she had said it so many times, but this guy didn't listen. So she changed the subject and mentioned something she cared about the most, saying, do you still remember what you are going to do after the college celebration is over? Of course I remember. Go back home and tell Cece clearly that I only treat her as a sister and don't want to marry her. The one I like is Wanner, and I want to marry Wanner. After hearing this, Su Wan felt relieved and continued. But Cece doesn't agree to cancel the engagement, so what are you going to do? I will keep begging her until she agrees. Chu Qingyan said. But she will never agree to it. Su Wan said. Then I'll keep begging her. Chu Qingyan said honestly. Su Wan was a little crazy. Could this guy be any more stupid? She stamped her feet, turned around and walked aimlessly along the corridor of the waterside pavilion. Chu Qingyan followed all the time. Su Wan quickened her pace, just wanting to get rid of this guy temporarily and have some peace and quiet for a while so as not to get really sick from anger. But after walking not far, they came to a bamboo forest in the academy, and suddenly saw a man and a woman fighting in front of them. They looked at them curiously. Su Wan knew the woman among them. It's Sister Ruan. Su Wan glanced at Chu Qingyan who was walking over. That man looks like a bad guy. I'll go help him, Chu Qingyan said indignantly. Chapter 410. The couple had a conflict. Idiot, you don't even know what's going on, don't be so reckless. When Su Wan saw Chu Qingyan was about to help Ruan Yuji, she immediately reached out to stop him. That man looks like a bad guy. He must have flirted with Miss Ruan, so the two of them started fighting. Chu Qingyan said. You are so smart that you can tell the truth with just one glance. Su Wan complained. But if it's not because of this, what else could it be? Chu Qingyan said. Su Wan did not respond. She looked at the battle situation in front of her and said, no matter what the reason is, with Sister Ruan's skills, she doesn't need your help. That's right. Chu Qingyan nodded, and then said worriedly, but that man seems to be quite skilled, but he looks unfamiliar. Wanner, where do you think this top master came from? I'm not a deity. How would I know if you ask me? Su Wan rolled her eyes at him, then turned to look at the man fighting with Ruan Yuji. Her eyes were full of sparkle, and she couldn't help but praise him, this man is so handsome. Wanner. Chu Qingyan felt sour when he heard this. What's wrong? You already have a fiancé, and you don't allow me to praise other men for their good looks. Su Wan rolled her eyes. I don't mean to blame you. Chu Qingyan said hurriedly. I don't think you dare. Su Wan snorted, stopped talking to Chu Qingyan, and looked at the battle situation not far in front of her again. The man who fought with Ruan Yuji was undoubtedly Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing listened to Nangong Hui's advice and came to talk to Ruan Yuji, but before he could say a few words, Ruan Yuji started shouting for war and killing again. Someone is coming over there, why don't you stop? Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji said in a voice transmission during the break of their fight. I'm not afraid. He's my friend. Ruan Yuji naturally also noticed the arrival of Chu Qingyan and Su Wan. So he's your friend. If I shout out now, you and I last night, Wang Zhenxing said jokingly. Shut up. Believe it or not, I will call someone for help and kill you together. Ruan Yuji was ashamed and angry, and stopped him from continuing. Whatever you want, as long as you are not afraid of our affairs being made public, you can go. Wang Zhenxing said indifferently. You bastard. Ruan Yuji yelled in annoyance. Her wrist was grabbed by Wang Zhenxing. She struggled a few times but to no avail. Then she let him hold her, her pretty face slightly red. Seeing this, Chu Qingyan said in surprise, I'll go and help. After saying this, his figure flew away into the distance. Come back, idiot. Ruan Yuji had no time to stop him and could only shout at Chu Qingyan's back. But Chu Qingyan turned a deaf ear to him and circulated his strong and powerful yang qi to attack Wang Zhenxing, wanting to lend a helping hand to Ruan Yuji. Wang Zhenxing frowned, immediately let go of Ruan Yuji's wrist, and exchanged palm strikes with Chu Qingyan. He only used 80% of his strength in this palm strike, which was comparable to Chu Qingyan's. In terms of strength, Chu Qingyan is slightly better than Ruan Yuji. When Wang Zhenxing met Chu Qingyan, a familiar feeling of disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Another protagonist, Wang Zhenxing was no longer surprised by this feeling. His cultivation level is similar to mine. What kind of technique did he practice that is so powerful that it can directly compete with my yang qi? Chu Qingyan was quite straightforward and eager to help, so he used all his strength right from the start. He then discovered that the other party's cultivation was not weaker than his own, and he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Wang Zhenxing and Chu Qingyan exchanged palm strikes and each took a few steps back. The latter refused to give in and wanted to continue attacking. But at this time, Ruan Yuji flashed over and stood in front of Wang Zhenxing. Chu Qingyan quickly withdrew his palm to avoid accidentally hurting Ruan Yuji. Ruan Yuji was secretly annoyed that Chu Qingyan was meddling in other people's affairs, but considering that the other person meant well, she couldn't blame him. Ms. Ruan, why are you? Chu Qingyan asked puzzledly. Stupid, why do you have so many questions? Su Wan came over and gave Chu Qingyan a complaining look. Then she glanced back and forth between Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing. Her smart eyes flashed with a strange light, and then she smiled and said to the former. Sister Ruan, what a coincidence, I actually met you here. Yes, what a coincidence. Ruan Yuji and Su Wan had some interactions before and had a good impression of her. Seeing her take the initiative to say hello, he immediately responded with a kind smile. I won't disturb you anymore, just continue. Su Wan looked at Ruan Yuji meaningfully, which made Ruan Yuji feel guilty and his eyes avoided. Chu Qingyan wanted to say something, but Su Wan glared at him and he could only leave helplessly. Wanner, Miss Ruan obviously has a grudge against that man, why are you helping him? Chu Qingyan felt very confused and asked Su Wan. You really can't see it? Su Wan asked back. What did you see? Chu Qingyan was at a loss. You were really hopeless. Su Wan sighed. Wanner, just tell me, what is going on? Chu Qingyan scratched his head, really not understanding. The couple is having a conflict, can't you see that? Su Wan said. You said they are. Alas, that man is definitely not a good person, how can he be worthy of Miss Ruan? Chu Qingyan said angrily. You really like to meddle in other people's business. Whom others like is their freedom. What's it got to do with you? What's more, you don't even know the man, so how can you be sure that he is a bad guy? Su Wan complained. I just don't want Miss Ruan to get hurt. As for that man, I'm sure he is a bad guy. Chu Qingyan argued. My father said that it is difficult to distinguish between good and evil in this world, and it is not so easy to distinguish between good people and bad people. Most of the time, it is just because of different positions. Su Wan said. Chu Qingyan said nothing, but his face was tense, showing his unhappiness. Do you also think that my father is evil like others? Su Wan said with a cold face. Uncle Su just acts strangely, but he is definitely not a bad person. But I think that good is good and evil is evil. Good and evil cannot coexist since ancient times. How can we not tell them apart? Chu Qingyan said stubbornly. Su Wan stared at him and stood still for a while. Finally, she sighed and didn't argue with him on this kind of concept. She just said, anyway, it's other people's business, so just don't get involved. Wanner, I can listen to you on other things, but not on this matter. Chu Qingyan hates evil and this is a matter of principle for him, and he will never give in to Su Wan because of it. You don't know that man, so why do you act like you have a deep hatred with him? Su Wan was puzzled. He gives me a very bad feeling, just like when I first met Zhuo Liangjun. Chu Qingyan said. Zhuo Liangjun was a bad guy who specialized in kidnapping decent women. However, he has been buried for some time now, and it is estimated that grass may have grown on his grave. Chapter 411 The protagonist in the later period. Zhuo Liangjun wanted to hit on me, but he didn't. Why are you so anxious? Besides, he must be extraordinary to be able to catch Sister Ruan's eye. He is not comparable to a despicable person like Zhuo Liangjun. Su Wan had a good impression of Wang Zhenxing and did not agree with Chu Qingyan's words. Anyway, I will never let this kind of person go. Chu Qingyan said coldly. You really like to make trouble. I tell you again, don't bother with this. Su Wan said a little tiredly. I'm going to take care of it. Chu Qingyan insisted. Idiot, then you take care of it. I won't pay any attention to you. Su Wan stomped her feet in anger, quickened her pace and walked forward. Wanner Chu Qingyan followed behind like a follower. Su Wan was a little upset at the moment and just wanted to be quiet for a while. Seeing that he was following her, she took out a silver needle from her body and threw it at Chu Qingyan as a hidden weapon. Chu Qingyan calmly avoided the silver needles, then stayed where he was and did not continue to follow. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. Even if he was stupid, he knew that Su Wan was angry and would not listen to him. So he looked at Su Wan and she disappeared at the end of his sight. The other side. After seeing Su Wan leave, Wang Zhenxing withdrew his gaze. After turning on the perspective, his vision can penetrate ordinary obstacles and has the effect of farsightedness. He heard everything that Chu Qingyan and Su Wan argued about. Who were that man and woman just now? Wang Zhenxing asked Ruan Yuji. Why should I tell you? Ruan Yuji pouted. Many people from the martial arts world have come to the Academy's anniversary celebration. If I go and publicize what happened last night, do you think you will become famous? Wang Zhenxing said. You are so shameless. Ruan Yuji was stagnant. So are you going to tell it or not? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. Ruan Yuji was silent for a moment to show his protest, and then he answered, the man's name is Chu Qingyan, and the woman's name is Su Wan. So he is Chu Qingyan. This was not the first time Wang Zhenxing had heard this name. What can be confirmed now is that Chu Qingyan is the protagonist, and judging from his cultivation, he will be the protagonist in the later stages of the plot. Since you know them, tell me in detail about Chu Qingyan and Su Wan's background and some of their experiences you know. Wang Zhenxing said. Why are you asking these questions? Ruan Yuji asked in surprise. You might as well guess. Wang Zhenxing didn't know how to explain, so he simply threw the question to her. Ruan Yuji thought for a moment and said, Qin Wudao's current situation is worrying, but as long as Chu Qingyan takes action, it can be easily resolved. Do you think that these two people will be involved in some way, and they may even become master and apprentice, so you should understand it in advance to prevent it? She is indeed a combination of beauty and wisdom. Wang Zhenxing praised. Ruan Yuji secretly rejoiced, but her pretty face remained cold as she said, Do I have to answer you just because you ask me? Why should I tell you? It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Wang Zhenxing shrugged indifferently, turned around and walked away, muttering to himself, there should be a lot of people in the academy square at this time. Ruan Yuji suddenly became anxious and stopped in front of him, saying helplessly and angrily, If what happened last night gets out, it will not be good for you or me. You want to know about Chu Qingyan and Su Wan, right? I'll tell you, isn't it okay? Go sit over there for a while and tell me slowly. Wang Zhenxing smiled and saw a small pavilion not far away in the bamboo forest, so he walked towards the pavilion. Ruan Yuji followed obediently. The two came to the small pavilion and sat opposite each other. Ruan Yuji opened his mouth and told what he knew about Chu Qingyan and Su Wan. Chu Qingyan was born in a very ordinary family. His teacher was not very skilled, but he was famous for his hatred of evil. He was respected by some righteous people in the martial arts world and had a good reputation. When Chu Qingyan was 20 years old, he left his hometown and went out to make a living, where he met Su Wan, who had run away from home. Over the course of several years, Chu Qingyan encountered various adventures and acquired the Nine Yang art, a lost martial art that had been practiced for 100 years. He also received instruction from 4 of the 6 greatest masters and learned several very powerful magical powers. After listening to this, Wang Zhenxing felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chu Qingyan is a typical good-for-nothing comeback protagonist. Although he is dull by nature, with his tenacity and the help of the clever Su Wan, he has encountered many adventures and has grown to where he is today. How powerful are the 6 unique skills you mentioned? Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked. I don't know how to describe it. Ruan Yuji said. Let me put it this way. If one of the 6 supreme beings only uses 70% of his strength, are you sure you can fight him to a draw? Wang Zhenxing said. I have never dealt with the 6 supremes, let alone fought with them, but I heard that Chu Qingyan had competed with one of the 6 supremes, and that Chu Qingyan could remain undefeated within 100 moves. Ruan Yuji said. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing immediately had a general understanding of Lu Ju's strength. He had just fought with Chu Qingyan. If he used all his strength, he would not be able to defeat Chu Qingyan within 100 moves, but after 100 moves, he could win. In other words, his current strength has reached the level of the 6 absolutes. Then these 6 masters should be considered the 6 people with the highest cultivation levels in the hidden world, right? Wang Zhenxing had heard people talk about this before, and seeing that Ruan Yuji knew a lot about it, he wanted to ask more. The 6 best talents I just mentioned were selected 10 years ago. Now, 10 years have passed and many new talents have emerged in the world. If we select the 6 best talents again, it is hard to say who they will be. Ruan Yuji said. Newcomer for example, Wang Zhenxing asked. My senior sister is the current leader of Kunlun and the palace master of Xingyu Palace. Ruan Yuji said. The palace master of Xingyu Palace, is she also Qin Longyu's sister? Wang Zhenxing thought of someone. Do you know Qin Longyu? Ruan Yuji frowned. I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it. Wang Zhenxing said lightly. Ruan Yuji's brows relaxed. What else do you want to ask? Chu Qingyan received guidance from 4 of the 6 supreme masters. Who are the 2 supreme masters who did not guide him? Wang Zhenxing said. One is good at using poison and is a sinister and cunning guy, nicknamed the Starry Night Demon Lord. The other is proficient in the 8 trigrams and medical skills, nicknamed Old Monster Su, and is Su Wan's father. Ruan Yuji said. Wang Zhenxing nodded. It was reasonable that the Starry Night Demon Lord should be a big villain and the opposite of Chu Qingyan. It was reasonable that he did not receive any guidance from him. Since Su Wan and Chu Qingyan are lovers, why didn't Old Monster Su, as Chu Qingyan's future father-in-law, give any guidance to his future son-in-law? Wang Zhenxing asked again. Old Monster Su is both good and evil, and his behavior is strange. Chu Qingyan is clumsy and pedantic, so he naturally dislikes him. Also, Chu Qingyan's teacher has a grudge against Old Monster Su. Chu Qingyan and Su Wan still have a long way to go before they can achieve a happy ending. Ruan Yuji sighed. Oh, that's easy. Wang Zhenxing gave a wicked smile. What's easy to do? Ruan Yuji asked suspiciously. Chapter 412, A Heinous Crime. Nothing. Seeing Ruan Yuji asking further, Wang Zhenxing put away the smile on his face and said perfunctorily. Do you want to break them up? Ruan Yuji guessed. This sentence is half right. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing smiled and said nothing. It's not easy for these two people to be together. Why do you have to destroy their relationship? Ruan Yuji was friendly to Su Wan and couldn't bear it, so she persuaded her. So according to what you mean, I should do nothing and just wait for death. Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji was reminded and immediately realized something. She said worriedly, Chu Qingyan can easily deal with Qin Wudao's current situation. If the two of them become master and apprentice, you will have another enemy. Add to that Su Wan's relationship. If Chu Qingyan and Su Wan get married in the future, you may even have to fight against old monster Su. Are you concerned about me? Wang Zhenxing saw that she was frowning, so he moved his face closer to her and asked with a smile. A handsome face was reflected in her pupils. Ruan Yuji felt her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably, and even her face felt a little hot. Who cares about you? I wish you would die. Fearing that her thoughts would be seen through, Ruan Yuji immediately took a step back, kept a distance from him, and said in an annoyed voice. That's true. You and I are enemies, not friends. How could you wish me well? Wang Zhenxing pretended to sigh and left quickly. Su Wan left the academy and had a conflict with Chu Qingyan, which was a good opportunity to poach her. When Ruan Yuji saw his back walking away, her heart ached and she regretted cursing him just now. She opened her red lips and wanted to call him, but in the end she couldn't bring herself to do it. This bastard is sometimes serious and sometimes frivolous. His behavior is hard to understand. He is definitely not a chivalrous person. Even if I don't kill him, I can't miss him. Ruan Yuji warned himself in his heart, not wanting to continue to sink into the mud. While she was thinking, she suddenly felt someone walking in front of her. She thought it was Wang Zhenxing coming back, but just as she smiled, she saw it was Chu Qingyan, and she was immediately disappointed again. Miss Ruan, the man you just fought with is definitely not a good person. You must be careful. Chu Qingyan walked over and said seriously. Ruan Yuji knew very well how hateful that guy was, and there was no need for Chu Qingyan to remind her. However, Chu Qingyan had good intentions, so she responded perfunctorily, I will. That's good. If you need any help, just let me know. I will do my best. Chu Qingyan said righteously. Ruan Yuji thanked him and kindly reminded him, the situation between the imperial families is treacherous. You'd better not get involved, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. In particular, don't get involved with the Qin family. Chu Qingyan didn't understand, but still nodded to show that he understood. Ruan Yuji was extremely upset by Wang Zhenxing and just wanted to find a place to calm down her complicated emotions. After a brief chat with Chu Qingyan, she quickly said goodbye and left, returning to her residence in the academy. Qin family mansion. Qin Wudao returned home in a daze, feeling that the future was bleak. He sat in the yard in a daze, but suddenly he remembered that Ruan Yuji had mentioned a person named Chu Qingyan. So he immediately left his yard and went to find his grandfather Qin Mo. In fact, if you want to know Chu Qingyan's information, the most direct way is to find his uncle Qin Sheng. But because of a Ling's matter, Uncle Qin Sheng felt resentful. So I had to turn to my grandfather Qin Mo. After listening to Qin Wudao's story, Qin Mo went to find Qin Sheng to find out the situation. Qin Wudao soon received the news that Chu Qingyan had arrived at the academy, and he also had a preliminary understanding of Chu Qingyan's temperament. The next day, Chu Qingyan couldn't find Su Wan, and was in a depressed mood, so he left the academy and wandered outside. The Qin family sent someone to watch at the entrance of the academy, and as soon as they saw Chu Qingyan coming out, they immediately conveyed the news to Qin Wudao. Chu Qingyan had a high level of cultivation, so the people who were following him didn't dare to follow him. They could only roughly judge his movement trajectory based on the direction Chu Qingyan was walking. Qin Wudao got the news and waited in advance at a place where Chu Qingyan might pass by. He got drunk on purpose and ran into Chu Qingyan by chance. Hey, this is the little brother from yesterday. Chu Qingyan saw some people watching in front, so he walked over and found Qin Wudao drunk on the ground, so he felt kind and took his pulse. What a chilly and cold atmosphere. Chu Qingyan was shocked and took Qin Wudao to a quiet place. He used his own extremely yang energy to expel the evil power from Qin Wudao's body. Qin Wudao only felt his body warm and he quickly regained consciousness. When he found that the evil power had been expelled, he was secretly ecstatic, but pretended to be confused on the surface and asked Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan explained briefly. After hearing this, Qin Wudao immediately kowtowed to express his gratitude. Chu Qingyan quickly helped him up and asked curiously why he was hit by the yin sha palm power. Qin Wudao explained that he was harmed by a bad guy. Chu Qingyan was simple-minded. He listened to what he said and believed it to be true. He was immediately filled with righteous indignation and spoke up for him. Both of them are protagonists, but their plots progress at different stages. When the plot stages are the same, the protagonists will normally be hostile to each other. But Qin Wudao is in the early stage, while Chu Qingyan is in the late stage, and the plot is about to come to an end. Most of the protagonists in the later period, when they grow to a certain level, will support the younger generations and even have the idea of taking in disciples, calmly welcoming the end of their own era. And the new era will be opened by a new protagonist. Chu Qingyan is undoubtedly such a protagonist. Of course, there are a very small number of protagonists who talk about righteousness but are very selfish. Even if their era has come to an end, they refuse to accept this. They like to suppress weak protagonists and want to maintain their supreme status forever. Chu Qingyan and Qin Wudao had a very pleasant conversation, and with the latter's willingness to guide him, Chu Qingyan had no ulterior motives and soon came up with the idea of taking Qin Wudao as his disciple. By the way, little brother, I don't know your name yet. Although Chu Qingyan had no ulterior motives, since he wanted to accept a disciple, of course he had to get to know the other party's basic information. Senior Chu, my name is Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao replied honestly. Chu Qingyan was about 7 or 8 years older than him, but in martial arts, the one who was more accomplished came first, so it was not strange to call him senior. Are you Qin Wudao? Chu Qingyan was stunned. Yes, senior, have you heard of my name? Qin Wudao said. I heard from a friend yesterday that you are from the Qin family, one of the 8 great families. Chu Qingyan asked. That's right. Qin Wudao felt a little nervous when he heard him ask these questions, but he didn't dare to lie because it was impossible to hide this matter. The Qin family was instigated by bad people and was denounced by many people. I can fully understand that Senior Chu doesn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Chu Qingyan said, retreating to advance. Who is that villain you were talking about? Chu Qingyan asked. His name is Wang Zhenxing. Qin Wudao described Wang Zhenxing's appearance, and Chu Qingyan quickly confirmed that this was the man he met yesterday. What evil things did Wang Zhenxing do? Chu Qingyan asked. This man is extremely evil. Not only did he take my mother away and destroy my family, he also instigated my fiancée to murder me, and he also deceived her and flirted with her in public. He was also entangled with my former master. Qin Wudao enumerated Wang Zhenxing's crimes in detail. Chapter 413 Starry Night Demon Lord. After Chu Qingyan heard Qin Wudao's story, an indignant look appeared on his ordinary face, and he said angrily. Just as I expected, this man is indeed full of evil, and he is the same kind of person as Zuo Liangjun. Do you have a grudge against him too? Qin Wudao was secretly delighted to see him so excited, and asked. That's not the case, but everyone has the right to punish such bad guys. Chu Qingyan said righteously, then he patted Qin Wudao on the shoulder and said. Your physique is indeed excellent, and you are a good material for cultivation. I will accept you as my disciple. In the future, you must uphold justice and help the weak. Greetings, Master. Qin Wudao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He immediately kowtowed and knelt to establish the relationship between master and disciple. Chu Qingyan hated evil and threw all of Ruan Yuji's warnings behind his back. He smiled and helped Qin Wudao up. Your Qin family is one of the 8 great families. You must be very familiar with the situation here. Please help me find someone. Chu Qingyan thought of another important thing. No problem. Qin Wudao would certainly not refuse such a small request. Her name is Su Wan, and she is your future teacher's wife. She was angry with me because of something. After leaving the academy yesterday, she hasn't come back yet, and I don't know where she is hiding. Chu Qingyan sighed. Master, don't worry. As long as she is in the imperial capital, we can definitely find her. Qin Wudao said. We must do it as soon as possible. The Starry Night Demon Lord covets my magical powers, but I have the ability to protect myself and am not afraid of him. If Wanner leaves my side and is targeted by the Starry Night Demon Lord, that would be bad. Chu Qingyan was dull by nature. Although he had obtained the method of cultivating supernatural powers, it was difficult for him to comprehend them, and he often relied on Su Wan to answer his questions. After a few interactions, Su Wan finally learned how to cultivate supernatural powers. The Starry Night Demon Lord covets these magical powers, but Chu Qingyan is tough and has a high level of cultivation, so starting with Su Wan is undoubtedly the best way. Besides, this has happened before. Fortunately, Su Wan was smart and resourceful. She fooled the Starry Night Demon Lord and told him some fabricated methods of practicing magical powers, which allowed her to completely escape. Master, I will go back to the Qin family now and ask someone for information about my future master's wife. Qin Wudao saw that Chu Qingyan cared a lot about Su Wan. If he was more proactive in this matter, he would naturally win Chu Qingyan's favor, so he immediately went to do it. Chu Qingyan was not idle either. After parting with Qin Wudao, he returned to the academy to see if Su Wan had returned. But to his disappointment, after asking everyone he could, no one said they had seen Su Wan. At this time, Su Wan was in a depressed mood and was strolling on an ancient street, but as she was strolling, she suddenly realized that someone seemed to be following her. She remained calm, continued walking forward for a distance, and stopped at a roadside stall selling cosmetics made using traditional methods. Picking up a mirror, Su Wan pretended to try on cosmetics, but she was actually using the mirror's reflection to check for a suspicious person behind her. I was so far away, how did she find out that someone was following her? Wang Zhenxing, who was at least 50 meters away from Su Wan, felt a little confused. He concealed his breath and used perspective to capture Su Wan's figure from a distance without having to follow her closely. Logically speaking, there was no way Su Wan would have discovered it. But judging from Su Wan's actions, she clearly noticed something was wrong. Maybe, he didn't discover me. Wang Zhenxing had this thought and looked around Su Wan. After a while, a suspicious guy was indeed found. Su Wan looked at the reflection in the mirror for a while, and a look of worry suddenly appeared on her face, as if she had discovered something. She put the mirror down and continued walking forward, then turned left, then right, and around. Finally, Su Wan felt that she had shaken off the person who was following her, so she crossed the ancient street, came to an alley, and slipped into a private house, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This damn guy actually followed me to the imperial capital. He should go back to the academy as soon as possible. There are many masters there and he won't dare to act rashly. Su Wan was a little scared and muttered to herself. There is a rental advertisement outside the small house, indicating that it is available for rent, so there are no residents living inside. Su Wan looked outside the house through the window. After seeing that it was safe, she prepared to sneak out and quickly return to the academy. But as soon as I opened the door, an ordinary dressed old man in his 60s suddenly appeared at the door. "Hey, girl, where are you going?" The old man laughed heartily with some excitement on his face. "It's you." Su Wan looked panicked and retreated repeatedly, returning to the courtyard of the small house. The old man walked slowly with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed, but he locked onto Su Wan's aura. As long as Su Wan circulated her true energy, he could respond instantly and prevent her from escaping. "Girl, I hid so well, how did you find me just now?" The old man was not afraid that Su Wan would run away, so he asked curiously. "I can smell the strange smell on you from a long distance away," Su Wan said with disgust. The old man was startled, then he realized that it was because he had been in contact with poisonous substances for many years and had not cleaned them deliberately, so his body was contaminated with some special smells. Of course, ordinary people cannot sense this smell. Su Wan was able to smell it and identify it because of her keen sense of smell. "Girl, I won't let you run away this time. Just write down all the magical powers you know. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The old man got to the point and said to Su Wan in a vicious voice. "You are a master who has been famous for many years, and one of the 6 supreme masters. You are not ashamed at all to bully a little girl like me. If it gets out, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by people in the world?" Su Wan made a face and said contemptuously. This old man is none other than the Starry Night Demon Lord, one of the 6 supreme beings, who is best at using poison. Upon hearing this, Starry Night Demon Lord looked embarrassed and said, "If you dare to spread this, I will poison Chu Qingyan. Although this kid's current cultivation is not bad, I have enough patience." He can hide from the first day, but he can't hide from the 15th day. Although he is a demon and has a bad reputation, he is one of the 6 supremes after all. It is indeed shameful to bully the weak, so he still has to have some shame. Go, please go quickly, Senior Demon Lord, and poison this brat to death. Su Wan was angry, and when she heard his threat, she was not afraid, but encouraged him. Girl, don't try to fool me. There are many strong people in the academy now, and I am not stupid enough to go there. Starry Night Demon Lord seemed to have seen through everything. With your abilities, Senior, as long as you want to leave, who in this world can stop you? Su Wan complimented. Don't flatter me. Whatever you say today is useless. No one will come here in the short term. Just stay here and recite your magical powers to me. As long as I get them, I will naturally not make things difficult for you, said the Starry Night Demon Lord. Okay, I'm still young and don't want to die. I will definitely cooperate, Su Wan said solemnly. Don't think of misleading me with lies. If you dare to lie to me again, I will poison you. The kind of bone-eating pain will make people feel that life is worse than death. The Starry Night Demon Lord said sinisterly. Su Wan was horrified when she heard this. I am most afraid of pain. I will definitely cut off my own heart meridians and end it all. Starry Night Demon Lord was afraid to act rashly. When he heard what Su Wan said, his brows furrowed into a shape of a chuan, a character in Chinese. After thinking hard for a while, he suddenly smiled evilly and said, I've thought about it and decided not to use the painful poison on you. I'll give you another kind of poison that makes you feel happy. And I'll seal your true energy beforehand so that you can't commit suicide. Su Wan's face suddenly changed when she heard this. Chapter 414 Threatening Su Wan. Girl, are you scared now? The Starry Night Demon Lord caught the fear on Su Wan's pretty face and immediately smiled smugly. Su Wan was indeed panicked for a while, but after thinking about it carefully, she said, You are the supreme poisoner after all, so you would not make such a lowly poison. Besides, you would not be interested in a little girl like me. There is a basis for her words. It is common knowledge in the martial arts world that the Starry Night Demon Lord is obsessed with martial arts and has no interest in women. In order to maintain a youthful appearance, most practitioners usually use true qi to warm the body. But Starry Night Demon Lord never cared about these things. He didn't waste his true energy and let the years leave marks on his face. He was determined to become the best in the world. Seeing that Su Wan was fearless, Starry Night Demon Lord immediately said, Girl, I really don't want to make this kind of poison, but in order to deal with you, I can make an exception. But you are right, I will not attack you. After you are poisoned, I will grab a man from the street and lock you and him in a room. He didn't have this kind of poison, but in order to make Su Wan behave herself, she didn't mind the trouble. After hearing this, Su Wan suddenly became panicked. I heard that once you are poisoned by that kind of poison, you will lose your mind and no matter how strong your willpower is, you will not be able to resist it. What's more, she is rather lazy and has a weak willpower. Otherwise, with her aptitude and talent, and her knowledge of so many mysterious techniques and magical powers, if she had worked harder, she would probably have become a top master by now. It is impossible to win against the Starry Night Demon Lord, but if he wants to escape, the opponent cannot stop him. Wang Zhenxing was dozens of meters away, using his X-ray vision to observe the situation on Su Wan's side. After hearing the conversation between Starry Night Demon Lord and Su Wan, he couldn't help but think of going to the street near the small house and pretending to be a passerby. With his saint-level luck, the probability of being noticed by the Starry Night Demon Lord is absolutely ridiculously high. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that it is not appropriate. Starry Night Demon Lord is one of the 6 supreme beings. Once there is physical contact with him, there is a possibility that his true energy will be sensed and thus discovered. Wang Zhenxing gave up the idea of pretending to be a passerby and continued to stare at Su Wan, looking for an opportunity. The Starry Night Demon Lord asked Su Wan to sit down in the hall and sealed her true energy to prevent her from escaping. He then searched the house for a while and quickly found paper and pen. Girl, if you don't want me to catch a wild man for you, just write to me obediently. The Starry Night Demon Lord placed paper and pen on the table and threatened Su Wan. My mind gets a little confused when I get nervous. If I miss a sentence or make a mistake while writing it down, which causes something to go wrong when you practice, I will not be responsible. Su Wan looked very flustered, and her hands were shaking as she picked up the pen. The Starry Night Demon Lord remained calm after hearing this, because this was not the first time he had heard such a statement. He said, "Just write it down. If you make any mistakes, I can tell the difference. But listen carefully, if I find out that you made a mistake, I will poison you immediately, then catch some wild men from outside and lock you up together." Seeing that he was not fooled, Su Wan changed her mind and pretended to think hard with the pen. After a while, she did not start writing. "Girl, write quickly," Starry Night Demon Lord urged. Because of the Dragon and Phoenix Academy's anniversary celebration, many powerful people from the hidden world came. Naturally, he was worried that Chu Qingyan would find out that Su Wan was missing, so he gathered people to look for her. The Starry Night Demon Lord is one of the 6 Supremes. Although he is confident in his strength, he would feel very exhausted if he were to fight against several top masters at the same time. The more important point is that if we let Su Wan escape again this time, it would be even more difficult to catch her in the future. In this case, it would probably be a long time before one can obtain those top-level magical powers. Senior, it's not that I don't want to write. You didn't say which magical power to memorize first, and I have difficulty making decisions. I don't know which magical power to memorize first, Su Wan said sincerely. Starry Night Demon Lord was stagnant, and said in a muffled voice, "Just recite the Great Yin Yang Palm first." Senior, you should have said no earlier, so I wouldn't have to think about it for so long. Su Wan complained, picked up the pen and wanted to write, but when the tip of the pen fell on the paper, it seemed to freeze. "Girl, what's wrong again?" Starry Night Demon Lord said a little madly. "What is the first sentence of the Great Yin Yang Palm? I have memorized it before. Why don't you give me a hint? As long as you give me a beginning, I will be able to remember the rest of the content." Su Wan said. "Girl, you are playing tricks on me." The Starry Night Demon Lord was furious and raised his hand, almost wanting to kill her with one palm, but thinking that once Su Wan died, he would not be able to obtain those magical powers. After all, Chu Qingyan is a pedantic and stubborn man. Even if he is caught, given his character, he would rather die than surrender and will never tell himself about his magical powers. Boom. In order to vent his anger, the Starry Night Demon Lord slapped a stool in the hall from a distance, smashing it into pieces. Su Wan pretended to be frightened, broke the pen, then hugged her head, looking very scared. "Right," shouted the Starry Night Demon Lord. "The pen is broken. Senior, please go find another one," Su Wan said weakly. The Starry Night Demon Lord had figured it out. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she wouldn't recite the words obediently. After thinking about it, he set up a chi cage to imprison her. Walking out of the small house, the Starry Night Demon Lord came to the ancient street and walked into a medicine hall. He had never prepared that kind of vile poison for women, but as a master of poison, he naturally knew the principles of such poisons. Although he didn't have it on him, it was easy for him to prepare the poison. The Starry Night Demon Lord bought some medicinal herbs at the pharmacy, returned to his house and quickly prepared the mixture. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had boiled it. In order to save time, he boiled the medicinal soup without any fine processing, but it was fine as long as it was effective. "Girl, do you want to eat it yourself or do you want me to force it down your throat?" The Starry Night Demon Lord had a ferocious look on his face and placed the medicine on the table in front of Su Wan. "Don't bother me, Senior. I'll drink it myself." Su Wan forced a smile. The Starry Night Demon Lord withdrew the chi cage. Although Su Wan no longer needed chi, she could move like an ordinary person. Su Wan slowly picked up the medicine bowl, frowned, and drank the medicine slowly. After finishing, she even dry-heaved for a while. Seeing her cooperation, Starry Night Demon Lord became suspicious. He thought Su Wan would pretend to make a mistake and break the medicine bowl to spill the medicine, but he didn't expect that Su Wan would actually cooperate and drink the medicine. Maybe this girl is smart and knows I'm watching her, so she wouldn't break the medicine bowl. After thinking for a while, Starry Night Demon Lord quickly came up with a reasonable explanation. After waiting for a while, Su Wan's face gradually turned red, as if the drug was taking effect. Chapter 415, Escape Failed. Su Wan's cheeks were flushed, and her pretty face showed panic and anger. She said, "You are a famous senior in the martial arts world. You are too shameless to use this method to deal with a girl like me. If it gets out, won't you be ridiculed?" Girl, if you dare tell anyone, you will bring shame to yourself and your father. Starry Night Demon Lord laughed. My father will not let you go. Su Wan said hatefully. Don't scare me with your father. We are all famous, so I am not afraid of him. The Starry Night Demon Lord sneered, seeming to be fearless. But in fact, he still had some concerns in his heart. Old Monster Su has only one daughter, Su Wan. If Su Wan encountered such a thing, Old Monster Su would definitely fight him to the death. However, the Starry Night Demon Lord did not really intend to capture a wild man for Su Wan, he just wanted to scare Su Wan. He had no deep hatred with Old Monster Su and Su Wan, he just wanted those magical powers. Girl, can you write now? Said the Starry Night Demon Lord. I won't write it. If I tell you those magical powers and let you practice them, I don't know how much blood and rain will be set off in the world in the future. Su Wan said in a firm tone. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Just wait for me. The Starry Night Demon Lord locked Su Wan in a room in the house, locked the door, and then left. It seemed that he was going to catch a man on the street. When Su Wan heard the footsteps fading away, she immediately began to breathe deeply, and her rosy complexion quickly returned to normal. Her father is a doctor, and because she took medicinal baths since she was a child, she has a certain resistance to poison. The poison prepared by the Starry Night Demon Lord on the spur of the moment was rather crude and not very sophisticated. Su Wan just felt that the speed of blood circulation and heartbeat had slightly increased. The Starry Night Demon Lord thought that Su Wan was poisoned, her hands and feet were weak and sore, and her mind was probably full of that thing, so she couldn't run at all, so he didn't use his true energy to restrain her. But in fact, although Su Wan's true energy was sealed, she still had the ability to move, and she prepared to escape when the Starry Night Demon Lord left. When she arrived at the door, Su Wan pushed it, but found that it was locked from the outside, so she gave up. The door was quite sturdy. She had some strength, but it would take some time to break it open. By then, it is estimated that the Starry Night Demon Lord will have returned. Su Wan's eyes moved around the room and looked towards the only window. This is the second floor. If we jump out of the window and then go through the back door of the mansion, we should be able to escape. The only thing to pay attention to is that when jumping out of the window, you must not sprain your ankle. Su Wan is a weak woman now. In order to be safe, she doesn't dare to jump out of the window directly. Instead, she tears off the bed sheets, curtains and other things in the room and quickly weaves them into a rope. He tied one end of the rope to the foot of the bed in the room, and wanted to use the rope to slowly descend from the second floor. Su Wan took a minute or two to do all this. She was so happy that she wanted to escape from this hellhole. But when I reached out to push the window, I found that it didn't move at all. What's going on? Why can't this window be opened? Could it be that the old bastard is so cautious that he actually set up a layer of chi shield outside the house? Su Wan's pretty face turned pale. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 1000 counterattack points. The protagonist Chu Qingyan's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. Wang Zhenxing, who was hiding in the house, suddenly received a message. The other side. After Starry Night Demon Lord left the house, he came to the street. It is broad daylight now and there are many pedestrians on the street. In order not to cause any trouble, they did not arrest anyone directly, but instead prepared to coax a strong man to take him to scare Su Wan. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that there were some people on the street holding Su Wan's portrait and asking passers-by if they had seen the person in the painting. This even includes Chu Qingyan. These people were the ones sent by the Qin family to inquire about Su Wan's news. After hearing the news, Chu Qingyan was afraid that Su Wan was in danger, so he came to look for her in person. The Starry Night Demon Lord is not afraid of Chu Qingyan, but he is afraid that Chu Qingyan has other helpers. There is also a 6 wonders in the academy. Old Monster Su is an old acquaintance, so it is possible that he will also come to the academy's anniversary celebration. Not to mention the others, the Starry Night Demon Lord would not be able to handle Chu Qingyan and Old Monster Su together. The Starry Night Demon Lord made a prompt decision and temporarily gave up the plan of finding a man to scare Su Wan. He quickly returned to his previous house and prepared to take Su Wan to a safer place. The door opened. When the Starry Night Demon Lord saw some of the scenes in the room and Su Wan's normal expression, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he realized and said, "You are such a smart girl. You pretended to be poisoned to fool me and wanted to take the opportunity to escape. I am a little clever, but I am still better than my seniors who are so cautious. Su Wan was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she was afraid that her behavior would anger the Starry Night Demon Lord, so she deliberately flattered him. When the Starry Night Demon Lord heard this, he was stunned for a moment, easily pushed open the window and looked outside. He was a little puzzled as to why Su Wan didn't escape through the window even though the rope was connected. But at this moment, he was worried that Chu Qingyan and others would come to find him, so he didn't have time to think about it. He just said to Su Wan with a serious face, "Come with me and leave here." Su Wan was extremely smart and was able to analyze some things just based on this one sentence. Chu Qingyan, that big idiot, saw that I hadn't been back for such a long time, so he probably came to look for me. It's nice here, quiet and peaceful. It's a great opportunity for me to copy the contents of my magical powers to you. Why should I leave? Su Wan pretended not to understand and asked, deliberately stalling for time. Girl, don't think I don't know what you are planning. Will you be so obedient? Just leave with me honestly, otherwise I will tie you up and take you away, said the Starry Night Demon Lord. Senior, although you forced me to recite my magical powers, you were still polite to me. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder that you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late when you want to leave later. Su Wan deliberately created confusion. What do you mean? Starry Night Demon Lord was suspicious to begin with, and when he heard her words, his old face immediately frowned. Su Wan's pretty face was calm, as if she was not worried about her current situation at all, and she lied. I have sent out a distress signal. My father, Chu Qingyan, and some righteous masters have come to the area to look for me. You can't go far with me. On the contrary, you will expose your tracks because of me. With you in my hands, I don't believe your father and Chu Qingyan dare to do anything wrong, said the Starry Night Demon Lord. That's true. Su Wan nodded in agreement, and then said, my father and Chu Qingyan will definitely have some concerns, but those righteous masters may not. These people are full of benevolence and morality. For someone like you who acts differently, they must want to kill you as soon as possible. Once they succeed, they will surely become famous and praised by people. What's the point of sacrificing a little girl like me? Quote. It's useless even if you talk to the sky, just follow me. The Starry Night Demon Lord has been fooled by Su Wan too many times, and he is not as easy to fool as before. After saying that, he wanted to reach out and grab Su Wan. Help, help. Su Wan saw that she couldn't fool people, so she started yelling and making some noise on purpose. Chapter 416, Frightened Back. Help. Su Wan's voice stopped instantly. It was the Starry Night Demon Lord who suddenly made a move and pressed Su Wan's acupoints from a distance, rendering her unable to make any sound. You girl, it turns out you were just bluffing and trying to scare me. When the Starry Night Demon Lord saw Su Wan suddenly shouting, he quickly figured out something. Su Wan's face changed. She couldn't move or speak at this moment. She was completely helpless. The Starry Night Demon Lord wanted to listen to the noise outside through the window to figure out which direction it would be safe for him to take Su Wan away. But as soon as he stuck his head out of the window, he heard a strong wind and it turned out that a hidden weapon was attacking. The Starry Night Demon Lord hurriedly stepped back and grabbed the hidden weapon with his hand, only to find that it was a small stone. What a powerful hidden weapon technique, could it be Old Monster Su? The Starry Night Demon Lord was puzzled for a moment. Old Monster Su is an expert at using hidden weapons, but he usually uses silver needles. Before Starry Night Demon Lord could think about it, a figure flashed in from the window. The man who came was tall and strong, and somewhat similar to Old Monster Su, but because his face was covered, his appearance could not be seen clearly and it was impossible to tell him for a moment. The Starry Night Demon Lord and the newcomer exchanged hundreds of moves, but it was evenly matched, and he couldn't help but feel secretly frightened. The room is small and a bit cramped. The Starry Night Demon Lord was afraid that he might accidentally hurt Su Wan, a living magical being, or attract Chu Qingyan. The person who came had the same idea as the Starry Night Demon Lord. Therefore, the two of them were just competing in boxing and kicking. But with the blessing of his profound cultivation, even a casual punch of his can have the force of 10,000 pounds. The Starry Night Demon Lord has dealt with the other 5 great masters before, and they are old rivals. They are considered big figures of the same era, so he is naturally very familiar with them. After fighting with him for a while, He could be sure that this person was definitely not any of the 5 great masters, and was probably a rising star in the martial arts world. Chu Qingyan's rapid growth has made Starry Night Demon Lord extremely jealous. Now there is a top master who is as powerful as him. This is simply outrageous. The Starry Night Demon Lord was very proud and naturally refused to submit, so he used his signature skill and poisoned the enemy. But even so, they were still resolved one by the other party. The Starry Night Demon Lord was frightened by Su Wan for a while and was already a frightened bird. Now he met an equally matched opponent. In addition, Chu Qingyan was nearby and he was afraid that Chu Qingyan would arrive. He was so hesitant that he soon lost the will to fight. After exchanging palm strikes with the newcomer, the Starry Night Demon Lord looked at Su Wan with some reluctance, then flew out of the window and fled away. Seeing the Starry Night Demon Lord leaving, the man took off the cloth covering his face, revealing his true face. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 2,400 counterattack points. The protagonist Chu Qingyan's luck value is -240, and the host's luck value is +240. Wang Zhenxing received the news and turned to look at Su Wan. "It's you." Su Wan was surprised and happy. Heroine Su Wan's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 40 close. "What's wrong? Is it strange?" Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. "Oh, I see. You fought with Sister Ruan before because you wanted her to do it." Su Wan figured it out quickly, and then asked curiously, "Have you reconciled with Sister Ruan?" "What do you mean by reconciliation or not? The situation between her and me is complicated. It's not what you think," Wang Zhenxing said. "Aren't you a couple?" Su Wan asked. "No." Wang Zhenxing shook his head. "So what exactly happened between you and Sister Ruan?" Su Wan was very interested to know. "Just go and ask her directly if she is willing to tell you," Wang Zhenxing said. When Su Wan heard this, she knew that what happened between the two of them might involve Ruan Yuji's privacy. She became even more curious and wanted to return to the academy as soon as possible to ask Ruan Yuji. If possible, she wouldn't even mind being a matchmaker. Because in her opinion, Wang Zhenxing and Ruan Yuji looked so perfect for each other, both in terms of martial arts skills and appearance, they were simply a match made in heaven. "This should still be my father's ideal son-in-law, right?" Su Wan looked at Wang Zhenxing, and even had this thought in her mind. Her father was a man of both literary and martial talents, but he actually didn't like Chu Qingyan at all because Chu Qingyan was clumsy and pedantic, had an ordinary appearance, was a rough man, and had no knowledge. If Chu Qingyan could have a third of Wang Zhenxing's charm, her father probably wouldn't be so opposed. "Oh, what am I thinking about?" Su Wan shook her head, trying to get rid of the messy thoughts in her mind, but the more she suppressed them, the stronger the thoughts became. In the end, he even thought how great it would be if he was with Wang Zhenxing instead of Chu Qingyan. "Oh no, it must be that old bastard's medicine." Su Wan felt her face getting hot and began to realize that something was wrong. She has a strong resistance to poison, but is not immune. The Starry Night Demon Lord is an expert in poison after all, and even though the poison he prepared was just random, the effect is still extraordinary. When Su Wan first drank the medicine, the effect was relatively mild, but as she continued to absorb the medicine, it exceeded her body's resistance and she began to have attacks. Wang Zhenxing witnessed the change in Su Wan's expression. He was stunned for a moment, then he understood. He witnessed Su Wan drinking the medicine and thought that Su Wan was fine at the time. He had planned to secretly poison Su Wan after scaring off the Starry Night Demon Lord and then put the blame on the Starry Night Demon Lord. But I didn't expect that the medicine Su Wan drank would have such a strong effect. This Starry Night Demon Lord is truly an expert in using poison. Your breath is a little abnormal, what's going on? Wang Zhenxing pretended not to know and asked Su Wan. In order to find a chance to escape, I drank the poisonous medicine prepared by that old bastard. I thought it was nothing, but I underestimated the old bastard's ability. Su Wan quickly explained and asked for help. You have such a high level of cultivation, can you help me? I won't ask you to help me for nothing, you can use magical powers or elixirs as a reward. No need to thank me. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand and said, I will do my best, but I can't guarantee that I can help you. After that, he motioned Su Wan to stretch out her hand. Su Wan understood and showed her fair wrist. Wang Zhenxing stretched out 2 fingers, placed them on her white wrist, and began to take her pulse. As their skin touched, Su Wan's pretty face became more rosy, and her beautiful eyes were watery, making people's heart beat fast. Wang Zhenxing, however, did not look away and took the patient's pulse with all his heart, like a gentleman. This poison is extraordinary, but it's not easy for you to resist it for so long before it takes effect. Wang Zhenxing said. I have been taking medicinal baths since I was a child, so I have a certain resistance to poisons. Su Wan explained. So that's how it is. Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized and withdrew his hand. Then can you help me detoxify? Su Wan's cheeks were rosy, she looked at Wang Zhenxing, bit her lips lightly and asked. Chapter 417 The rice is cooked. Hearing Su Wan's question, Wang Zhenxing was silent for a few seconds, and said with some regret. I don't know the exact ingredients of the poison you were poisoned with, and I don't have any herbs on hand, so I can't prepare an antidote in a short period of time. If I want to detoxify you, I can only use my true qi to remove the poison for you. It's a pity that you are too deeply poisoned. To remove the poison from you, it will take a huge amount of energy. I can do it, but I might die from exhaustion of energy. Su Wan's pretty face froze when she heard this, and she stammered, am I going to die here today? It's not that serious. There is a cure for this poison. Wang Zhenxing said. Su Wan naturally understood, and after hearing this, she said resolutely, even if I die, I will not use that method to detoxify. Wang Zhenxing was secretly shocked to see how strong-willed she was, and then he asked tentatively, I heard Ruan Yuji mention you. If it was Chu Qingyan, you wouldn't want to, right? I don't want to. Su Wan said angrily, this big idiot is so stubborn, just like his master. If I hadn't been mad at him, how could I have run away from the academy and been targeted by the starry night demon lord? Although she and Chu Qingyan are considered a couple, their relationship has so far remained at the stage of holding hands. Part of the reason for this situation is that Su Wan is rather reserved, and another part of the reason is that Chu Qingyan is not smart enough and doesn't understand these things at all. Chu Qingyan is not here at the moment, and you don't want to, so there is nothing we can do. Wang Zhenxing glanced around the room and saw the paper and pen on the table, so he said. Although I can't save you, it's okay to do a little favor for you. If you have any last words, you can write them down on a piece of paper and I can pass them on for you. Su Wan still had some rationality left. She knew she would die today, and she couldn't help feeling sad, but she felt more resentful. So she walked to the table, sat down, and started writing on the paper. Wang Zhenxing took a quick glance and found that what was written on the paper were all curse words for Chu Qingyan. Obviously, Su Wan blamed Chu Qingyan for everything that happened to her. Su Wan wrote hundreds of words, cursing Chu Qingyan, before she stopped. Then she wrote on a new piece of paper, preparing to leave some words for her father and mother. But just as she was about to pick up the pen, she found that her hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at Wang Zhenxing next to her. Some unspeakable expectations emerged in Su Wan's heart, and she soon realized that this might be a sign of losing her mind. Can you release the sealed true energy in my body? Su Wan asked Wang Zhenxing for help. Of course. Wang Zhenxing nodded, walked to her side, and tapped her several times with his hand. Su Wan's qi was able to resume circulation. She closed her eyes and wanted to hit herself in the chest to end her life, but she hesitated and couldn't bring herself to do it. She said something that was not meant to deceive the starry night demon lord. That is, she is really afraid of pain. Although such a palm strike on the heart would certainly lead to death, the pain would be unavoidable. I can't do it. Can you help me and kill me? Su Wan said to Wang Zhenxing. This is putting me in a difficult position. Although Starry Night Demon Lord is the culprit, if you die in my hands, there is no guarantee that Chu Qingyan and your father will not cause trouble for me. Wang Zhenxing refused. Su Wan thought it made sense, but she didn't want to force it any further. She struggled in her heart, but finally made up her mind. But at this time, the effect of the medicine took effect and she gradually lost her mind. She was reluctant to die. She looked at Wang Zhenxing with her beautiful eyes, wanting to say something but unable to open her mouth. Wang Zhenxing seemed to be alert, and carefully picked up the last words she left behind, saying, Is this for Chu Qingyan? I will definitely pass it to him. I'll leave first. After finishing speaking, Wang Zhenxing turned around and left, walking to the door. Suddenly, a whistling sound was heard. It was the rope that Su Wan had just woven with bed sheets and curtains. It flew out, wrapped around him, and pulled him back into the room. Then there was a creaking sound and the door closed automatically. On a street near the small house, Chu Qingyan was holding Su Wan's portrait, sweating anxiously, and asking passers-by and vendors on the street. Finally, I came to a stall selling traditional cosmetics and asked an old lady. I've seen this girl before. She was trying out cosmetics here before and was quite satisfied with them. But I don't know what happened, and she suddenly left in a hurry. The ant replied. Oh no. Wanner might have discovered the Starry Night Demon Lord. Chu Qingyan thought to himself that this was not good, and immediately asked, which direction did she go? Over there. The ant pointed in a direction to Chu Qingyan. Thank you. Chu Qingyan thanked her hurriedly, then headed in the direction the old lady pointed, and asked some vendors on the roadside along the way. Su Wan is beautiful, lively and smart, and very eye-catching. Those vendors who had caught a glimpse of Su Wan all had an impression of her. Chu Qingyan started looking according to where these people pointed out, but he kept going around in circles and it seemed like there was no end to the search. Wanner, please don't be in any trouble. Chu Qingyan prayed in his heart, becoming more and more emotional, and finally shouted, Wanner, where are you? At the same time, a muffled groan was heard in a room somewhere. Chu Qingyan's voice was like a loud bell, spreading to the surroundings, shocking passers-by and making them look sideways, looking at him like a lunatic. Wanner, why are you so willful? You knew that the Starry Night Demon Lord coveted my magical powers, so you could just ignore me, but why did you run out of the academy and put yourself in danger? Chu Qingyan was heartbroken and muttered to himself, as if he was reasoning with Su Wan. The two argued and Su Wan left angrily. There was no doubt that both sides were wrong. But Su Wan was talking to him about feelings, not reason. It's a pity that Chu Qingyan, who is so stupid, doesn't realize this at all. Otherwise, Su Wan wouldn't have left in anger. After Chu Qingyan let out a loud shout to vent his anger, he continued to search until night fell, but he still couldn't find Su Wan. He only knew that Su Wan had appeared on this street. Sitting dejectedly on the stone steps by the roadside, Chu Qingyan was in a gloomy mood. He stared at the floor in a daze for a long time. It was not until a pair of feet suddenly appeared in his sight that Chu Qingyan came to his senses. He looked up and saw that it was Su Wan. Chu Qingyan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after searching for a whole day without success, Su Wan would appear on her own. Wanner, you made me worry to death. Even if you are angry, don't hide and scare me. Chu Qingyan sighed. In his opinion, if Su Wan really met the Starry Night Demon Lord, she would never get away so easily. The only explanation was that Su Wan was hiding from him. After all, Su Wan had done this kind of thing when she was angry before, so she had a history of doing so. Wanner, you've cried. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made you angry. Chu Qingyan saw tear marks on Su Wan's face and said apologetically. Chapter 418. Angry words again. I didn't cry. Su Wan looked indifferent and her voice was obviously a little hoarse. You said you didn't cry, but your voice is hoarse. Chu Qingyan said. Okay, I cried and cried my heart out. Are you satisfied? Su Wan said angrily. Wanner, I'm sorry. If you are angry, just hit me. Chu Qingyan said. Su Wan was angry. After hearing what he said, she immediately slapped Chu Qingyan in the chest. Chu Qingyan was hit by a palm strike and took several steps back, almost fainting. He looked at Su Wan in surprise. He didn't defend himself, and even with the protection of the Jiang Qi, he still felt very painful after being hit by the palm. He had made Su Wan angry before, and had said similar things to make Su Wan vent her anger. But at that time, Su Wan was just trying to show her intention and would not use her true energy. But in that palm strike just now, Su Wan had used at least 50% of her strength. Wanner, why are you really hitting me? Are you so angry? Chu Qingyan took a breath and muttered, holding his chest. Didn't you ask me to hit you? Su Wan gritted her teeth. If she hadn't quarreled with this guy, she would never have run out of the academy, nor would she have met the Starry Night Demon Lord and been poisoned. When Su Wan was still sane, she thought that if this really happened, she would feel ashamed to live and would commit suicide. But after it really happened, Su Wan felt inexplicably, not as she had expected, a kind of pain that was worse than death. Instead, her mind kept inexplicably recalling some embarrassing scenes, and she felt blushing and her heart beating fast. Of course, although I don't feel particularly painful, it is still difficult to avoid feeling uncomfortable. The innocence that I had preserved for so long was lost in such a confused manner. Any normal woman would not be able to remain indifferent. Su Wan was feeling resentful, and when she heard that Chu Qingyan was willing to be beaten, she naturally wanted to vent her anger. After you hit me, you should have vented your anger, right? Chu Qingyan asked Su Wan with a bitter face. Not yet, Su Wan said angrily. Then you keep hitting me until I'm out of breath. I can take it, Chu Qingyan said. Su Wan was at a loss for a moment when she heard this. Apart from being pedantic and clumsy, Chu Qingyan has always been very nice to her. When I chose to be with Chu Qingyan, I was moved by Chu Qingyan's kindness and sincerity. But when Su Wan heard Chu Qingyan's words again, she did not feel touched. Instead, she felt annoyed with Chu Qingyan. This emotion made Su Wan wonder whether she chose to be with Chu Qingyan because she liked him or because she simply wanted his kindness to her. If you just want someone's kindness, is that love? Waner, are you not angry anymore? Chu Qingyan saw that Su Wan didn't respond for a long time, and thought that she was reluctant to hit her, so he said with a silly smile. Su Wan was in a state of confusion and had no intention of beating Chu Qingyan to vent her anger. She walked along the street towards the academy. Chu Qingyan just thought that she had almost calmed down, so he followed her happily. But I found that Su Wan's walking posture was a little strange. Waner, is your foot injured? Chu Qingyan quickly walked to Su Wan and asked with concern. It's none of your business. Su Wan's pretty face turned red for a while, and the anger that had just subsided came out again. The flowers in the greenhouse have been through strong winds and rainstorms, so even with careful treatment, it will still take some time for them to fully recover. After all, Su Wan is not a top master like Ruan Yuji. Waner, you're so angry, so it's because you sprained your ankle. You're so careless. No, it's all my fault. If I wasn't mad at you, you wouldn't be running around and spraining your ankle. Chu Qingyan seemed to understand something. He and Su Wan have known each other for several years, so he naturally knows that Su Wan is most afraid of pain. No wonder Su Wan is so angry. Su Wan stopped when she heard that, turned around and glared at Chu Qingyan, but it was difficult to explain, so she could only keep silent and continue walking forward. Chu Qingyan saw that Su Wan seemed to be still angry. Chu Qingyan, who was not good at speaking, had no other way to coax Su Wan except to let Su Wan beat him up. He remained silent all the way, just on high alert, acting as a bodyguard beside Su Wan. In this way, Chu Qingyan and Su Wan arrived at the gate of the academy. Qin Wudao was waiting at the door. When he saw the two people coming, he immediately greeted them with a smile and said to Chu Qingyan. Master, we have found the person. I guess this person must be the future master's wife. Chu Qingyan smiled innocently and was about to nod and say, yes. Who are you? What future master's wife? Don't call me that, Su Wan said angrily. This is my new disciple, his name is Qin Wudao. Chu Qingyan explained. Tell your apprentice to stop shouting. When did I say I would marry you? Su Wan said. I will definitely explain it to Cici, Waner, don't worry. Chu Qingyan thought she was just speaking in anger, so he quickly made a promise. Su Wan was silent for a while. Before, because of Chu Qingyan and Cici's engagement, she had never thought of marrying Chu Qingyan, and now, she would never have such an idea. Su Wan suddenly felt inexplicably indifferent about Chu Qingyan and Cici's engagement and didn't care at all. I think you and Cici are a good match. She likes you so much, and the elders of both sides also approve of this marriage. She is the one for you. Su Wan said calmly. Waner, you are saying those words in anger again. Chu Qingyan is clumsy and can't figure out girls' thoughts. Qin Wudao was much stronger than Su Wan in this regard. When he heard Su Wan say this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Aren't the master and the future master's wife very close to each other? Why does it seem that this is not the case? Is the rumor wrong, or has something happened? Qin Wudao became suspicious. Just at this moment, another figure came to the gate of the academy. When Qin Wudao and Chu Qingyan saw this, a cold light flashed in their eyes. When Su Wan saw this, her cheeks instantly turned red, and then she lowered her eyes guiltily and looked at the ground. She knew that Wang Zhenxing's appearance was definitely not a coincidence, but had been following her secretly since she left the house, silently protecting her and preventing the Starry Night Demon Lord from returning. Because, when the two of them parted at the small house, Wang Zhenxing said that he would send her back to the academy, but because of her guilty conscience and shyness, she did not dare to go with Wang Zhenxing, so his accompanying protection turned into secret protection. Chu Qingyan and Qin Wudao's attention was on Wang Zhenxing and they did not notice anything unusual about Su Wan. He came back so late, probably he went to have a tryst with my mom. Qin Wudao gritted his teeth and thought angrily in his heart. You are the one who stole my apprentice's mother and instigated my apprentice's fiancé, right? Chu Qingyan hated evil and was very stubborn. He directly questioned Wang Zhenxing, wanting to seek justice for his apprentice. You are such a naive person. You believe everything your disciple says. Did he tell you that he had romantic relationships with dozens of women, half of whom were even married women? Wang Zhenxing said calmly. Hu Ba said. How old is he? Even if you want to slander him, find a good reason. Chu Qingyan thought it was too absurd and would never believe such a thing. After all, for him, it was difficult enough to coax Su Wan. Qin Wudao was only 20 years old. How could he have emotional relationships with so many women? He couldn't handle it. You are such a blockhead. Whoever gets involved with you will be in trouble. No wonder she was unwilling to let you rescue Su Wan even when she was poisoned. Wang Zhenxing pretended to speak out of turn and said to Chu Qingyan. When Su Wan heard this, her heart jumped into her throat with shock. Waner, you are poisoned. What kind of poison? Are you okay? Chu Qingyan was shocked. He didn't bother to argue with Wang Zhenxing and immediately asked Su Wan nervously. Chapter 419. Are you deliberately angry at me? When Wang Zhenxing saw Chu Qingyan asking questions, he looked at Su Wan and showed some apology, saying that he had accidentally let the secret slip. Su Wan did not blame him, and Wang Zhenxing did not tell the truth, so it could still be remedied. It's okay now, Su Wan responded to Chu Qingyan's words. Waner, did you meet the Starry Night Demon Lord? Chu Qingyan asked. The Starry Night Demon Lord was famous for his use of poison. Since Su Wan was poisoned, he naturally thought of the Starry Night Demon Lord immediately. Yes, he wanted to recite my magical powers. When I refused, he poisoned me to force me to submit. Su Wan said briefly. This old bastard is so abominable. One day I will kill him. Chu Qingyan clenched his fists angrily and asked, how did you cure the poison? Su Wan felt guilty and dodged a glance. I solved it myself. Really? This old bastard is very good at using poison. Waner, how did you do it? Chu Qingyan had dealt with the Starry Night Demon Lord before and knew how powerful he was. He had a fortuitous encounter and became immune to all poisons, while Su Wan only had a certain resistance to poison. When Su Wan heard this, she immediately felt that Chu Qingyan was annoying. He liked to ask all kinds of questions, but if she didn't answer, given his personality, he would definitely keep asking. So she started thinking about it and tried to find an excuse to evade Chu Qingyan. I solved it for her. Wang Zhenxing interjected. Su Wan's heart skipped a beat and she was extremely nervous, but then she thought, as long as she didn't reveal what kind of poison she was actually poisoned by, there would be no problem. Thinking of this, Su Wan added, I was able to escape from the hands of the Starry Night Demon Lord, thanks to him. Chu Qingyan was startled when he heard this, and then asked doubtfully, as the Six Supremes, the Starry Night Demon Lord's poisonous methods are hard to defend against. Can he deal with it? He had fought with Wang Zhenxing before, and felt that he was on par with the other party in strength, but he was immune to all poisons, so he could deal with the Starry Night Demon Lord. It was a fluke that I was able to escape with Su Wan. Wang Zhenxing said simply, and then said to Su Wan, although the poison in your body has been cleared, you are a little weak. Go back and have a good rest, and don't let your mind wander. Yeah, Su Wan pursed her lips and nodded in response. She knew that Wang Zhenxing was comforting her, but to be honest, she didn't feel any pain in her heart. It was just that the incident happened suddenly and she couldn't accept it, so she was a little depressed. Su Wan's well-behaved appearance made Chu Qingyan begin to doubt his life. As far as he could remember, Su Wan had never acted so well-behaved in front of him. Chu Qingyan looked at Su Wan, and Su Wan looked at Wang Zhenxing. They watched him walk into the academy and disappear from their sight. The host caused the protagonist Chu Qingyan's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 500 counterattack points. Master, this Wang Zhenxing also knows martial arts. Qin Wudao was also a little skeptical about his life, but because of another question, he asked Chu Qingyan through voice transmission. Yes, and I think he's not inferior to me. Chu Qingyan came back to his senses and replied. Qin Wudao was stunned. Of course, he had heard about what happened between Wang Zhenxing and Ling Yanan back then. Wang Zhenxing was obviously a weak scholar, but how come he suddenly learned great martial arts and his strength is comparable to Chu Qingyan's? Qin Wudao had always wondered where Kai Jingyao got her mysterious powers from, but now he finally understood. Also, why did Nangong Wei look at Wang Zhenxing differently and choose to stand on Wang Zhenxing's side, disregarding the friendship between master and disciple? It turns out that Wang Zhenxing came to the capital not just to rekindle his old relationship with his mother, but to seek revenge and collect debts. No wonder, he always seems to be very confident. This confidence did not come from Ling Yanan or Nangong Wei, but from himself. Qin Wudao originally thought that by reaching the level of a top master, he would be able to control everything and deal with Wang Zhenxing. Now it seems a bit unrealistic. But fortunately, I now have the support of Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan has some connections with several of the 6 supremes, and has also received guidance from these people, and been taught supreme magical powers. One of them was from the academy, and was Nangong Hui's master. In terms of background and connections, few people in the world can surpass Chu Qingyan. As Chu Qingyan's apprentice, he certainly has strong confidence. After Wang Zhenxing left, Su Wan also walked slowly into the academy. Chu Qingyan was still standing there in a daze. Master, Wang Zhenxing is best at bewitching women. You have to keep a close eye on your future master's wife, so that she won't be abducted by him. Qin Wudao reminded. No, Wanner and I have known each other for so long and have a deep relationship. It is definitely not something that can be easily shaken by others. Chu Qingyan said. But just now, I felt that my future master's wife and Wang Zhenxing were flirting with each other, and I'm afraid Qin Wudao didn't dare to say it clearly. I've known Wanner for so long, don't I understand her? She blames me for arguing with her, so she loses her temper and deliberately makes me angry. Chu Qingyan thought of what happened just now. Although he was a little jealous, he quickly figured out the reason. I hope so. But master, you'd better be careful, lest someone take advantage of your future master's wife. Qin Wudao was not as optimistic as Chu Qingyan, and said solemnly. Of course I will. Chu Qingyan didn't need Qin Wudao to remind him of this. He had already prepared himself to follow Su Wan closely to prevent her from coming into contact with bad people and being deceived. Also, it's understandable that the Starry Night Demon Lord covets the magical powers and sets his sights on the future master's wife, but it might not be a coincidence that Wang Zhenxing appeared to rescue her, Qin Wudao said. Chu Qingyan became suspicious after hearing this, so he said. It's late, you go back first, I'll go see Wanner. After saying that, he chased in the direction Su Wan left. Su Wan moved slowly and was soon caught up by Chu Qingyan. What are you following me for? Su Wan rolled her eyes. I'll take you back to where you live, Chu Qingyan said attentively. No need. Su Wan shook her head. Wanner, I have something to tell you, Chu Qingyan said again. If you have something to say it quickly and then leave quickly. Don't get in my way. Su Wan was a little impatient. It's such a coincidence that Wang Zhenxing saved you from the Starry Night Demon Lord. These two people are very likely in the same group, Chu Qingyan said. You think too much, Su Wan said. She was smart and clever, and had thought about this problem before, but after analyzing it, she felt that it was simply impossible. There is no doubt that the Starry Night Demon Lord covets supernatural powers, but what Wang Zhenxing covets is her beauty. Because if both of them are greedy for supernatural powers, then their interests will conflict and they cannot conspire together. After all, this is something that can be done alone, and there is no need to cooperate with others and share the results. Assuming that the two of them conspired together, each with their own agenda, and staged such a drama, how stupid would the Starry Night Demon Lord have to be? Because judging from the outcome of the incident, the Starry Night Demon Lord did not obtain any magical powers. Although Starry Night Demon Lord is a martial arts fanatic, he is not a moron. How could he possibly conspire with others to do such a thing? Chapter 420 Why torture my master? Wanner, believe me, Wang Zhenxing is not a good person. Even if he did not conspire with the Starry Night Demon Lord, he definitely has other intentions. Seeing that Su Wan did not take it seriously, Chu Qingyan continued to persuade her earnestly. Then tell me, what does he want from me? Su Wan asked back. Of course I'm after your beauty, said Chu Qingyan. Oh, so what? Su Wan looked indifferent. With her intelligence, she naturally thought of the same questions that Chu Qingyan could think of. Wang Zhenxing's coincidental appearance is indeed a bit suspicious, but there is no evidence. Maybe it's just a coincidence. And taking a step back, even if Wang Zhenxing really followed him, so what? No matter what, Wang Zhenxing saved her and scared away the Starry Night Demon Lord. As for detoxification, there is really nothing we can do. After all, Wang Zhenxing was about to leave and she was the one who pulled him back. It's just that it's really not convenient to tell Chu Qingyan about these things. Wanner, why don't you listen to my advice? It will be too late when Wang Zhenxing shows his evil claws. Chu Qingyan said anxiously. Su Wan heard this and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, the matter has already been settled. Even if he reveals his evil claws, what can he do to me? But these are things I only dare to think about in secret and dare not say them out loud. Don't follow me. I want to rest. Su Wan felt physically and mentally exhausted and really didn't want to say anything more to Chu Qingyan. I'll guard outside the house you live in so you can sleep more peacefully. Chu Qingyan said. It's so cold outside. If you like to feel uncomfortable, then it's up to you. Su Wan was too lazy to argue with him. It's okay with me. Although this is a college, the Starry Night Demon Lord is so obsessed with his magical powers that we can't guarantee that he won't take risks. Chu Qingyan said. It was true that he was worried that the Starry Night Demon Lord would come to find Su Wan, but he was more worried that Su Wan would be deceived by Wang Zhenxing. The other side. Wang Zhenxing returned to the bamboo house where he lived and took stock of the day's gains. The host seizes the heroine Su Wan and obtains all the abilities of the protagonist Chu Qingyan. Fools have good fortune. Note 1. Innate ability, lowers IQ and EQ, greatly improves luck. Note 2. This talent can be given up. Poison-proof constitution, 9 Yang art, great yin and yang palm, wandering dragon body technique, Taishuan heart demon secret book. The host and the heroine Su Wan are married, and are blessed by the saint-level fortune of a prosperous husband, and their fortune value is greatly improved. The heroine Su Wan's favorability towards the host has increased to 70, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host greatly affects the plot direction, and obtains 3,100 counterattack points. The protagonist Chu Qingyan's luck value is -310, and the host's luck value is +310. Wang Zhenxing had long guessed that Chu Qingyan was the protagonist of a single female protagonist novel, and Su Wan was the only female protagonist in the plot. It is only natural that he would gain all of Chu Qingyan's abilities by snatching Su Wan away. A fool has his own luck. Wang Zhenxing gave up decisively. The 9 Yang art is a top-level Yang skill, but it is not stronger than the Zhou Tian Shen Jiao Gong that Wang Zhenxing is currently practicing. It is of no use to Wang Zhenxing. But the rest is all good stuff. Wang Zhenxing does not have a physique that is immune to all poisons. In the mall, this physique is sold for as much as 11,000 counterattack points. The 5 magical powers, including the Great Yin-Yang Palm, the Dragon Body Technique, the Taishuan Heart Demon Secret Book, etc., are all peerless magical powers, and they are at the top of the list of 72 peerless magical powers. This is also the supreme magical power that the Starry Night Demon Lord has always wanted to obtain. But now, Wang Zhenxing got it easily. Not to mention practicing the 5 magical powers to perfection, even if it is just a great achievement, there should be no suspense in becoming the number 1 in the hidden world. Wang Zhenxing's current comprehension is at a demonic level. It is only a matter of time before he comprehends and learns these magical powers. Of course, there is a faster way, which is to directly consume the counterattack points and allow the supernatural power to reach perfection directly. It would be too costly to just consume all the counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing thought about it and decided to pick one magical power to start learning first, and then use the counterattack points to upgrade the magical power when needed. After briefly digesting the contents of the 5 magical powers, Wang Zhenxing first chose to study the Taishuan Heart Demon Secret Book. This magical power belongs to the category of secret techniques. After using it, one will enter a demonic state. In this state, the cultivation of true qi and combat power will be greatly enhanced, and the concentration and fighting spirit will also reach the peak, as if one has transformed into an emotionless fighting machine. If a top master practices the Taishuan Heart Demon Secret Book to perfection, he can even compete with ordinary top masters. Wang Zhenxing is at the peak level and knows the gap between the top and the peak. The Taishuan Heart Demon Secret Book can bridge the gap between top masters and peak masters. Its power is self-evident. Of course, such a powerful Taishuan Heart Demon Secret Book actually has a drawback, that is, after entering the demonic state, once you lose your mind, you will become a walking corpse with only the intention of killing. However, for Wang Zhenxing, this disadvantage is nothing. He is a sage, and is protected by the luck and fortune of a sage. His mind, or soul, is extremely solid, and it is not so easy for him to be eroded by evil thoughts. After Wang Zhenxing made his decision, he began to comprehend the Taishuan Heart Demon's secret book. At the same time, at the Kai family mansion under the same starry sky, Kai Jingyao practiced under the supervision and guidance of Wang Zhenxing. Kai Jingyao pretended to be clumsy and deliberately slowed down her practice progress. At first, she seemed to be doing quite well. But as time went on, Kai Jingyao couldn't help but reveal her true colors. You really did it on purpose. What has displeased you about your master that you have to torture him like this? Wen Qingxie noticed something and thought of how she had ruined her plans before. She said in confusion and anger. No, master, you are fine. Kai Jingyao lowered her head and said. Then why do you pretend to be clumsy and constantly challenge my patience? What exactly do you want to do? Wen Qingxie asked. Kai Jingyao sobbed and said, after the celebration is over, master, you will definitely go back to Shuiyu Pavilion, and I will definitely go with you. But my father is getting old and his health is not very good. As a daughter, I want to fulfill my filial duty, so I am reluctant to leave home. That's why I came up with this idea to let the master expel me from the sect. Quote. She knew that Wen Qingxie would be able to see the problem, so she had already thought of an answer. When Wen Qingxie asked, she answered fluently. Your father is just over 50, not very old, and he looks in good spirits. Wen Qingxie had met Kai Jingyao's father Kai Shao and didn't think he looked sick. Kai Jingyao lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then replied, Master, you don't know that my father has a hidden illness. On the surface, he looks no different from an ordinary person. So that's how it is. Wen Qingxie nodded and praised, you are such a filial child. Your teacher was right about you. I hope master will allow me to stay with my father and fulfill my filial duty. Kai Jingyao bowed her head and kowtowed. Wen Qingxie helped her up, sighed, and said, your filial piety is commendable. How can your teacher not help you? Thank you, master. Kai Jingyao tried hard to suppress the corners of her mouth and maintain a heavy expression. But Wen Qingxui's next words made her stunned on the spot. Call your father here, I have something to ask him. Wen Qingxie looked at Kai Jingyao with a smile. Chapter 421 Night Talk. It's so late, my father should have gone to bed. Let's go tomorrow. Kai Jingyao forced a smile and said to Wen Qingxie. It's not particularly late, and what I want to ask is urgent. Even if your father is resting, please ask him to come over for me. Wen Qingxie said with a smile, looking at Kai Jingyao. Well, okay then. Kai Jingyao nodded and left Wen Qingxui's residence. Wen Qingxie watched her leave and waited for a long time before she saw Kai Jingyao come back. But there was no one else around Kai Jingyao. Where is your father? Wen Qingxie asked. My father is not feeling well and needs to stay in bed. Master, if you have anything to say, you can tell me and I will convey it to you. Kai Jingyao explained. Wen Qingxie didn't seem surprised to hear this answer, and said, is that so? Then come closer and I'll tell you. Kai Jingyao was nervous inside, but pretended to be calm. She took a few steps forward and came to Wen Qingxie. Master, please tell me. I want to tell your father that he has a great daughter. Wen Qingxui's words seemed like a compliment, but her tone seemed a little strange. Master, what do you mean? Kai Jingyao asked weakly. Of course I mean to praise you. In order to fulfill your filial duty, you can even give up your future in martial arts and stay by your father's side to take care of him. Wen Qingxie said. Master, you are too kind. This is what a daughter should do. Kai Jingyao smiled sincerely. Wen Qingxie also smiled, but as she smiled, her expression gradually darkened. Kai Jingyao felt something was wrong and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Bang! Wen Qingxie slammed the table and said in a deep voice, you are so bold. Master, what happened? Kai Jingyao was startled. Your father is obviously fine, why did you lie to me? Wen Qingxie said angrily. Hearing this, Kai Jingyao sighed helplessly and said, Master is indeed very discerning. As expected, I can't hide it from you. You really lied to me. Wen Qingxie gritted her teeth. Master, you deceived me. Kai Jingyao realized that she had been fooled and lamented that she was still a little naive. Otherwise, how could you admit it? Wen Qingxue smiled proudly. She just suspected that Kai Jingyao was lying, but she was not completely sure, so she used a little trick. I really don't understand why you don't want to be my apprentice. If there is something I have done wrong, just tell me and I will correct it. Wen Qingxue said again. She also hoped that Kai Jingyao would show some strength and compete with Ruan Yuji's disciple in the future to win face for herself. In addition, she was very satisfied with Kai Jingyao and of course would not abandon this disciple. Master, you are very good. There is nothing to correct. It is my problem, Kai Jingyao said with her head down. What's your problem? Tell me about it. Wen Qingxue was puzzled. Kai Jingyao was hesitant to speak. Just say it. I have practiced for many years and I am quite well-mannered. I will not be angry, and I will not blame you. I just want to know the reason. If you and I really have no destiny to be master and disciple, I will not force it. Wen Qingxue showed a gentle smile. Are you really not angry? Kai Jingyao was skeptical. Of course, my word is as good as gold. Wen Qingxue said with a smile. Kai Jingyao felt relieved and said, I actually already have a lover, and I have already of course this was an accident, but it did happen, so I can't practice the water moon sword technique to perfection, and I can't inherit my master's legacy. Who is it? Who is that man? Wen Qingxue's face changed instantly when she heard the words, and she asked murderously. Kai Jingyao was stunned, knowing that she had been fooled again. Women's words really cannot be easily trusted. She said she would not be angry, but in the blink of an eye, she turned hostile. Master, it doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that I really can't practice the water moon sword technique to perfection. Kai Jingyao said. Wen Qingxue's pretty face was filled with anger. She had already made an agreement with Ruan Yuji to let their respective disciples compete with each other. Now that Kai Jingyao has lost her potential, where can she find a disciple with outstanding talents? You are still young. Were you deceived by someone? So you did such a thing impulsively. Wen Qingxue couldn't bear to scold her apprentice, so she blamed the sin on the lover mentioned by her apprentice, wanting to vent her anger. I was not deceived. I did it willingly, Kai Jingyao said with a blushing face. What kind of ability does your lover have to win your favor? Wen Qingxue couldn't help but become more curious when she saw that she was sincere and didn't seem to be lying. Kai Jingyao has a good family background and outstanding talent in martial arts, so she must be arrogant. The man who can make her willingly do something must be very different. Wen Qingxue had also heard of some young talents in the hidden world of martial arts. Could he be one of them? Master, liking someone is just a feeling. There is no reason. Kai Jingyao had been fooled twice in a row, so she was naturally wary and didn't want to reveal any more information. When Wen Qingxue heard this, her first reaction was that this disciple was just trying to fool her, but after thinking about it, it seemed to make some sense. However, she did not agree with this reason and said, when you like someone, you always want something from him. You are so young, but your martial arts skills are so extraordinary. I guess your lover must be more skilled than you, right? Master, from what you said, I know that you have not been involved in emotional affairs. When you have a lover in the future, you will naturally understand what I say. Kai Jingyao has learned to be smart. She is not as easily tricked into telling stories by Wen Qingxue as before. Wen Qingxue's mouth twitched. What do you mean by this? Are you implying that no one wants me because I'm too old? Disciple doesn't dare, Kai Jingyao said hurriedly. Aren't you afraid to tell me that your master has? Wen Qingxue was getting impatient, but halfway through, she felt that there was no need to compete with Kai Jingyao, so she stopped in time. Master, what do you have? Kai Jingyao became curious. Nothing. Wen Qingxue shook her head. I know that I have let my teacher down, and I feel extremely guilty, but I still hope that you can help me. Kai Jingyao returned to the topic and knelt in front of Wen Qingxue again. Wen Qingxue was silent for a moment. It's fate that makes me play tricks on you, but once you are my teacher, you will be my teacher for life. Even if you can't perfect the water moon sword technique, I will not expel you from my sect. Master Kai Jingyao was a little moved and looked up at her. Okay, go and have a rest. I don't blame you. Wen Qingxue helped her up with a gentle look. Thank you, Master. Kai Jingyao smiled and left with brisk steps. Unable to suppress her longing for Wang Zhenxing, she was thinking about meeting him in the back mountain tomorrow. I don't blame you, but I didn't say I don't blame your lover. He ruined your innocence before marrying you. It's really hateful. Wen Qingxie watched Kai Jingyao leave, and the gentleness in her eyes turned into resentment. She wanted to see who the lover that Kai Jingyao mentioned was. Chapter 422 Tracking. Morning. Kai Jingyao missed her lover, and there was still some evil spirit that she couldn't control, so she asked her lover to meet her at the old place. When she got the exact reply, Kai Jingyao was delighted. She dressed up carefully and prepared to go out. Just before leaving, he saw Wen Qingxie and her father Kai Xiao chatting about something. Kai Jingyao was a little nervous, so she went forward to pay her respects and to find out what the two had talked about. However, when Kai Jingyao just walked over, the conversation between the two had already ended. Yao Yao, where are you going? Kai Xiao asked in surprise. As a father, he naturally knows something about his daughter. Kai Jingyao is obsessed with martial arts and has never paid much attention to dressing up, but today she dressed up carefully. It's the end of the year, so I plan to go shopping and buy some things, and relax at the same time. Kai Jingyao explained calmly. You have got what you wished for and cancelled your engagement with Qin Wudao. You don't have to practice in the back mountain all day like before. It would be good to go out for a walk. Kai Xiao didn't think much about it. After talking to his daughter, he said hello to Wen Qingxie and left quickly. Master, thank you for keeping it a secret for you. Kai Jingyao said gratefully. Her father was in good health, but last night she made up a lie that her father was ill in order to fool Wen Qingxie. If Kai Xiao knew about this, he would definitely be very angry. But judging from Kai Xiao's concerned tone just now, he obviously doesn't know about this yet. I understand you, but I certainly won't complain to your father. Wen Qingxie said. So what did you say to my father just now? Kai Jingyao asked. Just a quick chat, Wen Qingxie said. Kai Jingyao didn't ask any more questions. After thanking Wen Qingxie again, she said, Master, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. Go ahead. Wen Qingxie nodded. Kai Jingyao left the Kai family mansion. Thinking of how she had been fooled by Wang Zhenxing several times, she was very cautious. She made an appointment with Wang Zhenxing to meet in 2 hours, and since she had plenty of time, she deliberately strolled around the street for an hour and a half. Even if Wen Qingxie suspected that she had made an appointment to meet her lover, she would only stay for a short while at most and would never stay for so long. Kai Jingyao looked at the time and thought it was about time, so she left the downtown area and went to the back mountain of the Kai family. After arriving at the destination, there were still 15 minutes before the agreed time. Kai Jingyao was not in a hurry and waited patiently. The other side, Wang Zhenxing left the bamboo house and prepared to keep the appointment. But as soon as I left the academy, I found someone following me. It's Ruan Yuji. What does this woman want to do? Wang Zhenxing was surprised. If he was free, he wouldn't mind joining Ruan Yuji in making trouble, but now he has an appointment with Kai Jingyao. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing came to a busy ancient street. He seemed to be strolling around casually. As he walked, he suddenly stopped beside a stall selling various masks. The masks sold at the stall are all handmade and very exquisite, and the business is pretty good. Wang Zhenxing seemed very interested. He picked up the mask and looked at it. He even put it on to try it out. It seemed to be just right. Ruan Yuji looked at him from a distance, with a hint of fatigue between his brows. Ever since what happened that day, she has been feeling depressed and hasn't been able to get a good rest. I just left my residence and happened to see Wang Zhenxing. It seemed that he was following me for some unknown reason. She didn't know why she should follow and was a little confused, but she soon thought of a suitable reason. I will find an opportunity to kill him. Yes, that's it. Only by killing him can I be completely at peace and forget this memory. Ruan Yuji whispered to herself in her heart, and then looked in the direction of Wang Zhenxing. But when she looked closely, she suddenly found that Wang Zhenxing was no longer at the stall. Ruan Yuji was a little anxious. She glanced around with her beautiful eyes and soon caught the figure of a masked man. Wang Zhenxing was wearing this mask just now. Ruan Yuji locked onto the target and followed him again, eventually leading him to a brothel. This bastard actually came to a place like this. Ruan Yuji was furious and showed up immediately. Judging from her expression and posture, if you didn't know her, you would think she was the wife of her husband who was going to a brothel for fun. Ruan Yuji savagely pulled off his mask and said angrily, "How can you be so despicable to do this kind of?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent. This man is not Wang Zhenxing, but he looks a bit like Wang Zhenxing and wears the same mask as Wang Zhenxing. The man was so frightened by Ruan Yuji's ferocious and terrifying aura that his face turned pale. He said weakly, "Is there anything wrong? This mask is so ugly. Why do I have to wear this kind of mask?" Ruan Yuji was so angry that he made up an excuse. "Someone gave me money and asked me to wear a mask and go to a brothel. I don't know anything else. Please spare my life, lady." The man begged for mercy. Many people from the martial arts world came to the imperial capital to celebrate the academy's anniversary. The government even issued a notice asking people to treat people from the underworld with courtesy and not to provoke them, so as to avoid trouble. Of course, if any gangsters start trouble, you can report them to the 6 gates. These people from the underworld have one thing in common, which is that they mostly dress in ancient styles, which is different from modern people. Ruan Yuji was wearing an ancient-style light purple gauze dress and had a pair of purple eyes. It was obvious at first glance that she was not an ordinary person. The man was just a commoner, and fearing getting into trouble, he quickly told the truth to avoid being implicated. After hearing this, Ruan Yuji realized that he had been fooled, but he did not pursue the matter against others. However, anger is inevitable. This bastard actually tricked me. Ruan Yuji was angry, but since he had lost track of Wang Zhenxing, he could only hold his temper for a while. Afterwards, she wandered aimlessly on the street for a while, and suddenly she had the urge to go to the mountain where the incident happened that night. It seems to be in that direction. Ruan Yuji roughly identified it and looked in the direction of the Kai family. He didn't follow me. I finally got rid of him. Wang Zhenxing was complacent. After confirming that Ruan Yuji didn't follow him, he quickly went to the back mountain of the Kai family. In order to get rid of Ruan Yuji, he spent some time, and half an hour had passed since the time agreed with Kai Jingyao. The back mountain of the Kai family. Kai Jingyao was very patient and was not anxious when she saw that Wang Zhenxing did not show up in time. At this moment, a masked figure appeared in her sight. Kai Jingyao and Wang Zhenxing were practicing the yin-yang chongchun together. It was as if they had telepathy and they could easily identify each other. They immediately trotted over and threw themselves into the arms of the masked figure. Wang Zhenxing hugged Kai Jingyao for a while, and suddenly sensed something, so he grabbed her shoulders and pushed her out of his arms. What happened? Kai Jingyao was a little confused. Before Wang Zhenxing answered, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared and responded to Kai Jingyao's question. Master. Kai Jingyao's pretty face instantly turned pale when she saw this figure. Chapter 423. All are here. Kai Jingyao thought she was careful enough and deliberately wandered around the street for an hour and a half. Logically speaking, even if Wen Qingxie followed, she should have lost her patience. But what Kai Jingyao never expected was that Wen Qingxie was so persistent and actually followed her. Kai Jingyao really couldn't understand this. She didn't understand why Wen Qingxie was like this. Even if she wanted to know who her lover was, there was no need for her to follow him like this, right? She didn't have the demeanor of a top master or a sect leader at all. In fact, Wen Qingxui's reason was very simple, that was that she was unwilling to accept the fact. She had finally picked a disciple who could compete with Ruan Yuji's disciple, but in the end, her future was ruined by others. Naturally, she couldn't swallow this. Wang Zhenxing was also a little surprised to see Wen Qingxie appear. He didn't expect that after successfully getting rid of Ruan Yuji, he would run into Wen Qingxie again. But fortunately, he was wearing a mask at the moment and was not recognized by Wen Qingxie. Wen Qingxie looked unfriendly as she stared at the masked Wang Zhenxing. Master, let's talk it over nicely. Kai Jingyao tried to dissuade him. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Wen Qingxie just wanted to vent her anger, not to take anyone's life. At the same time, she was curious and wanted to see who Kai Jingyao's lover was. After speaking to Kai Jingyao, Wen Qingxie said to Wang Zhenxing, who was wearing a mask. Take 50 of my moves. If you can remain undefeated, I will stop. When Kai Jingyao heard this, she suddenly stopped worrying and said, Master, you must keep your word. After saying that, she stepped away from Wang Zhenxing. In her opinion, Wang Zhenxing's skills were enough to compete with Wen Qingxie, so just 50 moves were nothing. Wang Zhenxing didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Wen Qingxie held the Shuiyu sword in her hand, but did not draw the sword from its scabbard. She just held it and attacked Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing responded calmly, dodging and blocking, easily avoiding Wen Qingshui's attacks. Soon 50 moves were over. However, Wen Qingshui did not stop fighting and continued to attack Wang Zhenxing. Master, the 50th move is up. Kai Jingyao reminded. Wen Qingshui turned a deaf ear to it, but was secretly shocked in her heart. She originally thought that 50 moves would be enough to take off the opponent's mask, but she didn't expect that the opponent was much stronger than she imagined, and might even be stronger than her. A strong man with such skills can definitely not be an unknown person. After searching her memory, Wen Qingshui couldn't think of which powerful hidden martial artist she could match up with. Naturally, she became more curious and wanted to see the other person's face. Wang Zhenxing saw Wen Qingshui pestering him, but he didn't feel annoyed and responded calmly. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time, and Wen Qingshui couldn't stop him. However, he was very patient and fought with Wen Qingshui. He had just started learning the Taishuan Heart Demon secret book last night and had some insights. Wen Qingshui was a good opponent, so it was a good choice to use Wen Qingshui to hone his skills. Wang Zhenxing suppressed his cultivation and used the newly completed Taishuan Heart Demon secret book. The eyes beneath the mask turned gray and he entered a demonic state. Are you from Taishuan sect? Wen Qingshui wanted to suppress the other party, but gradually felt suppressed by the other party. In horror and confusion, she suddenly saw a pair of gray eyes through the mask and immediately thought of something. The Taishuan Heart Demon secret book is the Taishuan sect's handed-down magical power, which can only be practiced by the Taishuan sect's direct descendants. Moreover, even if it is a direct descendant, it is not certain that one can master this method. Looking at the entire Taishuan sect, there are no more than 3 people who can cultivate the Taishuan Heart Demon secret book. Of course Wang Zhenxing would not answer this question. He deliberately changed his palm techniques to mislead Wen Qingshui. Great Yin-Yang Palm, what is your relationship with Dian Temple? Wen Qingshui was knowledgeable and immediately recognized the palm techniques used by Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing had digested the contents of the Great Yin-Yang Palm. Although he had not yet formally practiced it, he still remembered the moves. When he performed them, he also frightened Wen Qingshui. No, there is a conflict between Taishuan sect and Dian Temple. There is probably only one person in the world who can master the magical powers of 2 superpowers at the same time. Are you Chu Qingyan? Wen Qingshui said again. Why do you think so? Wang Zhenxing finally spoke, but his voice was hoarse, very different from his original tone. The previous rulers of these 2 forces were both 6 absolutes, and they were old rivals. Both were defeated in a contest, but they were still unwilling to accept each other, so they asked Chu Qingyan to learn 2 magical powers in order to determine who was stronger. Not many people know about this, but it is not a secret. Wen Qingshui said. Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized what was going on when he heard this. He realized that this was how Chu Qingyan learned the Taishuan Heart Demon secret book and the Great Yin-Yang Palm. He couldn't help but sigh that Chu Qingyan was really lucky. Why aren't you talking? Was I right? Seeing that he remained silent, Wen Qingshui became more certain of her guess. Kai Jingyao was standing nearby, and after hearing this, she felt extremely speechless, but of course it was impossible for her to explain. So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? Wang Zhenxing said ambiguously. You appear to be honest and simple, but you are actually a hypocritical person. Su Wan is so good to you, but you are involved with Jingyao behind her back. Does Su Wan know about this? Wen Qingshui said. You really like to meddle in other people's business. Wang Zhenxing's words were intended to guide her thoughts. I don't care about what happens between you and Su Wan. It doesn't involve my apprentice, but I have to take care of it. Wen Qingshui said coldly. From her tone, Wang Zhenxing knew that she had already suspected that he was Chu Qingyan. He continued to fight with her for a while and prepared to withdraw. In this case, even if Wen Qingshui wanted to cause trouble, she would go to Chu Qingyan instead of him. As for Kai Jingyao, Wang Zhenxing believed that with her intelligence, she would definitely know what to do. But at this moment, Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized that someone else had come to the back mountain of the Kai family. Didn't I get rid of her? Why is she following me? Wang Zhenxing suddenly felt a little numb. Ruan Yuji. Wen Qingshui was also stunned when she saw the figure appear in her field of vision. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Ruan Yuji was a little surprised. She had indeed lost Wang Zhenxing, but in her distraught state, she suddenly thought of this place which was very special to her. But I didn't expect to run into Wang Zhenxing and Wen Qingxie. You've come at the right time. Let's join forces and capture him together. Wen Qingxie said to Ruan Yuji. Ruan Yuji was stunned. Although she was shouting that she wanted to kill Wang Zhenxing, she actually couldn't do it. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind kept inadvertently thinking of the blushing and heart-pounding things that happened that night. Why should I help you? Ruan Yuji responded to Wen Qingxui's words. As long as you help me, I will lose the contest between you and me. Wen Qingxie saw no hope in Kai Jingyao. She knew that she would lose sooner or later. In order to avoid being laughed at in the future, she might as well admit defeat now and get Ruan Yuji to help her so that she could vent her anger. Sounds good. Ruan Yuji suddenly smiled. But before Wen Qingxie could show her joy, she was shocked to see Ruan Yuji running towards her. Although you and I are rivals, we are also friends after all. If you help Chu Qingyan, I will really turn against you. Wen Qingxie said in a cold voice. Ruan Yuji was stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at Wang Zhenxing who was wearing a mask beside him, and asked Wen Qingxie blankly, what Chu Qingyan? Chapter 424 Intrigue. At the academy, in order to stall Qin Wudao, Ruan Yuji suggested that Qin Wudao go find Chu Qingyan. Of course, she was not unfamiliar with Chu Qingyan's name. You mean, he is Chu Qingyan? Ruan Yuji asked Wen Qingxie. That's right. Who else in this world, besides Chu Qingyan, can understand both the Taishuan Heart Demon's secret book and the Great Yin-Yang Palm? Wen Qingxie said. Ruan Yuji also found it a little unbelievable when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at the person next to him to make sure that this was not Chu Qingyan. Although Wang Zhenxing and Chu Qingyan are both tall and look somewhat similar, the mask on the face of the person next to him is clearly the one worn by Wang Zhenxing who had been lost before. Ruan Yuji absolutely did not believe that there would be such a coincidence, so he said to Wen Qingxie, I think you must have recognized the wrong person. Are you deliberately going against me, or are you involved with Chu Qingyan? Otherwise, how could you protect him? Wen Qingxie believed in her own judgment and said immediately. Don't talk nonsense, Chu Qingyan and I have nothing to do with each other. Ruan Yuji was unhappy and explained subconsciously. It seemed that he was talking to Wen Qingxie, but in fact he was telling the people around him. Why are you so anxious? Did I get it right? Wen Qingxie asked. What's wrong with you? I told you that you recognized the wrong person. He is Nangong Hui's friend. Ruan Yuji said. Which friend? Wen Qingxie asked. Ruan Yuji hesitated for a moment and replied, the friend who set up the Junlong chess game. Wen Qingxie was shocked when she heard this. She had some interest in chess, but not as persistent as Ruan Yuji. However, she also learned some information about Nangong Hui's friend. Doesn't that mean that the person wearing the mask is Mai? When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he sighed. He never expected that Ruan Yuji would follow him. Reaching out to take off the mask, Wang Zhenxing revealed his true face. Wen Qingxie widened her eyes, and at the same time she understood something. She looked at Ruan Yuji and said, that night, you had a conflict with him and then fought because you asked for the method to crack the chess game but failed, right? Ruan Yuji was shocked and asked in a lost voice, how do you know this? Wen Qingxie knew she had said something wrong, but she couldn't take it back, so she explained, this is the back mountain of the Kai family. I was staying at my apprentice's house. When I heard some noise, I came over to take a look out of curiosity. Then how long have you been watching it? Ruan Yuji asked in a trembling voice. She had fought with Wang Zhenxing, but it was divided into two stages. If Wen Qingxie saw the front part, it would not matter. But if it was the back part, then her miserable appearance would be seen by Wen Qingxie. She felt ashamed just thinking about it. Not long after, he took a few glances and left. Wen Qingxie knew that peeping was not a glorious thing, and of course she was too embarrassed to say it, so she watched almost the whole process. There was a strange wind that night. It was you who was causing trouble, right? Ruan Yuji suddenly remembered something and said angrily. So what? Wen Qingxie saw that she had exposed him, but she did not deny it. Ruan Yuji was furious and almost wanted to fight with Wen Qingxie, but she didn't want to be laughed at by her. She thought about it and suddenly smiled and said, I see. Thank you so much for helping me. After that, he deliberately pulled Wang Zhenxing's hand and said, cooperate with me, or I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Wang Zhenxing didn't answer, but he didn't shake off Ruan Yuji's hand either. When Qingxie saw this scene, she felt a little stagnant and surprised. She thought, how could these two people, who were in the same academy, have hooked up so quickly? When did you get together with her? Qingxie walked up to Wang Zhenxing and asked jealously. How is it good? Don't you know everything? Ruan Yuji replied, quite provocative, because she felt that Qingxie seemed to have a good impression of Wang Zhenxing. He and my apprentice are in a relationship. Did you know that? Qingxue's words were like a wake-up call. After hearing this, Ruan Yuji was stunned for a while and asked in disbelief, is there such a thing? My apprentice is right there, you can ask him yourself. Qingxie glanced at Kai Jingyao who was not far away. Ruan Yuji looked at Kai Jingyao. Kai Jingyao looked shy and lowered her head slightly. Without asking, I knew that what Qingxie said was true. How many women has this guy been involved with? Ruan Yuji angrily let go of Wang Zhenxing's hand and walked to Qingxue's side. I agree to your conditions just now. I will join hands with you to deal with him. You were clearly in love with her, but now you're falling out with him. Can you really bear to do that? Qingxie asked in surprise. I was just angry with you just now. This kind of evil villain deserves to be killed by everyone. Ruan Yuji said. Well said. Qingxie praised, but walked to Wang Zhenxing's side. Ruan Yuji was stunned, not understanding why Qingxie changed sides. Under the astonished gazes of Ruan Yuji and Kai Jingyao, Qingxie took Wang Zhenxing's hand and said, we should deal with our family affairs behind closed doors. Now we are united in facing the outside world. How could you? Ruan Yuji's brain short-circuited. Isn't this because of your good wishes that I have found my lover? Qingxie said. Master. Kai Jingyao had not dared to interrupt Ruan Yuji and Qingxie when they were arguing just now, but now she could no longer remain calm. Go back and tell me. Qingxie was a little embarrassed. After she finished speaking to Kai Jingyao, she turned to Ruan Yuji and said. It's 2 against 1 now, do you still want to cause trouble? I accidentally saw with my spiritual eyes that he used despicable means to deal with my third junior sister. He is not a good person at all. Aren't you afraid of being abandoned? Ruan Yuji felt sour and angry when he saw the closeness between the two, so he told this matter to remind Qingxie. The conflict between you and him was because of this. Qingxie said suddenly. What else? Do you think you'll go crazy and really fight with him over a chess game? Ruan Yuji gritted his teeth. Is what she said true? Did you really use that method to deal with her third junior sister? Qingxie asked Wang Zhenxing. She only saw one side of the story. In fact, it was an accident, and it was her third junior sister who took the initiative. I just had no choice but to save her. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Then why didn't you tell me about this? Qingxie asked. You didn't ask either. Wang Zhenxing said. Qingxie let go of Wang Zhenxing's hand, his eyes flickered for a while, then he walked to Ruan Yuji and said, I changed my mind, let's join forces. Good. Ruan Yuji responded happily, as if he and Qingxie shared the same hatred for the enemy. However, each of them had their own ulterior motives and hoped that the other would make the first move. After a long stalemate, neither of them made the first move. Wang Zhenxing saw this and realized that it seemed impossible to deal with these two people at the same time. Naturally, he did not intend to continue wasting time, so he showed a helpless expression and sighed. I will be in the academy until the celebration is over. If you want to settle a grudge or sever ties, you can come to me. I am indeed not a good person, but most things are beyond my control, just like Lu Fu and Jing Yao. If you understand, I will be happy. If you don't understand, I won't force you. After saying this, he walked down the mountain, his figure looking a little desolate. Kai Jingyao paused and followed Wang Zhenxing's pace. She knew about Wang Zhenxing and Ling Yanan's affairs long ago, and she had a strong psychological tolerance. One more or a few more, the rest was the same. All she wanted was for Wang Zhenxing to be a little better to her, and she didn't expect anything else. Wang Zhenxing looked at Kai Jingyao who was following him, and thought that young people are really easy to fool. He smiled at her, then held her soft and slender hand tightly and went down the mountain together. Ruan Yuji and Qingxie watched this scene and felt angry and sour. The two of them schemed against each other for a while, trying to kick each other out, but in the end the winner seemed to be the little girl Kai Jingyao. Something has to be done. This thought came to Ruan Yuji and Qingxue's minds at the same time. Chapter 425 Two Choices. On the way down the mountain, Wang Zhenxing asked Cai Jingyao why Wen Qingxue followed him here. Cai Jingyao naturally would not hide anything and told the whole story. Wang Zhenxing then understood that the technique that Wen Qingxue was practicing had the same characteristics as the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra. If you want to learn Wen Qingxue's martial arts, it is not impossible. Wang Zhenxing said after thinking about it. The Song family's inherited martial arts also had such a drawback. In the beginning, Song Jingxuan's practice was stopped for many years because of this, and it was Wang Zhenxing who helped her solve the problem. You mean the yin-yang chongchun gong? Cai Jingyao was just starting to practice and hadn't yet mastered the full text of this technique, but when she heard Wang Zhenxing suddenly mention it, she immediately realized something. Not bad. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Cai Jingyao has extremely high talent, and it won't be too difficult for her to reach the peak level. It would be a pity if her talent was wasted. The Water Moon Sword technique is much more powerful than the Cai family's skills. If I can practice the Water Moon Sword technique, I would of course be willing to do so. But if you come to me before I have practiced the Water Moon Sword technique to perfection, then I won't be able to, Cai Jingyao said with a blushing face. I'll be happy even if I just talk to you and chat with you. It's not necessary for me to do something else. Wang Zhenxing said. Cai Jingyao felt warm in her heart when she heard this, and then said, then let's start from tomorrow. Wang Zhenxing naturally understood what she meant. Where do you want to go now? Cai Jingyao originally wanted to go to the back mountain, but now this place is no longer a secret. It would be so embarrassing if Wen Qingxue or Ruan Yuji caught them. Cai Jingyao wanted to go to where Wang Zhenxing lived, but there were many visitors in the academy, so it was not appropriate to go there, so she said. My father is out, so just go to my house. The two went to Qi's house, and Wang Zhenxing didn't leave until dark. Just as Wang Zhenxing left, Wen Qingxue came to Cai Jingyao's door and knocked. Cai Jingyao opened the room and saw Wen Qingxue. Master Cai Jingyao's pretty face was flushed, her clothes were a little messy, and she lowered her head and called softly. Wen Qingxue looked at her, feeling a little bitter, but more of envy. However, her face was calm, without any obvious expression, and she said. I came to ask you something. Master, please come in. Cai Jingyao invited Wen Qingxue into the room and asked, what do you want to ask? How did you get involved with him? Wen Qingxue asked directly without beating around the bush. Cai Jingyao did not dare to hide anything. Not only did she tell Wang Zhenxing everything from the time she met him until now, she even told Wen Qingxue about Guanling Yanan. When Wen Qingxue heard that there was actually a Ling Yanan, she suddenly felt her scalp tingling. Master, you are of noble status. I think you should not get involved. It is beneath your status, and once it gets out, it will also affect your reputation. Cai Jingyao advised. Wen Qingxue struggled for a long time after hearing this. After all, she and Wang Zhenxing had not reached the final step and could still turn back. However, after considering for a long time, she still found it difficult to let go and could only blame herself for being unlucky to have run into such a person. Jingyao, after thinking about it, I decided to end the master-disciple relationship with you. Wen Qingxue said. Master, didn't you say before that you would not expel me from your sect? Why have you changed your mind now? Cai Jingyao asked anxiously. She was reminded by Wang Zhenxing and knew that she could practice the Water Moon Sword technique smoothly, so she naturally wanted to continue to maintain her master-disciple relationship with Wen Qingxue. Wen Qingxue coughed lightly and explained, fame or not, I don't really care, and as long as you and I don't tell anyone, who would know? But you and I are master and disciple after all, and if you're not embarrassed, then I am. After hearing this, Cai Jingyao realized that Wen Qingxue was indeed going to get involved. She sighed secretly, and then told him about the way to practice smoothly. After hearing this, Wen Qingxue fell into confusion again. She wanted Cai Jingyao to inherit her legacy, but she didn't want to be in such an awkward situation with Cai Jingyao. Master, since you don't want to quit, then there are some things you must accept. From now on, you and I will be master and disciple in front of others, and you and I will be sisters behind others' backs. What do you think? Cai Jingyao proposed a compromise. Wen Qingxue was stunned after hearing this. She didn't know what scene came to her mind. Her face turned red and she said, how ridiculous, before walking away in anger. When Cai Jingyao saw Wen Qingxue leave angrily, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. It would be best if Wen Qingxue couldn't accept it. Although I don't mind having sisters, it would be better to have one less. Starry night. In a room of the academy. Ruan Yuji sat at the table in the room, staring at the teapot on the table in a daze. That guy's skills are definitely not something third junior sister can handle. If third junior sister really suffered a great loss, she would definitely not be able to avenge herself. Logically, she should go back to the sect for help, but third junior sister did not. Could it be that what this guy said is true, and third junior sister really volunteered? Ruan Yuji analyzed the matter between Lu Fu and Wang Zhenxing silently in his heart, and finally concluded that he might have misunderstood. Thinking of this, Ruan Yuji suddenly blamed herself for not being calm enough at the beginning. She pestered Wang Zhenxing on impulse and ended up getting herself involved. But, it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. Ever since that day, Ruan Yuji has been feeling uneasy and has tried hard to forget it all, but unfortunately she just can't. Ruan Yuji understood that if this matter was not resolved, his cultivation would probably stop here and he would hardly make any progress. After leaving the wing room, Ruan Yuji went directly to the bamboo building where Wang Zhenxing lived. Wang Zhenxing opened the door and saw Ruan Yuji. Just as he was about to say something, she pushed him away. Ruan Yuji had a cold face and walked straight into the room and sat down at the table. Wang Zhenxing closed the door and sat opposite Ruan Yuji. There's no one else here, just say whatever you want to say, Wang Zhenxing said. Did you guess I would come? Ruan Yuji asked. I knew you would come back sooner or later, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. I think I may have misunderstood you about my third junior sister. I was inconsiderate at the time. I apologize to you, Ruan Yuji said. I'm not angry, but since you said so, I forgive you. Wang Zhenxing said generously. I haven't finished yet. Although I was wrong, your use of such despicable means is simply unforgivable. Ruan Yuji said angrily. Then I'll apologize to you too, so you can calm down. Wang Zhenxing slowly poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Ruan Yuji. Ruan Yuji was very dissatisfied with his answer. Is this something that can be wiped out with just an apology? Then tell me, what do you want? Wang Zhenxing said. I'll give you two choices. Either I kill you, or you kill me. Ruan Yuji suddenly stood up, took out the dagger he had prepared in advance, pointed it at Wang Zhenxing's face, with a murderous look. Wang Zhenxing carefully pushed away the dagger in front of him, chuckled and asked, there are only two choices, is there a third one? Chapter 426 Another guest. Either I die or you die, there is no third choice. Ruan Yuji pointed the dagger that had been moved away at Wang Zhenxing again. It's not like you haven't fought with me before, so you should know that it's impossible to kill me. And you and I don't have any deep hatred, and I have a close relationship with your junior sister, so I have even less reason to kill you. Wang Zhenxing said calmly. With Ruan Yuji's peak cultivation level, if he really intended to fight to the death, he would not need a dagger, but he brought it with him on purpose. To some extent, this can actually be considered a hint. Wang Zhenxing is not the kind of person like Chu Qingyan, so how could he not see it? Sure enough, after Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, the coldness on Ruan Yuji's pretty face faded a little, and she said, go on. Put down the dagger first, and let's sit down and talk slowly. Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji said nothing, but still put away the dagger as he was told and sat back in his seat. Tell me your demands first, and then we'll discuss it and try to come up with a reasonable solution, said Wang Zhenxing. What happened that night has gradually become a demon in my heart. If I want to get rid of it, killing you is the best way. Ruan Yuji's tone sounded fierce, but he sat quietly and did not take out the dagger on his body. If you kill me, can you really get rid of the demon in your heart? Wang Zhenxing asked. Ruan Yuji was speechless. She had tried, but couldn't do anything to Wang Zhenxing. And to put it another way, even if I could defeat him, I wouldn't be able to bring myself to kill him. The so-called inner demon is actually a bit exaggerated. To be more precise, it should be resentment. However, Ruan Yuji would certainly not admit this. I'm not sure if this can get rid of the inner demons, but there is a way that I think can definitely work, Ruan Yuji said. What is it? Wang Zhenxing asked. If you kill me, death is like the extinguishing of a light. Once I die, everything will naturally end. Ruan Yuji said. Even if you stand still and let me kill you, I can't bear to do it. I actually have something from the bottom of my heart that I have always wanted to tell you. Wang Zhenxing said. You talk, I'm listening. Ruan Yuji said. Of course, since I met you that day, I have been thinking about you all the time. Although I know it is wrong, I still can't control my thoughts. Wang Zhenxing said. Ruan Yuji was secretly delighted, thinking that he was no exception. But he was too embarrassed to say such embarrassing words. In order to hide his emotions, he even pretended to be furious and took out the dagger again, pointing it at Wang Zhenxing and said angrily. Humph, do you think I will believe your nonsense? You should use this kind of sweet talk to fool other women. You can't fool me. Well, I'll give you two choices. Either you kill me or you marry me, said Wang Zhenxing. Ruan Yuji breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this guy finally mentioned this matter. The best solution in her mind was naturally to hope that Wang Zhenxing would take responsibility and marry her, but she was too concerned about her face to say it on her own initiative. It's wishful thinking to marry you. You're getting a bargain, Ruan Yuji said stubbornly. Since you don't want to get married, then kill me. Wang Zhenxing looked into her eyes, making her feel guilty. It's just a matter of one knife. Do you think I don't dare? Ruan Yuji raised the dagger and said viciously. Wang Zhenxing stood still, looking like he was waiting to die. Ruan Yuji raised the dagger to scare him, then withdrew it and snorted, You saved my third junior sister. If I kill you, it would be repaying kindness with enmity. I will spare your life for the time being. Since you don't want to kill, then you are willing to marry. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. I didn't say that, Ruan Yuji said. Okay then, just pretend I never said anything. Wang Zhenxing said. But as soon as he said this, a dagger was instantly placed on his neck. Do you want to go back on your words? Ruan Yuji said anxiously. Wang Zhenxing glanced at the dagger on his neck, met Ruan Yuji's gaze, and smiled strangely. Ruan Yuji then realized that he was playing a joke on her. Her face turned red, and she took the dagger away, looking at him angrily. Wang Zhenxing moved his face forward, and Ruan Yuji symbolically dodged, allowing him to succeed. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground with a sound, but it turned out that Ruan Yuji had let go of the dagger, and his two hands couldn't help but hug the person in front of him. Soon, Ruan Yuji's feet left the ground and he was picked up by the waist. Put me down, or I won't be polite. Ruan Yuji resisted symbolically for a while, and finally buried his head in an embrace and came to the couch. The curtain fell quickly, and through the curtain, two figures could be vaguely seen crossing each other. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Swish! Wang Zhenxing was awakened and opened the curtain. Who is looking for you so late? Ruan Yuji was also disturbed, but was still in a semi-confused state and had no time to identify who was coming. Don't make any noise, I'll go and take a look. When Wang Zhenxing saw the person coming, he felt his scalp tingling and gave a warning. Ruan Yuji nodded heavily to show that he understood, and at the same time restrained his breath to the extreme. She also has to save her face. If people knew that she stayed overnight at Wang Zhenxing's residence, she would no longer be able to live as a human being. Wang Zhenxing was dressed appropriately, and walked to the door calmly and opened it. Wen Qingshui's figure was immediately reflected in his eyes. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Wen Qingshui asked. Wang Zhenxing shook his head against his will. Won't you invite me in and sit down? Wen Qingshui asked in confusion when she saw him blocking the door. Please come in. Wang Zhenxing forced a smile. Wen Qingshui walked into the house and saw the dagger and the broken teacup on the ground. Did Ruan Yuji come to see you? Yes, she has been here. Wang Zhenxing nodded. It seems like you didn't have a very pleasant conversation. Wen Qingshui smiled gloatingly. Yes, she wanted to kill me. Wang Zhenxing said. Then you are not hurt, right? Wen Qingshui looked Wang Zhenxing up and down and asked with concern. Not really. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. Wen Qingshui said, this woman is very narrow-minded. You must be on guard against her in the future. I think she looks vicious, but she doesn't seem to have any murderous intent. She's just angry about what happened that night and wants an explanation. If Ruan Yuji wasn't there, Wang Zhenxing might have joined in, but at this moment, Ruan Yuji was lying on the couch behind him, so how could he say anything bad about her? In any case, you'd better be careful. Wen Qingshui said. I'll try my best. Wang Zhenxing nodded perfunctorily, and then said, You came so late just to tell me this. Of course not, I also want to ask you, Where did you learn the two magical powers that you used during the day, the Taishuan Heart Demon's secret book and the Great Yin-Yang Palm? Wen Qingxie said. I picked it up by accident. Wang Zhenxing said. How can it be such a coincidence? Wen Qingxie certainly didn't believe this. Well, actually it was Su Wan who told me. Wang Zhenxing also knew that Wen Qingxie was not so easy to fool, so he changed his words. Chapter 427, Hit the Spot. After hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, Wen Qingxie paused and said. Chu Qingyan's comprehension is average, but he was able to learn these two magical powers so quickly. It must have been with Su Wan's help. It makes sense that Su Wan learned these two magical powers indirectly, but why did Su Wan tell you? You are so smart, why don't you guess it? Wang Zhenxing said. The Starry Night Demon Lord also covets these magical powers, but it seems that he has no way to deal with Chu Qingyan. Su Wan is a good breakthrough. I heard that the Starry Night Demon Lord once captured Su Wan and forced her to reveal these magical powers, but it is said that he failed. Wen Qingxie said. I want to know these things, there's no need to force her. Su Wan told me herself. Wang Zhenxing knew that Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie would know about his affair with Su Wan sooner or later. Revealing some things now was also a way to give them a heads up so that they wouldn't be too surprised in the future. Why would Su Wan tell you for no reason? Don't tell me that you have that kind of relationship with Su Wan. Wen Qingxie said with a smile. Can you guess all this? Wang Zhenxing also smiled. I just said it casually, but you took it seriously. Everyone in the world knows that Su Wan and Chu Qingyan are a couple. Wen Qingxie curled her lips. You won't allow Su Wan to fall in love with someone else and fall in love with me. Wang Zhenxing said. Stop kidding. Wen Qingxie didn't believe it. Wang Zhenxing didn't explain much. After all, he had already told her about it. It was she who didn't believe it, so she couldn't blame him. Is there anything else? Wang Zhenxing asked. Why do I feel like you want me to leave quickly? Wen Qingxie frowned. Of course not. I just thought that if someone saw you coming to see me late at night, it might affect your reputation, said Wang Zhenxing. I came here secretly, who would know? Wen Qingxie was not worried about this. After hesitating for a moment, she got to the point and said. Jingyao and I have always had a master-disciple relationship. If I were to be with her, this would be too absurd. I want to ask you, is it possible for you and Jingyao to separate? I understand what you mean, but I can tell you for sure that I won't. Think about it, if I abandon Jingyao for you today, there is no guarantee that I won't abandon you for other women in the future. If I really do such a thing, will you feel at ease to follow me? Wang Zhenxing said clearly. Wen Qingxie felt that it made sense and nodded, but soon realized something and said sadly, so according to you, you are going to abandon me. It should be said that it is you who want to leave. I will respect your wishes and will never force you. After all, there is still room between you and me, but not between Jingyao and me. Wang Zhenxing corrected. Wen Qingxie was silent for a moment, then said angrily, I owe you this in my previous life, but don't tell Jingyao about this for now, let me take some time. I thought Wen Qingxie, was upright, but I never thought I would run into something like this one day. I'm really sorry to have wronged you, but have you really thought it through? Wang Zhenxing was a little nervous, fearing that someone behind him would pull aside the curtain and jump out to mess things up, so he tried to avoid Wen Qingxue's feelings in his words, trying to stabilize the situation. I agreed to be with you because I wanted to be with Ruan Yuji. I thought that I could show off to her by stealing her man, and I could make her lose face in front of me. But if I didn't really like you, how could I have gotten involved and angered Ruan Yuji? Wen Qingxie opened her heart, walked up to Wang Zhenxing, and leaned gently on his shoulder. It's my honor to have your favor. Wang Zhenxing did not dare to respond to Wen Qingxue's enthusiasm. His hand froze in the air and did not move. Wen Qingxie moved her head away from Wang Zhenxing's shoulder. By the way, I also hope you can promise me one thing, that is, don't have any contact with Ruan Yuji in the future. Wang Zhenxing's heart skipped a beat and he said, after all, I owe her something. It would be too heartless to not have any contact with her in the future. And I heard that she has a very powerful senior sister. If I completely fall out with her, she will go back and complain to her senior sister. What should I do? That's true. Her senior sister's cultivation is unfathomable. It is estimated that she has reached the level of the 6 Supremes. You are indeed no match for her. If you are really entangled by her senior sister, you will definitely be unable to sleep or eat well. Wen Qingxue also became worried. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then let's do this. You break up with her, but at the same time keep a certain distance from her. Don't ever relive the old days with her," Wen Qingxue said sourly. "Actually, I have already figured out what to do in this matter," said Wang Zhenxing. "What do you think?" Wen Qingxue asked. "I won't take the initiative to provoke her, but if she asks me to take responsibility, then I have no choice but to agree," said Wang Zhenxing. Wen Qingxue smiled after hearing this. "Don't worry about that. I've known her for so long, I know her too well. She's a person who cares too much about her reputation, she will definitely not take the initiative to speak." Wang Zhenxing took a breath of cold air. Because Wen Qingxue was right. Ruan Yuji did want to save face. She clearly had expectations in her heart, but she just refused to say it out loud. "That's it for now." Wang Zhenxing deliberately glanced outside through the window and said, "Be careful when you leave, don't let anyone see you." "I'm not in a hurry to leave." Wen Qingxue pursed her lips and looked at him suspiciously. "Do you want me to leave quickly?" "No, why do you think so?" Wang Zhenxing said. "I want to talk to you more and leave when it's almost gone." The implication of Wen Qingxue's words was obvious. Wang Zhenxing naturally understood that she wanted to continue what she had not completed before. "Let's talk about it another day. I had some thoughts about spiritual practice today, and I want to calm down a little," Wang Zhenxing said seriously. "Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Even at this time, you are still thinking about cultivation. In other words, in your eyes, cultivation is more important than me, right?" Wen Qingxue felt a little resentful. "How could that be? I'm just afraid that you will regret it later, so I want to give you more time to think about it," said Wang Zhenxing. Wen Qingxue's expression softened, and she said softly, "Your shadow is already engraved in my heart. Without you, I really can't have peace of mind for a moment. I just hope you can be nicer to me, at least care and love me as much as you do for Jingyao." Wang Zhenxing smiled but didn't dare to say anything. "Silly boy, still standing there," Wen Qingxue said in a reproachful tone. "Have you really thought it through? Do you really not regret it?" Wang Zhenxing asked again. Wen Qingxue rolled her eyes at him and didn't answer. Instead, she made her point clear with her actions. With a slightly red face, she walked straight to the couch and reached out to gently push aside the curtain. Ruan Yuji hid in the quilt with only her head exposed. When the curtain was drawn aside, she happened to meet Wen Qingxue's eyes. The air in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point, and the atmosphere became awkward and weird. Chapter 428, Going to Watch the Fun. Wen Qingxue looked at Ruan Yuji hiding in the quilt, then glanced at the clothes on the couch, only then did she realize that she had disturbed their good time. No wonder Wang Zhenxing seemed to want to drive him away in his words, it turned out to be because of this reason. "I was wondering why you were so stupid just now and didn't know what to do. Turns out I was the stupid one." Wen Qingxue turned around and looked at Wang Zhenxing, saying angrily. Wang Zhenxing didn't say anything, just gave an awkward smile. After Wen Qingxue complained, she did not continue, but looked at Ruan Yuji and said in a sarcastic tone. "I really overestimated you. You actually came to me on your own initiative. Don't talk nonsense. He is the one who should take responsibility," Ruan Yuji said angrily. "You came to see him late at night, aren't you hoping for this? If you don't have this idea, it will be useless even if he tells you to the sky," Wen Qingxue said contemptuously. "You're not much better. I hinted that you should leave, but you insisted on staying. You're even more shameless than me," Ruan Yuji hit back. "At least I'm honest enough. Unlike you, you are so hypocritical and insincere," Wen Qingxue said sarcastically. "You are so noble. You stole a man's apprentice. If this gets out, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Ruan Yuji seized the pain point and started to mock him. "If you dare to tell anyone, I will never forgive you," Wen Qingxue said angrily. "I should be the one saying this. You did bad things in the back mountain before, and just now you said bad things about me. I haven't settled the score with you yet," Ruan Yuji said angrily. Wen Qingxue smiled maliciously, grabbed the clothes on the couch, and threw them at Wang Zhenxing, then said, "If you want to settle the score, then come on." Ruan Yuji hid under the quilt and didn't dare to come out. He glared at Wen Qingxue, then said to Wang Zhenxing, "Come here and be our notary. Today it's either me or her. Have you had enough? Do you really want to alarm everyone?" Wang Zhenxing saw that the two were arguing endlessly, so he came to the couch and said solemnly. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie were still angry after hearing this, but they became calmer. The academy is full of strong people now. If the two of them really fight, it will definitely attract other people. By then, the winner will not be determined, and they will probably lose face. Then let's try another way. Let him choose one of the two. No matter what the final result is, neither you nor I can have any complaints, and we can't argue about it afterwards. Wen Qingxie looked at Ruan Yuji and suggested a way to resolve the conflict. Okay, it's decided. Ruan Yuji agreed after hesitating for a moment. Wen Qingxie looked at Wang Zhenxing tenderly and said, no matter what you choose, I respect your choice, but the relationship between Jingyao and I will never change. She and I are master and apprentice, and also sisters. Ruan Yuji was stunned, secretly cursing this woman for being so shameless for actually giving such a hint and trying to influence Wang Zhenxing's choice. After thinking for a while, Ruan Yuji said softly to Wang Zhenxing, even if you don't choose me, I won't blame you. The road ahead is long, and I just hope you are well and love my third apprentice sister Lufu forever. After saying that, Ruan Yuji looked at Wen Qingxie provocatively, as if to say, you have an apprentice, and I also have a junior sister. It's wishful thinking if you want to take advantage of this. After Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji finished speaking, they both showed pitiful expressions and waited for Wang Zhenxing's answer. Wang Zhenxing was not stupid, so of course he would not make such a choice. He took advantage of the two men's unpreparedness and directly sealed their true chi and acupoints, turning them into wooden men. I refuse to answer your questions. But since you like to compete, I can set questions for you. Wang Zhenxing smiled at the two of them. The light from the bamboo building quickly went out. Elsewhere in the academy, Chu Qingyan was waiting under a big tree outside the room where Su Wan lived, practicing his magical powers without fear of the severe cold at night. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. He was able to achieve such success at such a young age. Although this was largely due to Su Wan's guidance, it was also inseparable from his hard work and effort. It is a very common thing for him to practice martial arts all night long. But after practicing for a while, Chu Qingyan suddenly sensed several familiar auras. It seems to be my father-in-law. Chu Qingyan identified the owner of one of the auras, muttered to himself happily, and then followed the source of the aura, and finally came to an ancient tower with dozens of floors in the academy. Time passed quietly and the moon sank to mid-sky. In the bamboo building, the scene of Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji fighting because of anger also came to an end. The host seizes the heroine Wen Qingxie and obtains some of the abilities of the protagonist Qin Wudao, sweeping the world. Note: seizing a female character by any means can easily be forgiven. Because the host has this talent, the reward is automatically converted into a large amount of talent upgrade experience. After seizing a female character, the favorability of the female character can be at least increased to 80. Unwavering love. The host and the heroine Wen Qingxie have become a couple, and are blessed by good fortune, and their martial arts luck has been greatly improved. Heroine Wen Qingxui's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 90. Unwavering until death. The host greatly affects the plot direction, and obtains 2,800 counterattack points. The protagonist Qin Wudao's luck value is -2,800, and the host's luck value is +2,800. Heroine Ruan Yuji's favorability towards the host +20, current total favorability is 90. Unwavering until death. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 2,000 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -200, and the host's luck value is +200. Wang Zhenxing received a large number of rewards, and at the same time he could clearly feel that his qi cultivation had improved to a certain extent. Practicing Yin-Yang Chongchun Gong with a top master actually has such a good effect. Wang Zhenxing was secretly delighted for a long time. After reaching the peak level, it becomes extremely difficult to continue to increase your qi cultivation. Wang Zhenxing's newly improved qi cultivation is at least equivalent to 2 years of hard training. Of course, this was partly because it was the first time, but if he continued to practice like he had just done, the speed at which his cultivation would increase would still be very obvious. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie did not glare at each other at this moment, and were also immersed in joy. Not only did Wang Zhenxing get improved, but the cultivation of the two of them also got improved. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie reached the peak level much earlier than Wang Zhenxing, and they understood the difficulty of practicing after reaching the peak level better than he did. At this time, his cultivation had improved significantly, and he was much happier than Wang Zhenxing. The two of them estimated that if they continued like this, in a year or two, they might be able to reach the level of the six absolutes. As for who will reach it first, that depends on who is more favored. This was also a question that Wang Zhenxing asked for the two to compete with each other. Whoever can reach the level of six absolutes first will win. But no matter what, Wang Zhenxing remains invincible. There is still some time before dawn. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie looked at Wang Zhenxing eagerly, as if expecting something, but at this moment their attention was suddenly attracted by several powerful fluctuations of true energy. Such a strong fluctuation of true qi must be from Lu Ju without a doubt. Wen Qingxie guessed. The battle between the six supreme masters is a rare opportunity. If you go and watch it, you might gain some insights. Ruan Yuji said. That's right. Then go ahead and don't miss this opportunity. Wen Qingxie instigated her, wishing she would leave now so that no one would compete with her. I was just saying it casually. I'm not really going to watch the fight. Ruan Yuji could see what Wen Qingxie was thinking. Keep your voice down, someone is coming. Wang Zhenxing reminded. Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji were stunned at first, and then they reacted. The latter said, it's Dean Nangong. It's so late, what is she doing here? Wen Qingxie asked suspiciously. What's the matter? They just asked me to watch the fun. Wang Zhenxing explained, hurriedly tidied his clothes, and told Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie, hush, don't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji were both shocked, their hearts jumping out of their throats. Didn't this woman even knock on the door? Chapter 429, Quite Hateful. Wen Qingxie left the academy and settled down at the Kai family. She did not see the scene of Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei flirting with each other. Ruan Yuji did see it, but she just thought that Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei had a close relationship, but it was not to that extent. However, judging from Nangong Hui's current actions, it seems that she underestimated the relationship between the two. However, at this moment, neither Ruan Yuji nor Wen Qingxie had the energy to dig deep and get to the bottom of the matter. Instead, they hid in the quilt together tremblingly, not daring to make the slightest sound. They just winked at Wang Zhenxing, signaling him to go and deal with it quickly. The room soon became bright. Wang Zhenxing used his perspective to look through the curtains and saw Nangong Wei walking towards the couch. He then pulled aside a corner of the curtains, revealing only a head, and said, Dean Nangong is so abrupt, breaking into my room late at night, don't you think it's impolite? Nangong Wei was stunned for a moment, wondering why this guy was so distant with her, but then she thought that someone might be watching him, which was why he was so cautious. After all, there are many people in the academy now, and Wang Zhenxing hasn't taken the initiative to look for her for 2 days. I'm really sorry to bother you so late at night. The 4 of the 6 Supremes are competing in Feihong Tower. This is a rare opportunity, and I just wanted to invite you to go and watch. I have no ill intentions at all. Nangong Wei explained. No wonder there is such a strong fluctuation of true energy, so this is the case. Dean Nangong, please wait outside the room, I will come out after I get dressed. Wang Zhenxing said. Nangong Wei was speechless and almost wanted to say, it's not like I haven't seen it before, so why hide it? However, she was still cooperative in her actions, retreated out of the house, closed the door, and waited quietly. Can you take your hands off? Wang Zhenxing asked. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie withdrew their hands from his waist. It's all your fault. What nonsense are you talking about? Wen Qingxie complained to Ruan Yuji in a low voice. They were really flirting with each other that day. How could I lie to you? Ruan Yuji said. Wang Zhenxing knew that the two of them must have whispered something to each other, but he didn't bother to ask them at this time. He raised his hand to stop them and signaled them to shut up. Nangong Wei is a top master after all, and his perception is still very strong. If he hears some noise and gets entangled with him, he doesn't know how much time and effort he will waste. Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji didn't want Nangong Wei to know that they stayed overnight in the bamboo house, so they covered their mouths and remained silent. Wang Zhenxing tidied his clothes and walked out of the bamboo building. Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the footsteps fading away. They also straightened their clothes and prepared to leave. Before leaving, the two of them tidied up the messy bed. Wen Qingxie even rolled away the light-colored bed sheets. Ruan Yuji looked at Wen Qingxie strangely, but surprisingly without any sarcasm. Because if you put yourself in her shoes, you'd know she would do the same thing. It's just a pity that that day was at the back mountain of the Kai family. Even if Ruan Yuji had an idea, it would be inappropriate for her to pull up the weeds on the back hill and take them away as a souvenir, right? The bamboo house where Wang Zhenxing lived was some distance away from Feihong Tower. On the way, Nangong Wei asked Wang Zhenxing beside him, "You seem so cautious, is it because someone has been watching you these past 2 days?" "Yes." Wang Zhenxing nodded seriously, his expression solemn. "Do you know who it is?" Nangong Wei asked. "I don't know about that." Wang Zhenxing shook his head. "The Qin family is not brave enough to send people into the academy to monitor your movements. It seems that most of them are people inside the academy." After analyzing it, Nangong Wei asked again. "I asked you to go and negotiate with Ruan Yuji that day. What happened? What else can we do?" Before we could even say a few words, she started shouting and killing. Although she looks vicious, she always holds back when she attacks. Wang Zhenxing said. After hearing this, Nangong Wei was both happy and worried, and said, "Then there is hope. You should spend more time on her and try to gain her forgiveness. Don't let her get jealous, or you will offend her senior sister in the future. If that happens, I'm afraid you will suffer. But what if I put too much thought into it and she starts pestering me? What should I do?" Wang Zhenxing asked tentatively. "It would be a lie if I said I didn't mind, but at least you can make one less enemy and I won't have to worry about you." Nangong Wei sighed. "You are so nice to me." Wang Zhenxing was a little touched and wanted to hold her hand. "Sir, please respect yourself." Nangong Wei was afraid of being seen, so she moved her hand away in time, said with a half smile, and continued to return to the previous topic and asked, "Do you think the person staring at you could be Ruan Yuji?" "Probably not," Wang Zhenxing said casually. "In fact, no one was spying on him. Have you ever had any conflicts with the outsiders in the academy?" Nangong Wei asked. "There was a little conflict with Chu Qingyan," Wang Zhenxing said. "What's going on? What bad things have you done?" Nangong Wei asked with a smile. Chu Qingyan is well known in the martial arts world for his hatred of evil. That day, Ruan Yuji and I were fighting, and Chu Qingyan happened to pass by. He felt as if I had done something against the law and hated me, Wang Zhenxing explained. Nangong Wei smiled and covered her mouth. "You are fickle, hugging left and right. Although it is not against the law, it is still quite hateful. But even if that's the case, it's none of his business. He's really meddling in other people's business. I didn't steal his woman," Wang Zhenxing said. "Even if you want to snatch it away, you can't. Su Wan likes honest men, not people like you," Nangong Wei said. Wang Zhenxing smiled and didn't respond. Nangong Wei thought he was speechless and agreed with what she said, so she did not continue to pester him and said, "Although you had a conflict with Chu Qingyan, the person who was secretly watching you should not be him." "Why do you say that?" Wang Zhenxing didn't understand. "I heard that Chu Qingyan has been following Su Wan these 2 days. He even stayed outside Su Wan's room at night, concentrating on practicing martial arts. How could he have time to keep an eye on you?" Nangong Wei said. "It's really boring. You have to guard like this all day long. Are you afraid that your future wife will get lost?" Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. "Maybe he's just guarding against people like you," Nangong Wei said with a smile. Wang Zhenxing looked at her in surprise. "Okay, I won't joke with you. You are not from the Qin family, and you haven't offended anyone in the martial arts world other than Chu Qingyan. Could it be that the people who are watching you were sent by my 3 masters?" Nangong Hui's expression gradually became serious. "You 3 masters?" Wang Zhenxing asked in surprise. "That's right, my eldest master is one of the 6 supreme masters, and my second and third masters are both top-level experts," Nangong Wei said. "Longfeng Academy is indeed profound. No wonder so many people in the world give it face," Wang Zhenxing praised. "Of course." Nangong Hui's pretty face showed a proud look, and then she felt a little ashamed. "My 3 masters are indeed amazing, but I am a little disappointing. Until now, I have not entered the ranks of the top masters." Having said this, she paused for a moment, blushing slightly as she continued. "Now that I'm in love with you, your image is always on my mind. My determination to practice has weakened, and it's been a long time since I reached the peak. The three masters have high hopes for me. If they knew about you and me, they might trap you in Fei Hong Tower and make you suffer to atone for your sins. Chapter 430 Unexpected Disaster. Hearing what Nangong Wei said, Wang Zhenxing was calm in his heart, but still showed a surprised expression on his face, and said, "It's not that serious. Even if he is your master, he has no right to interfere in your relationship. If you only have me, then it's fine." Nangong Wei sighed. Wang Zhenxing didn't know how to respond. "I am not blaming you. If you really cared about this, you wouldn't be thinking about you all day long. But my three masters definitely don't want me to suffer this injustice." Nangong Wei said, "It's a pity that I met you so late, otherwise you wouldn't have so many worries." Wang Zhenxing said, "I am happy to hear this, but please don't say it in front of Yanan, lest she blames me." Nangong Wei smiled lightly and continued, "Not many people know about you and me, but we are together day and night, and rumors might have spread. It's reasonable for my three masters to send people to keep an eye on you after hearing the news. Fortunately, you are alert and haven't come to see me in the past 2 days. Let's take it one step at a time. If your master really knows, I will talk to them properly." Wang Zhenxing was not worried. "I know you have read a lot of books by sages, but when it comes to talking about the truth, you may not be able to defeat my three masters." Nangong Wei sighed. Wang Zhenxing smiled but said nothing. He was speaking in a reasonable manner, not with his mouth, but he did not explain it in detail. Nangong Wei brought Wang Zhenxing to a high-rise stargazing tower in the academy. Opposite the high-rise building is Fei Hong Tower. Under the moonlight, several figures can be seen interweaving on the top of Fei Hong Tower, accompanied by terrifying fluctuations of true energy. This tall building is the best place to watch the game. In addition to Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei, there were many other figures around. Wang Zhenxing glanced around and saw Chu Qingyan and Su Wan. Su Wan seemed to sense something and also looked at Wang Zhenxing. She was stunned for a moment, then she felt her pretty face and ears getting hot. She looked away as if avoiding him, but after a while she glanced back secretly. Chu Qingyan was about to say something to Su Wan with a smile on his face, but before he could say a word, he saw that Su Wan's attention was not on the top of the tower, but was staring in another direction. After a moment of confusion, Chu Qingyan looked in the direction of Su Wan's gaze and immediately caught sight of Wang Zhenxing. "It's him." Chu Qingyan clenched his fists instantly, his eyes flashing with fire. Wang Zhenxing was looking towards the top of the tower at this moment, and suddenly he casually withdrew his gaze, looked in the direction of Chu Qingyan and Su Wan, and smiled at the latter. Su Wan also smiled and nodded slightly in response to Wang Zhenxing. "Waner, why do you care about that kind of person?" Chu Qingyan was very jealous. "Are you my father? You're so nosy and nosy." Su Wan said angrily. "I am your future husband." Chu Qingyan said. "I never said I would marry you, so don't be so conceited." Su Wan pouted. "Waner, you are saying those angry words again. After the hospital celebration is over, I will go back to my hometown and make things clear with Cece. Tell Cece that the person I like is you, not her." Chu Qingyan promised loudly. Some people around heard the shouting and looked sideways. Su Wan had encountered similar things before, but she didn't think it was a big deal. But now she felt extremely embarrassed and almost wanted to block his mouth with mud. She said, "Okay, shut up. There are so many people watching us. What's the big deal? They can watch it if they like." Chu Qingyan said indifferently. "Can you be quiet for a while? If you keep talking too much, I'll let my dad beat you up." Su Wan threatened. "Although my future father-in-law behaves strangely, he can distinguish right from wrong and good from evil. How could he beat me up casually? If he really wants to beat me up, he will only beat the guy who wants to take advantage of you." Chu Qingyan said, looking in the direction of Wang Zhenxing with disgust. When Su Wan heard this, she suddenly realized something. Her heart skipped a beat and she secretly started to worry about Wang Zhenxing, praying that her father wouldn't notice anything. "Waner, you also think that I'm right, right?" Seeing Su Wan didn't answer, Chu Qingyan said with a silly smile. "You're the one." Su Wan rolled her eyes at him. Not far away, Nangong Wei also noticed Chu Qingyan and Su Wan, and asked Wang Zhenxing. "What on earth did you do? Why does Chu Qingyan seem to have a big grudge against you?" "I didn't do anything. I probably just talked a few more words to Su Wan, and then Chu Qingyan felt that I would snatch Su Wan away." Wang Zhenxing said lightly. "So that's how it is. Then Chu Qingyan is too stingy. Nangong Wei frowned. That's right. If you really make me angry, I will really snatch Su Wan away from you. Wang Zhenxing said. Nangong Wei smiled and said softly, Su Wan and Chu Qingyan have a deep relationship, you can't easily break them up. Besides, Su Wan is so smart. Even if Chu Qingyan didn't exist, she would stay away from you because she knows you are affectionate. Not everyone is as magnanimous as me. Nothing is absolute in this world. What if I succeed? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. What else can I do? I'll just have another sister. Nangong Wei said. Okay, then you wait and see. Wang Zhenxing said. You took it seriously. Nangong Wei glanced at him, then lowered her voice and said, Old Monster Su is both good and evil, and he dotes on his only daughter, Su Wan. Don't say that it's impossible for you to steal Chu Qingyan's girl. Even if you can do it, as long as you dare to touch Su Wan, you will be hunted down by Old Monster Su. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he thought to himself that I had touched more than just one finger of Su Wan. Then he recalled some of the scenes of that day in his mind. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt a little regretful. He pretended to leave that day, but was pulled back by Su Wan. This should have been considered as Su Wan's initiative, but unfortunately at the critical moment, Su Wan was afraid to retreat, and finally Wang Zhenxing took over the situation. The reason why Su Wan retreated was very simple. That day, Su Wan was held hostage by the Starry Night Demon Lord. She refused to accept his threats, saying that she was terribly afraid of the pain and would rather commit suicide than be tortured by poison. This was not a lie. Because of this, Wang Zhenxing missed the double reward and finally only received the normal double reward. Why don't you speak? Are you scared? Nangong Wei saw that Wang Zhen was silent for a long time, so she asked again. Who is Old Monster Su? Wang Zhenxing asked, looking towards the top of the tower. The one in the green robe. Nangong Wei said. Wang Zhenxing nodded, watched the battle on the top of the tower for a while, and said, the strength of these four people is very different. If they really want to decide the winner, they will have to fight to the death. However, these four people are just sparring and have no intention of risking their lives. Of course, they are old friends, why would they fight for no reason? Nangong Wei said. It's almost over. After a moment, Wang Zhenxing suddenly said. Why do you say that? Nangong Wei was surprised. They have consumed too much of their true energy and there is very little left, Wang Zhenxing explained. How can you sense it from such a distance? Nangong Wei wondered. Wang Zhenxing smiled but said nothing. Sure enough, after a few breaths, the battle on the top of the tower came to an end. The four men stood at each end, smiled, bowed and said something. One of them, a man in a green robe, threw a few pills to restore their true energy to the other three, then left the top of the tower first and rushed towards the tall building where people were watching the battle. Some of the martial arts people around were frightened by the aura of the man in green robe with a stern face and retreated one after another. Wanner. When Old Monster Su saw his daughter, the coldness on his face faded and he smiled. Dad. Su Wan called out sweetly with a look of delight on her face. When Chu Qingyan saw his future father-in-law, he ran forward to greet him happily. Old Monster Su ignored Chu Qingyan and came to Su Wan. Chu Qingyan has long been accustomed to it and is not surprised. Seeing that his daughter did not blame him for ignoring Chu Qingyan, Old Monster Su immediately guessed something and asked, Did this elm make you angry again? Dad, let's not talk about him anymore. I'll introduce a friend to you. Su Wan looked in the direction of Wang Zhenxing. Old Monster Su nodded and followed Su Wan towards Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei. But after taking only a few steps, Old Monster Su suddenly stopped, the smile on his face disappeared, and his face gradually became gloomy. I have been very careful, but could someone have figured it out? Su Wan's face turned pale and she lowered her head. At this time, Chu Qingyan ran over, ready to say bad things about Wang Zhenxing, asking his future father-in-law to take care of it, and warned Su Wan to stay away from Wang Zhenxing. But just as he was about to speak, Chu Qingyan saw Old Monster Su glaring at him fiercely. Chu Qingyan scratched his head, not knowing what was going on. Before he could react, he was hit on the chest by a palm. It was Old Monster Su who suddenly became furious and attacked. Chu Qingyan's figure drew a parabola in the air and then embedded itself into the wall of the tall building. Chapter 431 Chu Qingyan takes the blame. Old Monster Su suddenly attacked Chu Qingyan. This sudden scene shocked many people present. After old Monster Su appeared, many people around him looked at him. No one saw Chu Qingyan do anything rude to old Monster Su, so it was really puzzling that old Monster Su suddenly attacked and hurt people. It is rumored in the martial arts world that old Monster Su has a strange temper. After seeing him today, it turns out to be true. Many people around couldn't understand it, but Su Wan knew very well why Chu Qingyan was beaten. Su Wan was originally worried that her father might find out something was wrong with her, so she went to find trouble with Wang Zhenxing. However, because she was too concerned, she overlooked one thing. That is, she has no intersection with Wang Zhenxing. At least old Monster Su doesn't know that she has any intersection with Wang Zhenxing. When my father discovered something, the first person he suspected would naturally be Chu Qingyan, and no one else. Anyway, he's thick-skinned and can handle a lot of beatings, so he'll be fine. Su Wan glanced at Chu Qingyan, whose body was embedded in the wall, and thought to herself. Ahem. Chu Qingyan coughed violently a few times, struggled free, and crawled out of the wall covered in dust. He was protected by the Jiang Qi, and old Monster Su had consumed too much qi and his palm power was insufficient. Although he was hit by a palm, he was only slightly injured and was not seriously injured. Old Monster Su was still furious and wanted to continue attacking. The movement on the tall building attracted the attention of Sanju, who had just fought with old Monster Su. 3 figures flew over and landed on the platform of the high-rise building, blocking Su Laoguai and Chu Qingyan. The 3 men looked to be over 60 years old. One was dressed as a Taoist priest, one was a monk, and the other was a Confucian scholar. Seeing this, Nangong Wei whispered to Wang Zhenxing, "You already know the man in green robes. His nickname is Old Monster Su, and his name is Su Xie. The Taoist priest is from Taishuan sect, and his Taoist name is Qingye. The monk is from Dian Temple, and his Buddhist name is Xuankong. As for the old scholar, he is my master, and his name is Cheng Qinghe. Except for the monk, the other 3 all have something to do with the Qing in Chu Qingyan's name," Wang Zhenxing said, touching his chin. Nangong Wei looked strange and added, "It seems to be true. It is said that Master Xuankong's secular name before he became a monk also had the character Qing in it. No wonder he has a good relationship with Chu Qingyan. This Chu Qingyan has quite good luck," Wang Zhenxing said. "It's indeed not low, but compared to you, it's far behind. Nangong Wei has a keen eye and can observe people's luck, so he can easily tell." After sighing, he said doubtfully, "Tell me, why did old Monster Su suddenly attack Chu Qingyan? I'm not a prophet, how would I know?" Wang Zhenxing smiled, moved his eyes away from Nangong Hui's pretty face, turned to Chu Qingyan, and continued to watch the show. "Brother Su, what's going on? Why are you suddenly attacking and hurting people?" Qingye asked. Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe didn't say anything, but looked at old Monster Su with confusion, hoping that he would give an explanation. All 3 of them had old ties with Chu Qingyan, and had taught him their magical powers, so they regarded Chu Qingyan as half-disciples. "No matter what your business is, just get out of my way," old Monster Su said with a gloomy face. "Brother Su, we are guests. Please don't make things difficult for me. If you are unhappy, you can tell me. If Chu Qingyan is really wrong, I will be the first one to not let him go." Cheng Qinghe trusted Chu Qingyan's character very much and spoke to smooth things over. Old Monster Su glanced at his daughter Su Wan, only to see that she was pale, with her head lowered, and she didn't dare to speak. Su does everything based on his mood and never explains anything to anyone. Of course, it was impossible for old Monster Su to tell the reason in public and embarrass his daughter. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe looked at each other after hearing this. The 3 men were old acquaintances of Su Laoguai. They knew that although he had a strange personality, he would not hurt innocent people at will. After a little thought, they quickly realized that Su Laoguai might not be able to say it clearly, so he used this excuse to prevaricate. Thinking of this, the 3 of them turned their eyes to Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan walked to a position not far from old Monster Su, covered in dust and dirt, still looking confused, not understanding how he had angered his future father-in-law. "Senior Su, I am stupid and don't know what I did wrong. Please tell me," Chu Qingyan said sincerely. "You know what you have done," old Monster Su said angrily. Chu Qingyan scratched his head in confusion, then his eyes lit up and he quickly said, "It was my fault that I made Wanner angry, causing her to run away from the academy and fall into the hands of Starry Night Demon Lord. Old Monster Su was stunned for a moment, thinking that this was actually possible. He was so angry that he slapped Chu Qingyan in the face. 5 red finger marks immediately appeared on Chu Qingyan's right cheek, but he was not angry. "Senior, you hit me well, it's all my fault." Old Monster Su didn't like Chu Qingyan in the first place, and when he knew that Chu Qingyan had failed to protect Su Wan, he became even angrier. He slapped Chu Qingyan more than a dozen times in a row, leaving both sides of Chu Qingyan's face red and swollen. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so they came out to stop it. 3 seniors, thank you for your kindness. It was my fault that I failed to protect Wanner. It is only right that Senior Su hit me. Chu Qingyan rejected the kindness of the 3 people and continued to stand in front of Old Monster Su, ready to be slapped. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe looked at each other and sighed. Chu Qingyan is good in every way except that he is too straightforward and foolish. Who would be willing to be slapped in public like this? You brat, I'll settle the score with you later. Old Monster Su slapped Chu Qingyan a few times, feeling as if he was contaminated by his stupidity. He was extremely disgusted and prepared to give up for the time being. Because Old Monster Su was afraid of this kid Chu Qingyan, he foolishly told him about what happened between him and Su Wan. Ordinary people cannot do this kind of thing, but Chu Qingyan may be able to do it. By then, not only would Su Wan be ashamed, but even he, as her father, would lose face and be made a laughing stock. Wanner, come with me. I have something to ask you. After saying something to Su Wan, Old Monster Su turned away. Su Wan raised her head slightly, glanced at Wang Zhenxing secretly, then lowered her head and followed her father's pace. The father and daughter quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Some people who were watching the fun gradually dispersed. You should go too. It's best not to look for me these days. If I miss you, I will find you. Nangong Wei moved sideways, keeping a distance from Wang Zhenxing, and spoke to him in a voice transmission. Got it. Wang Zhenxing saw Cheng Qinghe looking over here, and replied to Nangong Wei through voice transmission, then left with the crowd. Master. Nangong Wei walked up to Cheng Qinghe and saluted respectfully. Who was the man next to you just now? Cheng Qinghe asked as he looked in the direction Wang Zhenxing left. Chapter 432 Demon. Hearing the master's question, Nangong Hui's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be confused. There were several people next to me just now, I don't know who you were referring to, master. Cheng Qinghe looked at Nangong Wei and did not answer. Instead, he asked, did anything special happen in the academy during my retreat? Something happened, and I'm just about to report it to you. Nangong Wei said. I'll be waiting for you in Feihong Tower. Bring your friend here too. Cheng Qinghe said. Which friend? You know which friend I'm talking about. Nangong Hui's eyes widened a little, knowing that someone in the academy must have reported something to the master. Knowing that he couldn't fool around, he could only nod and say, yes, master. Wang Zhenxing returned to the bamboo house. Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingshe had already left, leaving only a faint fragrance on the couch that was intoxicating. Just as he was thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing saw Nangong Wei walk into the house and couldn't help but say with a smile. You missed me so soon. My master wants to see you. Nangong Wei said with a frown. So fast. Wang Zhenxing was surprised. We were together all day before, maybe the news reached my master's ears. Nangong Wei said. What is coming will eventually come. Let's go and lead the way. Wang Zhenxing said casually. Don't be so tragic, I will protect you. Nangong Wei thought he was just forcing a smile, so she said a few words to comfort him and led the way. The other side. Old Monster Su and his daughter Su Wan came to a pavilion in the academy. That old bastard, Starry Night Demon Lord, is simply abominable. He doesn't even have the demeanor of a master and has repeatedly held a junior like you hostage. You managed to escape before, but how did you get away this time? Asked Old Monster Su. The old bastard was fooled by me once before and let me run away. I was more cautious this time, but fortunately, there was an expert who rescued me and scared the old bastard away. Su Wan replied. Is it Qingye, Xuankong, or Cheng Qinghe? Asked Old Monster Su. Starry Night Demon Lord is one of the 6 supreme beings, and there are only a handful of people in this world who can scare him away. Recently, only these 3 people are in the imperial capital. Neither. Su Wan shook her head. Old Monster Su was stunned for a moment, then he remembered something Su Wan had said before. Could it be the friend you just said you would introduce to me? Yeah, Su Wan nodded with a smile. It's too late today. I will go meet him tomorrow and thank him. There was a gleam in old Monster Su's eyes. Dad, I think you want to find someone to compete with. Su Wan pouted. Seeing through his thoughts by his daughter, old Monster Su smiled awkwardly. He is not a simple man who can scare off the Starry Night Demon Lord. Of course I want to meet him for a while, but don't worry, I will be careful. There are always talented people in the world. I'm just afraid that you, Dad, will suffer a loss and lose face. Su Wan said with a smile. This girl is actually ruining your father's career. Old Monster Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After complaining, he suddenly felt emotional. Lu Ju is a person of the same era, and now he is indeed an old man. There are many rising stars in the martial arts world, especially the two in Kunlun Mountain and Xingyu Palace. Although they are not known as the Six Absolutes, they already have strength comparable to the Six Absolutes. Given time, perhaps he could break through the legendary realm of martial arts. There is also this guy Chu Qingyan. Although his talent is ordinary, he is even lucky. With the help of Su Wan, he is already considered a half-peak master in his 20s. If he is given some time, he should be able to enter the realm of the Six Absolutes. What Su Wan said makes sense. The era of the six unique masters seems to have passed. Dad, I was just joking. In my heart, you will always be the best in the world and no one can replace you. Su Wan suddenly said, noticing her father's emotions. The sadness on old Monster Su's face disappeared, and he said unhappily, I can see that in your heart, that stupid boy is the best in the world. Su Wan forced a smile and said nothing. Old Monster Su thought his daughter had agreed, and gritted his teeth and said, this brat looks honest but he's full of evil intentions. I'm going to break his bones sooner or later. He still had basic trust in his daughter, whom he taught himself. He knew that his daughter would never take the initiative to do such a thing. If this happened, it must have been Chu Qingyan who took the initiative. Su Wan didn't explain much, thinking that Chu Qingyan was a tough guy and nothing would be wrong. Dad, please calm down. Don't get sick from being angry. Su Wan said. You're grown up now, and Dad won't preach to you, but there are some things you still need to be careful about. After saying this, Su Laoguai was afraid that his daughter would be embarrassed, so he immediately ended the topic and said. It's late. Go back and have some rest. I'll go with you to meet your friend tomorrow. Wang Zhenxing followed Nangong Wei into the Feihong Tower, where the latter briefly recounted the origins of the Feihong Tower. At this moment, there seemed to be some low roars coming from where I was standing. You said before that you were afraid that your master would lock me up in the Feihong Tower. I thought you were joking. It turns out that there is really someone locked up in the Feihong Tower. Wang Zhenxing said. He was a demon who caused a bloody storm in the martial arts world many years ago. It was only after the Dragon and Phoenix Academy joined forces with hundreds of righteous masters from many sects in the martial arts world that he was captured. Nangong Wei explained. Capture? Why not just kill him? Wouldn't that be easier? Wang Zhenxing was puzzled. This demon has obtained dragon blood, so it is difficult to kill him. Nangong Wei said. Dragon blood? Wang Zhenxing was shocked. This is a legendary creature. I understand that you don't believe in its existence, said Nangong Wei. I believe it, and I was almost conquered by a dragon. Wang Zhenxing suddenly stopped speaking halfway. What do you want to serve? Nangong Wei asked. It's difficult to kill him, but it's not impossible. It seems that someone has selfish motives, so they spared his life. Wang Zhenxing returned to the previous topic. Indeed, we can hope to get information about the dragon from the demon. But those involved are confused. Even if we really get the trace of the dragon, who can capture it? A demon who has obtained dragon blood is so difficult to deal with, let alone a dragon. Nangong Wei said. Wang Zhenxing looked through the ground and saw a deep prison about 10 meters underground. Inside the prison, there was a man who looked like a savage and was trapped by many arm-sized steel chains. Is the prison under the Feihong Tower solid? Wang Zhenxing asked casually. Of course it's strong. There are hundreds of gas-suppressing needles on the demon's body. The true energy in his body is sealed and locked with fine steel. He absolutely can't escape, Nangong Wei said confidently. Wang Zhenxing smiled after hearing this. According to the plot law of Shuang novels, the more people think this way, the more things tend to develop in the opposite direction. What are you laughing at? Nangong Wei asked blankly. It's nothing. I just suddenly feel that it is the greatest honor of my life to know and love you. Wang Zhenxing was at a loss for words, so he changed the subject. Nangong Hui's heart was touched, and for a moment she even forgot where she was. With a soft light in her eyes, she gently leaned on his shoulder, wanting to say a few sweet words to respond to her lover, but just as she was about to open her mouth, 3 figures of old scholars suddenly appeared in the corner of her eye. Chapter 433, 3 Elders of the Academy. When Nangong Wei caught a glimpse of the 3 figures out of the corner of her eye, she came to her senses instantly, quickly moved away from Wang Zhenxing's shoulder, stood up straight, raised her head to look at the 3 old scholars in front of her, and then lowered her head in shame. Among these 3 old Confucian scholars, the one in the middle is Cheng Qinghe, the one on the left is Fang Yangming, and the one on the right is Ding Changzai. They are Nangong Hui's first master, second master, and third master respectively. At this time, Cheng, Fang, and Ding's eyes were not on Nangong Wei, but on Wang Zhenxing, with unfriendly expressions in their eyes. When Nangong Wei noticed the gazes of the 3 masters, she felt a little nervous, so she secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing was calm and relaxed, and felt at ease. Cheng Qinghe and the other 2 had heard some gossip about Nangong Wei and Wang Zhenxing before, so they were prepared. Although they were a little angry, they did not lose their temper on the spot. However, in addition to Nangong Hui's emotional issues, Cheng Qinghe and the other 2 were most concerned about something more important. I heard that you and Qin Wudao have severed your master-disciple relationship. Is this true? Cheng Qinghe asked Nangong Wei. Yes. Qin Wudao has bad conduct and had an affair with my uncle's other concubine. He has lost the qualifications to practice the Dragon and Phoenix Sutra to perfection. Nangong Wei did not dare to hide it. Having said that, do you have any selfish motives in severing your master-disciple relationship with Qin Wudao? Cheng Qinghe looked at Nangong Wei. Yes. Nangong Wei glanced at Wang Zhenxing beside her and admitted it generously. Qin Wudao was expelled from your sect by you, so he must be harboring hatred towards the academy. If such a monster happens to have another chance and grows up in time, it will not be a good thing for the academy. Cheng Qinghe said in a deep voice. My disciple has selfish motives. If Qin Wudao wants to hate someone, he should hate me. If it really comes to that in the future, my disciple will bear the responsibility alone and will never implicate the academy. Nangong Wei said seriously. Weier, is it really worth it for you to do this? Cheng Qinghe asked. I think you can understand, master. Nangong Wei said. I don't understand. Cheng Qinghe said. I want to ask master, you have waited for her for so many years, is it worth it? Nangong Wei asked cautiously. When Cheng Qinghe heard this, his face froze and he was suddenly speechless. Wang Zhenxing smelled gossip and immediately looked at Nangong Wei in confusion. Nangong Wei understood I Lang's eyes and answered him through voice transmission. Among the 6 supreme masters, there is a woman who is a contemporary figure of my master. The 5 supreme masters, including my master, are all infatuated with her. But the woman had another man she loved, and she didn't accept any of the 5 supremes. Xingye Demon Lord and Su Xie let it go and eventually got married. Xuankong and Qingye became monks and were no longer obsessed with it. Only my master was still brooding over it and hadn't let it go. Quote. There is such a past event. The woman must have been extremely beautiful. Wang Zhenxing said in a voice transmission. Of course. Back then, she was recognized as the most beautiful woman in the world. But now her glory has faded and she is no longer beautiful. Nangong Wei sighed. Back then, who is the most recognized beauty in the world now? Wang Zhenxing asked casually. There is some controversy about this title. The evil sects believe that it should be the palace master of the Star Moon Palace, while the righteous sects believe that the great fairy among the 7 fairies of Kunlun is worthy of this title. Nangong Wei said. Wang Zhenxing was not surprised after hearing this. The title of the most beautiful woman in the hidden world means the coexistence of beauty and strength. Looking at the hidden world today, perhaps only these 2 people can bear this title. While Wang Zhenxing was talking to Nangong Wei via telepathic communication, Cheng Qinghe exchanged glances with his 2 fellow apprentices beside him. After a moment of silence, Cheng Qinghe said, You are now the dean of Longfeng Academy. Your decision is also the decision of the academy. Thank you, 3 masters. Nangong Wei was delighted, knowing that the 3 masters chose to support her out of love. I hope you won't regret this decision in the future. Cheng Qinghe said. Master, Don't worry. I believe in my own choice and vision. Nangong Wei looked at Wang Zhenxing with a smile and replied to the master. Cheng Qinghe withdrew his gaze from Nangong Wei, and then began to look at Wang Zhenxing, saying, "Many years ago, you caused a stir in the imperial capital. I never thought that you would come back and stir up another storm. It's all thanks to women for their protection, otherwise he would have been thrown into the moat to feed the fish." Fang Yangming said. Ling Yanan is also a figure. I really don't understand what he likes about this kid. Ding Changzai also spoke up. Judging from the tones of the three people, they were obviously dissatisfied with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing looked calm after hearing this. Nangong Wei was anxious when she saw her lover being ridiculed. She said, "Three masters, you only know one side of the story. He is no longer the ordinary scholar he was back then. So what? No matter how promising a scholar is, how far can he go?" Fang Yangming said. "Second master, according to what you said, even saints and sages cannot be in your eyes." Nangong Wei said. "Of course, wait, what did you say?" Fang Yangming was stunned. Cheng Qinghe and Ding Changzai were also shocked when they heard this. A sage has appeared in Luodu. You three masters have known about this for a long time, but do you know who that sage is? Nangong Wei raised the corner of her lips and said with some pride. After being reminded, Cheng Qinghe's eyes sparkled. He looked at Wang Zhenxing again and said, "I was superficial. I thought he was lucky simply because he was popular with women. It turns out he has the luck of a saint." Fang Yangming and Ding Changzai did not say anything, but they also felt a little ashamed and embarrassed for their previous contempt. "Three masters, this is his work, please take a look." Nangong Wei was well prepared and presented a folded page of paper. Cheng Qinghe solemnly spread out the paper and read it with Fang Yangming and Ding Changzai. He was soon immersed in it, but after reading half of it, he found that there was no further content. "What else?" Cheng Qinghe asked Nangong Wei, while Fang Yangming and Ding Changzai also looked at them eagerly. "I copied it in my spare time. I only copied half of it. I will give the following text to the three masters for review another day." A smile flashed across Nangong Hui's lips, but it was intentional. "You have a photographic memory, so you must remember what's going to happen next. Tell me quickly." Cheng Qinghe couldn't wait to know what was going to happen next, and urged in an inappropriate manner. Nangong Wei followed his instructions and read out the following content with a smile. After hearing this, Cheng Qinghe and the other two were shocked for a long time before they came to their senses. "Weier, you and he are both sages of literature and Taoism, and you are indeed a good match." "It's a pity," Cheng Qinghe spoke after a while, but he stopped talking halfway and sighed. "The Dragon and Phoenix Academy has gone through more than 600 years. The East Court focuses on literature, which can influence the general trend of the world, while the West Court focuses on martial arts, which can affect the situation of the martial arts world. But up to now, due to various reasons, the East Court still produces many talented people, but the West Court has lost its talent. We finally had Qin Wudao, who could carry the hope of the West Courtyard, but now he has been expelled from the academy. Nangong Hui's mind is mainly on literary affairs, and he doesn't pay much attention to martial arts. Until now, he has not reached the peak level. After the three elders pass away, the West Courtyard may gradually decline." Cheng Qinghe was sighing, thinking how great it would be if Nangong Hui's partner was a top martial arts expert. "Master, I will definitely work hard to cultivate." Nangong Wei knew the concerns of the three masters and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a roar coming from underground. At the same time, the place where they stood shook, and the entire Feihong Tower began to shake slightly. Chapter 434, Overthinking. The roar was so sharp that it hurt the eardrums. Nangong Wei covered her ears, but still couldn't block out the impact of the sound. She felt very uncomfortable and frowned. At the same time, her feet were shaking violently. She was unstable and almost fell down. Fortunately, a hand reached out at the right time and hugged Nangong Hui's shoulders, which helped her to stabilize her body. Nangong Wei tilted her head and saw her lover's handsome face. She simply leaned into his arms and closed her eyes. After a while, the roar stopped, the ground stopped shaking, and calm returned to normal. Nangong Wei thought of the presence of her three masters, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly broke free from Wang Zhenxing's arms. However, Cheng Qinghe, Fang Yangyang and Ding Changzai's attention was not on Nangong Wei. Instead, they looked at Wang Zhenxing in astonishment. There was a commotion just now, and Nangong Hui's cultivation was not enough, so he was affected. Cheng Qinghe and the other two were as steady as a rock, their bodies did not waver at all. Wang Zhenxing was as still as a mountain. Only masters at the top level can be unaffected by that devil. Before this, Cheng Qinghe and the other two had not sensed any fluctuations of true energy from Wang Zhenxing and thought that Wang Zhenxing did not know martial arts. Now it seems that Wang Zhenxing was obviously hiding it intentionally. Nangong Wei realized this belatedly when he saw the expressions of the three masters. She had never seen Wang Zhenxing display his martial arts skills, but she knew that Wang Zhenxing had an emotional entanglement with Ruan Yuji and was hated by him, but he was able to remain safe and sound, so she had long guessed in her heart that Wang Zhenxing was by no means a weak scholar. But no one expected that Wang Zhenxing actually had such a high level of martial arts skills. Nangong Wei gave Wang Zhenxing a look that felt a little resentful and a little happy. So you are so talented, no wonder you can be so calm in front of us. I just don't know how powerful you are. Cheng Qinghe narrowed his old eyes, intending to test him, and hit Wang Zhenxing with a palm. Master, please show mercy. Nangong Hui's face turned pale and she cried out in panic. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Cheng Qinghe responded with a smile, and then he exchanged palm strikes with Wang Zhenxing. However, he felt a violent shock all over his body, his blood boiling, and he retreated several steps. Seeing this, Fang Yangming and Ding Changzai put their hands on Cheng Qinghe's shoulders, but the remaining force made their arms slightly numb. Cheng Qinghe's old face was gloomy, but he was more horrified. He fought with Su Laoguai and others for a long time and consumed a lot of true energy, but after a period of rest, he had recovered a lot. However, he was repelled by Wang Zhenxing with one palm. Cheng Qinghe estimated that Wang Zhenxing had strength at least close to that of the six supremes. Nangong Wei was also very surprised to see this scene. Her expectations of her lover were actually very high, but she didn't expect that she still underestimated him. But after the surprise, Nangong Wei felt more joy and pride in her heart, thinking that he was worthy of being the man she liked. I didn't expect that there would be a figure like you in the world. I was really short-sighted. What is your relationship with Kunlun? Cheng Qinghe came back to his senses, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Zhenxing changed. He put him on the same level as himself and spoke. Why do you ask this, senior? Wang Zhenxing asked. The martial arts you practice should be Kunlun's Zhodian Shenjiao Gong, but it is stronger than Zhodian Shenjiao Gong. Even if it is not from Kunlun, it is at least related to Kunlun. Cheng Qinghe said. Wang Zhenxing was surprised for a moment, thinking that Lu Ju was indeed extraordinary. Even though he carefully hid his skills, they still discovered what he practiced. So he admitted generously. I have a deep connection with Kunlun, but I am not from Kunlun. What is the origin? Cheng Qinghe asked with a smile. It's a long story. Wang Zhenxing said. Although Cheng Qinghe was very curious, he didn't want to continue asking when he saw that he didn't answer the question, but he had a rough guess in his mind. Zhodian Shenjiao Gong is one of Kunlun's supreme skills and is not passed on to outsiders. The fact that Wang Zhenxing was able to learn it speaks volumes. After exchanging glances with Fang Yangming and Ding Changzai, Cheng Qinghe said. You and Wei are both saints. If you can become husband and wife, it will surely become a legend for all ages. The end of this month is a rare auspicious day. Nangong Wei was delighted and wanted to agree, but considering Wang Zhenxing's situation, she had to consider him and said. Master, my current situation is not suitable for marriage. I'd better wait until I have achieved success in my cultivation before discussing marriage. What you said makes sense. Cheng Qinghe nodded, and also felt that he was a little impatient. He was mindful of Wang Zhenxing's connection with Kunlun, and was afraid that Kunlun would snatch him away in the future, so he wanted Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei to get married as soon as possible. But Nangong Hui's situation is special and it is indeed not suitable for her to get married so soon. Wang Zhenxing didn't dare to interrupt when talking about such a sensitive topic. He quickly changed the subject and said, this devil has made such a big fuss. Don't we need to go to the prison to take a look? What if this devil escapes? This devil goes crazy every once in a while. It's not uncommon. Besides, we check on him regularly every half a month, so there won't be any mistakes. Cheng Qinghe said. So that's how it is. Then how long has it been since the last time you checked? Wang Zhenxing said. 7 days. Cheng Qinghe said. Wang Zhenxing looked at Nangong Wei. The day after tomorrow is the hospital anniversary, right? Yes. Nangong Wei nodded. What exactly do you want to say? Cheng Qinghe looked at Wang Zhenxing suspiciously and asked. I want to ask, do you want to go to the prison and take a look? Wang Zhenxing said. You worry too much. The three of us have been in Feihong Tower for a long time. If there is any unusual movement, we will discover it immediately. Cheng Qinghe said with a smile. Wang Zhenxing nodded and remembered Cheng Qinghe's smile. It's getting late, three masters. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Nangong Wei said. Go ahead. The school anniversary is the day after tomorrow and you need to make some preparations. Cheng Qinghe said. Disciple understands. Nangong Wei nodded, and left Feihong Tower with Wang Zhenxing. The next day, old monster Su came to find Su Wan, ready to go with her to meet Wang Zhenxing. However, halfway through, Chu Qingyan suddenly appeared. Senior Su, I was just looking for you. Chu Qingyan said with a naive smile. What do you want from me? As soon as old monster Su saw Chu Qingyan, he became furious for no reason. Can I talk to you for a moment? Chu Qingyan glanced at Su Wan secretly and said to old monster Su. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Old monster Su had limited patience and was in no mood to listen to Chu Qingyan's nagging. Chu Qingyan looked embarrassed and hesitated for a while. Suddenly, an idea came to him and he said in a voice transmission, I want to tell you, Senior Su, that Wang Zhenxing is a bad guy. I want you to warn Wanner to stay away from him to avoid being deceived in the future. Old monster Su smelled a hint of sourness in Chu Qingyan's tone and was surprised for a moment, but did not think too much about it. He just thought that Su Wan was annoyed by Chu Qingyan's mess and was deliberately irritating this silly boy. You are not a good guy either. You have not even married Wanner yet, but you have already destroyed her innocence. Stop pretending to be an honest man in front of me. Old monster Su responded to Chu Qingyan's words via voice transmission. There was deep resentment in his tone, and he wished he could slap this guy to death with one palm. Senior Su, what are you talking about? How dare I be disrespectful to you? Chu Qingyan's face flushed, with some confusion in his eyes, and he defended himself through voice transmission. Old monster Su observed his expression and felt that he was not lying. He looked at Su Wan beside him in surprise. Chapter 435 Become Sworn Brothers. Su Wan didn't know what her father and Chu Qingyan had said in the telepathic conversation, but when she saw her father looking at her with a strange expression, she had a rough guess in her mind. Chu Qingyan, are you saying bad things about me? Su Wan knew that this fool was easy to fool, so she said this deliberately to trick him. Chu Qingyan heard this and defended himself with an innocent look on his face. How dare I say bad things about you? It was Senior Su who said that I was destroying your innocence. What does this have to do with anything? Please explain it to me. Su Wan's pretty face flushed, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. Seeing the two people's reactions, old monster Su guessed that Su Wan's affairs had nothing to do with Chu Qingyan, and Chu Qingyan was probably still in the dark. I was just testing you to see if you were disrespectful to Wanner. Old monster Su didn't want his daughter to lose face, so he made amends and helped Su Wan keep the matter a secret. Chu Qingyan believed it and said, don't worry, Senior Su. She is the only one who can bully me. How dare I bully her? Su Wan got angry after hearing this and kicked Chu Qingyan on the knee. If you hadn't pissed me off, how could I have left the academy and ended up in the hands of the Starry Night Demon Lord? Wanner, I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm just trying to reason with you. I can accommodate you on other things, but when it comes to major issues, Chu Qingyan explained. Okay, stop talking. It's all my fault. Everything you said is right. Su Wan was too lazy to listen to his long speech. Wanner, I'm so happy that you can figure it out. Chu Qingyan said happily. Old monster Su watched from the side and sighed secretly, thinking that this kid was so stupid that he couldn't even understand the sarcasm. I know everything you want to say. You can leave now. Old monster Su said to Chu Qingyan. Okay, Senior Su, I'll take my leave then. Chu Qingyan said. Wanner, since you have nothing to do with Chu Qingyan, then who is he? After sending Chu Qingyan away, old monster Su asked his daughter. However, it was somewhat awkward for the father and daughter to talk about these topics, so their words were very obscure. But with Su Wan's intelligence, she could naturally hear what her father was asking. However, Su Wan didn't want to answer, so she lowered her head and remained silent. Did this happen while you were being held hostage by the Starry Night Demon Lord? Old Monster Su sensed that Su Wan was a little agitated when she blamed Chu Qingyan just now, and asked in a speculative manner. Su Wan remained silent. Wanner, if you don't say anything, how can your father avenge you? Old Monster Su said anxiously. Su Wan hesitated for a moment before speaking. That day, Chu Qingyan and I were angry, so I left the academy to hang out outside. Unexpectedly, I was spotted by that old bastard Xingye Demon Lord. In a hurry, I wanted to get rid of him, but unfortunately I failed. The old bastard wanted me to memorize my magical powers, but I played a trick on him. In order to make me cooperate, he prepared that kind of medicine for me to take. I pretended to be drug resistant, relying on my certain drug resistance. When the old bastard went out to grab a man to scare me, I was ready to take the opportunity to escape. But, that old bastard was too cautious and sealed all the doors and windows. Having said that, Su Wan did not continue speaking. Old Monster Su did not continue asking, because he could already guess what would happen next. The Starry Night Demon Lord is as famous as me, but he actually uses such despicable means to deal with a junior like you. If I find a chance, I will kill him. Old Monster Su said coldly. This old bastard will definitely get his comeuppance. Su Wan also echoed angrily. And that brat Chu Qingyan, even though I misunderstood him, he got slapped and it was not unfair at all. If he hadn't been angry with you, you wouldn't have left the academy. Old Monster Su said, gritting his teeth. Don't talk about him. It gives me a headache when you talk about him. Su Wan said depressedly. And that what about the man that old bastard captured? Who is he? I'll kill him for you. There was murderous intent in old Monster Su's eyes. He has been killed by me. Su Wan said with her head down. Is he dead? Old Monster Su felt that his daughter's expression was different, and there seemed to be no hatred in her tone when she talked about this person. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. After the Starry Night Demon Lord was frightened away, my true energy was restored and I killed that man on the spot. Su Wan said. That's good. Although old Monster Su was confused, he did not continue to ask. He and Su Wan passed several roads in the academy and finally came to a bamboo building. He lives here, Su Wan said, pointing to the bamboo building in front of her. At this time, the door of the bamboo building was open, and Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei were playing chess. After getting the approval of the three masters, Nangong Wei came to see Wang Zhenxing openly without any concealment. Seeing the arrival of old Monster Su and Su Wan, Nangong Wei stopped playing chess and wanted to say hello to this senior in the martial arts world. But before Nangong Wei could say anything, old Monster Su raised his hand and signaled Nangong Wei to continue playing chess and not to pay attention to him. Old Monster Su didn't care about the formalities at all. His attention was drawn to the chess game at the moment. When Nangong Wei saw Su Laoguai's expression, she immediately understood and continued to play chess with Wang Zhenxing. After a while, Nangong Wei saw that she was stuck in a stalemate with only a few white pieces on the chessboard. She held a white piece in her tender white hand, unable to put it down for a long time. She sighed and wanted to admit defeat. But at this time, old Monster Su stretched out his hand and gestured to a place on the chessboard. Nangong Wei understood instantly and saw some hope, but after thinking about it, she gave up her seat. Old Monster Su did not refuse and sat down immediately, replacing Nangong Wei to play chess with Wang Zhenxing. After 2/4 of an hour, the white piece was in a dead end and had already been defeated. Dad, you lost. Su Wan laughed when she saw her father was defeated. Old Monster Su gave his daughter a displeased look. It's my lack of chess skills that put Basie in a difficult situation. After Senior Su took over, he was able to hold on for so long, which shows that his chess skills are extraordinary. If we play another game, it's still unknown who will be better. Nangong Wei said with a smile. Old Monster Su felt relieved and proud after hearing this. He envied the three old guys in the academy for having such a good disciple. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but glance at Nangong Wei. There was a stake in the game between him and Nangong Wei, so he was quite interested, but he had no interest in continuing the game with old Monster Su. However, Su Wan was very interested and had even started helping to clean the chessboard. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Su Wan inadvertently, met her eyes, and then naturally looked away. Although I have no interest in playing chess with old Monster Su, this is indeed a good opportunity to show off my skills. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenxing happily played chess with old Monster Su. The chess skills of old Monster Su are even better than those of Nangong Wei. Wang Zhenxing felt very pressured when playing against him, as he was a well-matched opponent, and the game ended in a draw. It had been a long time since old Monster Su had played chess so happily. He was in a good mood and wanted to continue playing against Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing had already made some progress in chess, and his goal had been achieved. He did not want to bother to compete with Su Laoguai in chess. So he changed the topic and talked about the other three arts. Old Monster Su is proficient in everything from music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and he and Wang Zhenxing seemed to have endless topics to talk about. After they finished talking about music, chess, calligraphy and painting, the two talked about medicine and alchemy. Wang Zhenxing's knowledge and understanding opened Su Laoguai's eyes and made him admire him deeply. Su Wan was watching from the side, and seeing how the two of them were getting along so well, she couldn't stop smiling. But the next moment, her father's words made her smile freeze. It's a pity that we met too late. Since we are so destined to meet, why don't we become sworn brothers? Old Monster Su was unconventional in his behavior. At this moment, he just felt that he had met his best friend for life. How could he care about seniority or age? He excitedly took Wang Zhenxing's hand and said. Chapter 436, Arresting People. Not only Su Wan was surprised, even Wang Zhenxing was a little confused after hearing what old Monster Su said. Old Monster Su grabbed Wang Zhenxing's hand, looked at him with burning eyes, and waited for his reply. But before Wang Zhenxing could answer, Su Wan got anxious and said, Dad, you are already quite old, and there is a difference of several dozen years between you and him. If we become sworn brothers, it will be ridiculous. Why bother about worldly prejudices? Said old Monster Su. Nangong Wei didn't say anything, feeling a little amused. Su Xie is of the same generation as her three masters. If she becomes sworn brothers with Wang Zhenxing, the generation order will be messed up. That's true, but you have a lot of enemies. If you become sworn brothers with them and bring harm to them, that would be bad. Su Wan said. Old Monster Su thought what he said made sense, but he did not reply. Instead, he suddenly attacked Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing responded calmly and fought with old Monster Su. After a brief probing, old Monster Su had a good idea in his mind, so he stopped and said, No wonder Starry Night Demon Lord didn't get any good results at your hands, he is indeed extraordinary. After that, he looked at Su Wan and said suspiciously, His skills are enough to roam the world, and few people can compete with him. How could he be afraid of my enemies? Wanner, why did you stop him so many times? I'm worried that I'll be laughed at. Su Wan said. Is it really just that? Old Monster Su didn't believe this statement. Of course, it could be due to something else. Su Wan said. I appreciate your kindness, but I have a grudge against Chu Qingyan, so I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to become sworn brothers. Wang Zhenxing then spoke up and declined. In fact, he and Su Wan had the same concerns, but it was inconvenient to say it out loud. Upon hearing this, old Monster Su was silent for a moment. He ran into Chu Qingyan before coming here, and Chu Qingyan specifically told him to persuade Su Wan to stay away from Wang Zhenxing. Naturally, he understood that Wang Zhenxing and Chu Qingyan had a grudge. Wanner, what do you think? Although old Monster Su didn't care about Chu Qingyan's thoughts, he still took Su Wan's feelings into consideration. It's not appropriate to become sworn brothers. He and I are friends. If you become sworn brothers with him, then I will be a dwarf for nothing. Su Wan said angrily. I think it's because of that silly boy Chu Qingyan. Old Monster Su thought his daughter was trying to evade him, so he directly pointed out her thoughts. It's not because of him. That idiot is pedantic and boring. I feel upset just by mentioning him. Su Wan said angrily. Ever since she returned to the academy that day, Chu Qingyan has been following her around like a sticky candy all day long, which really annoys her. Since you are annoyed with him, just draw a line between you and Su Wan so that you can have some peace and quiet. Old Monster Su disliked Chu Qingyan, and when he heard Su Wan say that, he immediately instigated her. I think so too. I told him about it yesterday, but he always thought I was just saying it out of anger. Su Wan said with some exhaustion. Old Monster Su looked at Su Wan suspiciously, unable to tell whether her words were true or false, and could only tentatively say, That's easy. I'll go and explain it to him for you. If he dares to pester me, I'll break his legs. But don't feel bad then. If I feel sorry for you, I'll be a puppy. Su Wan cursed. Okay, Then I'll take you to find him now. After saying this, old monster Su bowed and said goodbye to Wang Zhenxing and Nangong Wei, then walked out of the bamboo building. He wanted to see how long Su Wan could keep her stubbornness. Let's go. Su Wan snorted and followed her father's pace, but before leaving, she looked back at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing met Su Wan's gaze and watched her leave with a smile. Why do I feel that there is something unusual in the way Su Wan looks at you? Nangong Wei withdrew her gaze from the direction where Su Wan's figure disappeared, and said to Wang Zhenxing with some suspicion. I saved her, so of course she has good intentions towards me, said Wang Zhenxing. Her eyes are not the kind of eyes that contain kindness. Instead, they are a bit like the way Yan'an and Shaolin look at you. Nangong Wei said. Really? Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Maybe I saw it wrong. Nangong Wei said uncertainly. By the way, is there any news from the Qin family? Wang Zhenxing did not continue discussing the issue of Su Wan's eyes and quickly changed the subject. I received some news last night. The reports submitted by Ku Liang and others have basically been reviewed. If all goes well, the 6 gates should go to the Qin family to arrest people and interrogate them today. Nangong Wei replied. Then Qin Wudao is in trouble. Wang Zhenxing laughed with glee. Qin family mansion. The core members of the Qin family were in the meeting room, discussing some things. When the discussion was halfway through, a disciple of the Qin family rashly barged into the meeting room. You're so flustered. How disgraceful. Qin Wudao's father, Qin Feng, reprimanded the young man. The clan leader Qin Mo did not accuse him. He looked at the Qin family member with a serious expression and asked, do you have anything important to report? Tell me quickly. Grandpa Wei, people from the 6 gates are here, and they said they are looking for our cousin Wudao. The Qin family member replied. Qin Mo, Qin Feng and Qin Wudao were all shocked when they heard this, and subconsciously looked at Qin Sheng in the hall. Qin Sheng is in charge of all the Qin family's intelligence matters. Ku Liang and others joined forces to report Qin Wudao. This was news that had been confirmed long ago. Qin Sheng is in charge of the progress of this matter. Oh, I'm getting old and confused. I received the message last night, but it was too late. I was thinking about it today, but when I woke up, I forgot about it. Blame me, Qin Sheng said apologetically. Brother, how could you forget such an important thing? It's obvious that you are harboring hatred and deliberately concealing it. Qin Feng certainly couldn't believe such nonsense and immediately scolded him. That's a bit harsh. Wudao is my nephew after all, and he concerns the future of the Qin family. How could I harm him? Qin Sheng said expressionlessly. Whether you have forgotten about this or you have deliberately concealed it, you know it clearly, brother. Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Stop arguing, Qin Mo said, stopping his 2 sons from arguing, and then asked the Qin family member who reported the news. How many people came from the 6 gates? Who is leading the team? Is it Shen Zong? There are 5 people in total. The leader is a young and beautiful woman who is very tall. Her colleagues call her Lady Shaho. The Qin family disciple replied. It's Shaho Lan, who captured Wang Zhenxing and was rewarded with merit. Qin Wudao continued after hearing this. He was always interested in the beautiful women in the imperial capital, and after hearing some information, he could immediately identify the person. The fact that the 6 gates didn't send Shen Zong here means things are far from being that bad. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Having said that, we must give an explanation to Ku Liang and the others about this matter. Qin Mo said. Fortunately, after Wudao severed his ties with the academy, he encountered other opportunities. The 6 gates must have also learned some news, so they only sent people to pretend to catch Wudao. If they really wanted to catch Wudao, the person leading the team to the Qin family would definitely be Shen Zong. Qin Feng analyzed. I'll go to the academy now. Qin Wudao immediately understood, stretched, walked out of the conference room, and left through the back door of the Qin family. Chapter 437 Guarantee. Wanner, you are speaking in anger again. We have been through so much together until now. How can we just break up like that? You must still be angry about what happened before. Come on, I will stand still and you can hit me to vent your anger. In a room of the academy, Chu Qingyan chattered to Su Wan. Dad, did you hear everything? Su Wan rubbed her forehead, her pretty face full of depression, and said to her father. After old monster Su took Su Wan away from the bamboo building where Wang Zhenxing lived, they came to Chu Qingyan's room and asked Su Wan to talk things out with Chu Qingyan. Su Wan followed his words and said that she wanted to separate from Chu Qingyan and wished him well in the future. Do you really want to break up with him, or are you just saying that out of anger? Old Monster Su and his daughter had quarreled many times over Chu Qingyan. When he heard his daughter propose to break up with Chu Qingyan, he was still in a state of half belief and half doubt. Dad, so you also think I'm joking? Su Wan was very tired. Old Monster Su did not answer, but glanced at that silly boy Chu Qingyan. Wanner, stop making trouble. If you are angry, just take it out on me. Chu Qingyan said with a naive smile. The same thing again, you are thick-skinned and tough, and my hands hurt even after I hit you. Su Wan said helplessly. I knew you wouldn't want to leave, Wanner. Chu Qingyan was delighted. Su Wan was a little crazy when she heard this, and turned around and said, Dad, come here. Okay. Old Monster Su also wanted to confirm his daughter's thoughts, so he gave Chu Qingyan a clean and neat palm. Chu Qingyan was hit by a palm, and his body smashed a hole in the door and fell into the yard outside the wing room. You're really asking for trouble. Su Wan snorted as she watched the scene. Old Monster Su listened and looked at his daughter's expression. Seeing that she did not show any sign of heartache, he was stunned at first, and then felt a little happy. You are no longer obsessed with this silly boy. I am so happy. Old Monster Su smiled heartily and then asked curiously. Can I ask why? Su Wan lowered her head in silence, then raised her head and explained, Isn't this just listening to your advice, Dad? The fool is so pedantic, just like his master, he is stubborn and doesn't change. If you stay with him for a long time, you will get sick from being angry. Besides, he already has a fiancé, and I don't want to be criticized by others for stealing someone else's husband. It's better for both of us to separate from Chu Qingyan. It's good that you can figure this out. That silly boy Chu Qingyan is indeed not worthy of you. Don't worry too much. Dad will definitely choose a husband for you who is 10 or 100 times better than Chu Qingyan. Old Monster Su promised. I don't want to get married, Dad, please don't interfere. Su Wan responded with her hands on her hips, then walked out. Chu Qingyan bared his teeth, climbed up from the ground, and shamelessly ran to Su Wan again. But before he could say anything, Old Monster Su flashed and slapped Chu Qingyan again. Chu Qingyan certainly didn't dare to fight with his future father-in-law. He silently took the palm strike and flew backwards again. However, this time, Chu Qingyan did not have a close contact with the ground, but was caught by a figure that flew over. It was Qin Wudao, who came to ask Chu Qingyan for help and happened to arrive here. Master, what is going on? Although Qin Wudao managed to catch Chu Qingyan, he was also shocked by the force. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally recovered and asked. It's okay. Your future master's wife is angry with me. Chu Qingyan explained. The person next to my future master's wife is Qin Wudao felt a breath from Old Monster Su and couldn't help but tremble. My future father-in-law. Chu Qingyan replied. Qin Wudao suddenly understood when he heard this. Su Wan's father was Su Xie, one of the 6 supremes. No wonder he had such a terrifying cultivation base. Silly boy, don't you understand what I'm saying? If you continue to pester me, I won't hold back. Old Monster Su snorted coldly and warned Chu Qingyan. Senior Su, even if I die, I will never leave Wanner. Chu Qingyan straightened his neck and said resolutely. You kid, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because those old guys are protecting you? Old Monster Su gathered his true energy, ready to take real action. Chu Qingyan was fearless. He stood still, ready to die. Qin Wudao felt something was wrong, so he quickly stopped in front of Chu Qingyan, bowed respectfully, and said to Old Monster Su, I have heard of Senior Su's great name for a long time. I, Qin Wudao, am here to meet you. Are you the enchanting genius that the Academy and Kunlun once fought over? Old Monster Su was slightly surprised. That's right, kid. However, due to some things, I have left the academy and become Senior Chu's disciple. Qin Wudao said neither humbly nor arrogantly. This silly boy actually accepted a disciple. Old Monster Su couldn't help but laugh, but soon restrained himself and said, however, with your talent, as long as you have the skills and magical powers, even if no one guides you, you can still understand it on your own and master it. Senior Su, you are too kind. My master is a man of unparalleled chivalry and praised by everyone in the martial arts world. There are many things I can learn from him. Qin Wudao complimented. Chu Qingyan felt his face light up when he heard this. At the same time, because of the physical contact with Qin Wudao, he sensed something and said in surprise. I just taught you the first 3 levels of the 9 yang art yesterday, and you've already reached the 2nd level so quickly. It was just luck. Qin Wudao smiled. He has already gone through the process from the beginning to becoming a top master, and with his incredible talent, it is naturally easy for him to change his practice method. Okay. After I settle the matter with Wanner, I will immediately teach you the last 6 levels of the 9 yang ju. Chu Qingyan said. Although Qin Wudao couldn't wait to get the subsequent content of the technique, he had something else pressing at the moment, so he said, Master, I came to see you because I have something else to tell you. Oh, what's the matter? Chu Qingyan asked. Yes, before Qin Wudao could answer, Shaho Lan had already arrived here with a few people from the 6 gates. Qin Wudao, you are related to a case. Please follow us to Liushanmen and assist in the investigation. Shaho Lan said. Lord Shaho, I don't know what crime I have committed that requires you to mobilize such a large force to arrest me. Qin Wudao said with an innocent look on his face. Hooking up with married women and destroying other people's families. Shahu Lan said. Who are you hooking up with? Is there anyone who can testify against me? Qin Wudao asked. Sha Haolan was silent for a moment. Actually, before coming to arrest Qin Wudao, the 6 gates had already investigated and collected evidence, but the women who were related to Qin Wudao did not expose him, and instead defended him many times. Since there is no evidence, it may be inappropriate for Lord Shaho to come and arrest people, right? Qin Wudao said again when he saw Shaho Lan remain silent. I am just following orders. Please come back to Liushanmen with me so that I can give an explanation. Shaho Lan said. Don't worry, Lord Shaho, I will definitely give you the instructions. Qin Wudao showed Shaho Lan a smile that he thought was charming, and then sent a voice message to Chu Qingyan. I have had some contact with those women, but I have never touched them. I can swear on my martial arts career. Wang Zhenxing is taking advantage of this and trying to harm me. Master, please help me. It's that guy again. Chu Qingyan gritted his teeth when he heard the name. Miss Shaho, Qin Wudao is my apprentice. If the 6 gates really find evidence and prove his guilt, you don't have to do anything. I will punish him personally, said Chu Qingyan. Do you mean to guarantee him? Shahu Lan had heard of Chu Qingyan's name, so of course he didn't dare to act rashly, and asked cautiously. Chapter 438, Caught in the Act. Yes, I will vouch for him. Chu Qingyan answered Sha Haolan's question with an affirmative tone without hesitation. If Qin Wudao's guilt is confirmed, he will be charged with the same crime as him. Are you sure? Shaho wanted to confirm it again. Sure, Chu Qingyan said. Okay, now that you say that, I can go back and explain. After Shahu Lan finished speaking, he waved to a few of his men, left here, and prepared to go back and report. Master, thank you for believing in me. Qin Wudao bowed and said solemnly. You are my apprentice. How can I sit idly by and watch if something happens to you? What's more, it was that Wang Zhenxing who harmed you, so I can't just sit there and do nothing. Chu Qingyan said indignantly. Qin Wudao forced a smile when he heard this. In fact, he still felt a little guilty. Although he didn't really do anything substantial to those married women, he did destroy their relationships and families. Chu Qing and the others are devoted to me, and I don't think they will betray me. After a little worry, Qin Wudao soon figured it out and felt better. Although there are a lot of rumors outside, if we really want to convict him, we still need solid evidence. Now is an extraordinary period. Qin Wudao certainly won't be stupid enough to go find Chu Qing and others and let them catch him in the act. As long as Chu Qing and others don't expose him, no one can punish him. Now, with Chu Qingyan's support, he can at least have a stable transition period, and have time to practice the 9 yang art to perfection and reach the peak level. By then, he won't have to worry about the consequences. One's own strength is the foundation of everything. Qin Wudao understood this truth very early. The other side, Shahu Lan was about to leave the academy when he suddenly saw Wang Zhenxing. He smiled and asked his men to go back to the 6 gates first. Looking at your posture, are you performing official duties? Wang Zhenxing came in front of Shahu Lan and asked with a smile. Yes, I was ordered to take Qin Wudao back for questioning, but Chu Qingyan vouched for him, so I had to return empty-handed. Sha Haolan explained. Wang Zhenxing had long guessed that it would not be so easy to catch Qin Wudao. When he heard what Sha Haolan said, he was not surprised, but just found it a little funny. He said. With Chu Qingyan as the guarantor, he is not afraid of being implicated by Qin Wudao and affecting his reputation as a chivalrous man. I have also told Chu Qingyan about the situation, but Chu Qingyan insisted on doing so. Sha Haolin looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he lowered his voice and said, "But to be honest, the Six Gates actually talked to some of the female parties involved, but no one was willing to expose Qin Wudao. It's just that Ku Liang and others are in important positions, so they need to be given an explanation. And now that Qin Wudao has become Chu Qingyan's disciple, according to my estimation, this matter may end up in nothing, and Ku Liang and the others will have to suffer in silence." Wang Zhenxing said, "It's too early to say this now. What if there is a new situation? For example, someone changes his mind and is willing to expose Qin Wudao, or Qin Wudao can't help but go find a married woman to relive his old love." Sha Haolin looked at her fiancé with a gentle gaze and said, "I know about your feud with the Qin family. Qin Wudao's martial arts talent is simply like a demon. If he is allowed to grow up, it will definitely not be a good thing for you. I will have the people of the Six Gates keep an eye on him. As long as Qin Wudao reveals his true colors, there is hope that he will be punished. According to the law, if Qin Wudao is found guilty, he will be punished by castration. In this way, Qin Wudao's body will be incomplete, causing his cultivation to regress. He will be unable to practice most of the top-level techniques, and will no longer be a threat to you. Thank you for your hard work," Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. "I'm your fiancé, so of course I have to think about you. Besides, it's my duty. Qin Wudao, who hooks up with married women, is extremely despicable. He should be cut off to prevent him from harming women and destroying other people's families." Sha Haolin's tone had become a little sharp when he finished speaking. Wang Zhenxing listened to it, smiled awkwardly and did not respond. "I still have official business to attend to and need to go back to report. I can't chat with you for long." After saying this, Sha Hulan looked at Wang Zhenxing reluctantly, and then walked away with his tall long legs. Wang Zhenxing watched Sha Haolin leave, suddenly revealed some inexplicable smile, and followed him out of the academy. Night. In a magnificent mansion, Chu Qing leaned alone against the bedroom window, looking up at the bright moon, feeling melancholy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Didn't he go out for a drink? Why is he back so soon?" Chu Qing muttered, left the window and went to open the door, but there was no one in her sight. Is it hallucination? Chu Qing talked to herself for a while, sighed, and closed the door. But when she turned around, she suddenly felt someone hugging her from behind, and she was immediately startled, but she didn't shout. After being hugged by the person behind her for a while, Chu Qing turned around and saw Qin Wudao's face. She said with a mixture of joy and worry, "You are so brave. At this critical moment, you still dare to sneak over to find me. What are you afraid of? But if you're worried about getting implicated, then I'll leave." Qin Wudao looked outside the door. "Since you're here, it would be nice if you could talk to me. Ku Liang went out to drink with someone, and he probably won't be back for a while." Chu Qing said. "Didn't your husband accompany you after he came back?" Qin Wudao asked with a smile. "You know that he has problems in that aspect. He always ignored me in the past. Now he treats me even less because of what happened between you and me. If he wasn't afraid that the news of his problems would get out, he would have divorced me long ago." Chu Qing said. "People from the Six Gates should have looked for you. What did you say?" Qin Wudao asked. "I'm not stupid, so of course I won't say anything, otherwise both you and I will be in trouble." Chu Qing said. "That's good." Qin Wudao nodded, fiddled around for a while, and looked out the window vigilantly. "Ku Liang is out drinking. He won't be back in a short time. Even if he comes back, he won't come into my room." Chu Qing knew that this was a rare opportunity. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. So she took this opportunity and said bluntly, "You said before that you would punish me after my 20th birthday. How come you forgot? Or is there something wrong with you too? You were just trying to fool me before." Qin Wudao was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, then he smiled evilly and said, "Then don't regret it and beg for mercy. That depends on your ability," Chu Qing said provocatively. They held hands and walked towards the bed. Soon, the brocade quilt was turned up with some red waves. After a moment, "What are you waiting for?" Chu Qing complained anxiously. Qin Wudao did not answer. A few seconds later, a loud bang was heard from the direction of the door. Chu Qing was shocked and turned her head to look, only to see Ku Liang appear at the door with a knife in his hand, looking murderous. "You little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Ku Liang roared and rushed towards the bed with a knife in hand. Qin Wudao grabbed his clothes and rushed out of the window. "Bitch, I'll deal with you when I come back." Ku Liang glared at Chu Qing fiercely, picked up a jade pendant left by Qin Wudao from the bed, then quickly jumped out of the window and chased after him. Shahu Lan and other people from the 6 gates were patrolling at night. They saw someone sneaking around on the roof, so they chased after him. Just like that, Ku Liang, Shahu Lan and others chased to the outside of the Qin family mansion. "Master Ku," Yusha Haolan saw Ku Liang's attitude and was hesitant to speak. "I saw with my own eyes that Qin Wudao stayed in my wife's room at night. There is witness and evidence." Ku Liang was filled with hatred at this moment and didn't care about the family scandal. He immediately showed a jade pendant in his hand and said to Shahu Lan. Soon, Shahu Lan gathered some people from the 6 gates and gathered outside the Qin family mansion. At this time, Qin Wudao was hugging a Ling in the arms and had no idea what was going on. Chapter 439, Being Calculated. A man dressed in 6 doors clothing knocked on the door of the Qin family mansion. A member of the Qin family came to open the door. When he saw the scene outside the mansion, he was shocked and immediately went to inform the core members of the family. Clan leader Qin Mo got the news and rushed over quickly. When he heard Shah Haolan's intention, he was a little surprised and said, "Lord Shaho, could there be any misunderstanding here?" Before Shah Haolan could say anything, Ku Liang excitedly said, "I saw it with my own eyes. How could there be any misunderstanding?" He paused for a moment and raised a jade pendant towards Qin Mo. This item was left behind by Qin Wudao. "There are witnesses and evidence. What else can you say? Hand over Qin Wudao." Qin Mo took a closer look and saw that the jade pendant in Ku Liang's hand was indeed somewhat similar to the jade pendant Qin Wudao usually wore. "Fenger, go and call Wudao over," Qin Mo said to Qin Feng beside him. He believed that his grandson would never be so stupid as to have a tryst with Ku Liang's wife during this sensitive period. Moreover, even if Qin Wudao really went there, he would definitely not let people find him easily, and he would not leave the jade pendant behind. "Yes, father." Qin Feng and Qin Mo had the same opinion. They didn't believe that Qin Wudao would be so stupid. After responding, they came to the yard where Qin Feng lived. Qin Feng knocked on the door several times but got no response. However, seeing light in the house, he thought there must be someone there, so he pushed the door open and walked in. Walking to the bed, Qin Feng drew aside the curtains and saw his son Qin Wudao hugging a Ling and sleeping soundly. This kid Qin Feng complained and shook Qin Wudao's shoulder. Qin Wudao woke up and immediately became alert. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Qin Feng. He said awkwardly and bewilderedly, "Dad, why are you here? Have you been at the Qin's house since dark?" Qin Feng didn't bother to blame Qin Wudao for fooling around with a Ling, but asked with a serious face. "Yes." Qin Wudao nodded. Seeing that his father looked unhappy, he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Ku Liang said that you stayed overnight in his wife's room. He held a jade pendant to incriminate you, and many experts from the 6 gates were waiting, ready to arrest you and interrogate you. Qin Feng said. Jade pendant. Qin Wudao was stunned. He fumbled on the clothes beside the bed for a while, and his face gradually changed. "Oh no, my jade pendant is gone." "When did you lose your jade pendant?" Qin Feng asked. "It was still there during the day." Qin Wudao felt a little sore and weak all over, and immediately realized that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "I seem to be poisoned. I can't raise my true energy at all. It seems that someone has calculated it." "Who brought you the meal?" Qin Feng just thought that there was a problem within the Qin family. "It's not food." Qin Wudao shook his head and looked at a Ling subconsciously. The poison enters the body through the mouth, not the food, so the problem obviously lies with a Ling. This woman is such a nuisance. Qin Feng glared at A Ling. "Wudao, how could I hurt you?" "It's not me," A Ling explained hurriedly. "I have been very cautious recently, guarding against others poisoning food, but I was still careless. I didn't expect that the other party would actually poison you." Qin Wudao said, gritting his teeth. "I understand. Someone must have stolen your jade pendant, and then pretended to be you to meet Ku Liang's wife, and then framed you." Qin Feng said. "I can prove that Wudao has always been by my side and has not gone to Ku Liang's house." A Ling said. "It won't work. Your testimony is unbelievable." Qin Wudao rejected A Ling's proposal. Then he vaguely heard Ku Liang's scolding and said hurriedly, "Dad, take me away from the Qin family and go to the academy to find my master. Only my master can protect me now." Qin Feng nodded, and quickly carried Qin Wudao on his back, trying to leave through the back door of the Qin family. Qin Wudao had already used this trick once during the day. At this time, there were already several people from the 6 gates guarding the back door of the Qin family. Fortunately, Qin Feng was very skilled and he easily broke through the obstruction of several people and quickly escaped with Qin Wudao. Sha Hulan heard the noise and brought people to the back door of Qin's house. He asked his colleagues about the situation and learned that it was Qin Feng and Qin Wudao, father and son. Where did they run to? Sha Hulan asked. Over there. The injured man from the 6 gates pointed in a direction. It seems that he wants to go to the academy. Sha Hulan made a quick judgment and ordered the soldiers of the 6 gates to divide into several groups to intercept. Ku Liang was eager for revenge and rushed to the front. The other side, Qin Feng ran wildly with Qin Wudao on his back. The former realized that there was no breath approaching from behind and relaxed a little. "Wudao, who do you think is plotting against you?" Qin Feng asked. "I was in seclusion before, trying to break through to the peak level, but I was unaware that I was poisoned. Because of a moment of thought, that thing happened between me and Aling. And this time, the situation is similar to the last time. It must be the same person. This person's method of poisoning is very sophisticated, and it is really hard to guard against," Qin Wudao said angrily. Qin Feng thought for a moment and added, "Not only is he skilled in using poison, but he was also able to sneak into the Qin family silently. He must be a top master. Being good at using poison and at the top level, the only one in the world who meets both of these conditions is the Starry Night Demon Lord, right? But I have never had any contact with him. Why would he plot against me? Could it be that Wang Zhenxing hired him to deal with me?" Qin Wudao was surprised. This is impossible, how could he be so capable? Qin Feng carried Qin Wudao on his back as he passed by the low residential houses, his tone somewhat disdainful. He was jealous and hated this love rival, and he was unwilling to believe that this love rival had such ability. But just as he finished his words, he felt a sudden pain in his knee and lost his balance. He and Qin Wudao on his back fell through the roof tiles and crashed into the kitchen of a private house. Qin Feng and Qin Wudao were cultivators, so they didn't suffer any serious injuries after falling from a high place, but they were inevitably covered in dirt. "Someone is attacking people from behind." Qin Feng spat out the ashes in his mouth and said with a sullen face. "Who is it?" Qin Wudao asked. "There are many such masters in the 6 gates. They should be from the 6 gates." Qin Feng said. "Can we still run?" Qin Wudao was a little panicked. Qin Feng stood up by holding onto the stove, feeling only a tingling sensation in the leg that was hit. He said, "I can barely move, but I can't run far with you. You hide, and I'll find a way to lure them away." Qin Wudao nodded, his eyes swept around the kitchen, and finally fell on a large water tank covered with a wooden lid. Qin Feng quickly made a simple scarecrow with firewood and dry grass in the kitchen, and asked Qin Wudao to take off his coat and put it on the scarecrow. At this time, there were some hurried footsteps coming from around the houses. Qin Feng carried the scarecrow on his back and looked through the crack in the door. He saw some people wearing 6 gates costumes, so he deliberately made a small noise and then continued to escape. There. Someone spotted Qin Feng and immediately shouted. Ku Liang heard the noise and prepared to chase after him with a knife in hand. "Wait." Sha Hulan suddenly spoke. "What's wrong?" Ku Liang asked puzzledly. Sha Hulan did not answer, but suddenly half knelt down, picked up some dry grass from the ground, and then said, "You 3, go after them. The rest of you continue to search here." Ku Liang was also a smart man. He understood what Sha Hulan meant without her explaining anything and started searching the surrounding houses right away. Qin Wudao hid in the water tank, holding his breath, and soon he heard some footsteps. Although it was only a dozen seconds, it felt extremely long to Qin Wudao. Qin Feng must have set up a scarecrow here to try to divert attention. There's no need to look for him. Qin Wudao wouldn't be so stupid as to hide here. Qin Wudao heard someone talking and could vaguely tell that it was Ku Liang's voice. After Ku Liang finished speaking, the footsteps quickly faded away, as if they had left. However, Qin Wudao still did not let down his guard. After a moment's silence, footsteps were heard again, and they were very hurried. "It seems that it is not here." Qin Wudao heard Ku Liang's muttering and knew that he had come back. He felt secretly disdainful and thought to himself, can such a small trick really fool me? When Ku Liang's voice fell, Qin Wudao heard the footsteps gradually fading away. Finally safe, Qin Wudao said silently and breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, there was a loud bang. It turned out to be the water tank where Qin Wudao was hiding. It was hit by a stone and a hole appeared. The noise also made Ku Liang, who had just walked out of the kitchen, stop in his tracks. Chapter 440, At the Mercy of Others. The water in the water tank turned into streams through the holes and poured onto the ground. Qin Wudao's heart instantly rose to his throat. The hole in the water tank was smooth and could not have been broken accidentally. It was obvious that someone had broken it from a distance with a hidden weapon or something. This suddenly reminded Qin Wudao of the time when his father Qin Feng was attacked by a hidden weapon. At that time, Qin Feng thought that it was a hidden weapon used by the people from the Six Gates, but now thinking about it carefully, this is totally unreasonable. After leaving the Qin family, someone has been watching me. Qin Wudao figured this out, but at this moment he was worried about being discovered by Ku Liang, so he didn't bother to think about who it was. The only thing he could do now was to pray. Pray that Ku Liang doesn't find out. Qin Wudao listened carefully, but did not hear any footsteps. He was slightly pleased and thought, did they leave? But just as this thought flashed through my mind, the wooden cover on the water tank was opened. The moonlight shines into the house through the window. Qin Wudao slowly raised his head and saw Ku Liang's grinning face. So you were hiding here? Ku Liang grinned, his teeth emitting a cold light. Qin Wudao looked pale. This time, luck didn't seem to be on his side. People from the 6 doors had come to the kitchen to check before, but no one opened the lid of the water tank to check, so the man escaped. But the unusual movement of the water tank did not allow him to escape a second time. Ku Liang, I was at the Qin family all night and did not go to your mansion. Someone must be plotting against you and me. Don't let hatred blind you. Qin Wudao couldn't even muster up a bit of true energy, and he felt exhausted all over. He knew he was like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, so he could only open his mouth to explain the reason. Do you think I will believe you? And how do you explain this jade pendant? Ku Liang sneered. Someone stole my jade pendant and framed me. You should have noticed that I was poisoned and had no ability to resist. Otherwise. What Qin Wudao wanted to say was, if you hadn't been poisoned, how could you be my opponent? But saying this would only anger Ku Liang. Qin Wudao is not stupid, so of course he can't say it directly. When Ku Liang heard this, his eyes flickered and he also felt that this was a bit strange. He was drinking with his friends, but suddenly a child handed him a note and told him to go home quickly. After seeing the note, he thought of something and became furious. He went home and went to Chu Qing's room with a knife. Sure enough, he ran into Qin Wudao and Chu Qing in the same room. Nothing you say today will help. You've been having an affair with my wife. That's a fact. Ku Liang's face was cold as he put a knife on Qin Wudao's neck. If you kill me, the Qin family will never let you go. Qin Wudao knew that he had no way of making excuses for what happened with Chu Qing, so he could only talk about other interests to make Ku Liang wary. The Qin family is now the target of public criticism. It's useless to use the Qin family to pressure me. You can't scare me, Ku Liang said disdainfully. My master is Chu Qingyan. If you kill me, he will definitely not sit idly by. Qin Wudao said again. I have heard about this matter, but Chu Qingyan is a chivalrous man. How could he protect a despicable person like you who hooks up with a married woman? Ku Liang said. Seeing that Ku Liang was unmoved, Qin Wudao could only continue, and my mother. Although I have had some conflicts with her, I am still her biological son. If you dare to kill me, you will pay the price. Ku Liang hesitated for a moment and said, Ling Yanan does have something I'm afraid of. If it were to be exposed, it would be very disadvantageous to me. But now her mind is full of her old lover. To her, you are a stain on her life. If that's the case, why don't you kill me? Qin Wudao caught Ku Liang's subtle expression and saw that he still had some concerns. Boy, you guessed right. I really don't dare to kill you, Ku Liang said. Qin Wudao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. But if you think I will let you go easily, you are totally wrong. Ku Liang added with an inexplicable smile on his face. What do you want to do? Qin Wudao's eyes were flustered. According to the law, what punishment should you receive for doing this? Ku Liang sneered. Qin Wudao certainly didn't understand, but he didn't dare to answer. You don't know. Then let me tell you, the punishment should be castration. Ku Liang explained. Even if I am guilty, it should be the 6 gates who should convict me. Qin Wudao said hurriedly. I know. You don't need to remind me. It's just that you, kid, rely on too much. If you follow the normal process, I'm afraid there will be more trouble than meets the eye. Ku Liang stretched out his hand and pulled Qin Wudao out of the water tank, threw him to the ground, then raised the knife and blew on the sharp blade. Qin Wudao looked at this scene and his face turned pale in an instant, but at this moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. Someone come. Qin Wudao knew that they were from the 6 gates, and he opened his mouth to shout. After all, he had fallen into the hands of the 6 gates, and even if he was executed, he still had to go through the process, so there was always room for maneuver. But Ku Liang was quick-witted and pressed Qin Wudao's mute point, preventing him from making any more sound. Qin Wudao could neither move nor speak, so he could only hope that the noise just now would attract the attention of the 6 gates detectives and they would come over to take a look. Master Shaho, someone is calling over there. Really? Why didn't I hear it? Qin Wudao vaguely heard some noises and recognized that it was Shahu Lan talking to her subordinates. He couldn't help but secretly complain that Shahu Lan was hard of hearing. Her subordinates heard everything, but she didn't. However, the conversation continued, Ku Liang did not move rashly, and Qin Wudao continued to listen. Lord Shaho, someone is really calling out. Maybe someone has lured the tiger away from the mountain. You guys continue searching, I'll go in and take a look. Yes, Lord Shaho. The conversation ended here, and some hope emerged in Qin Wudao's heart, but after waiting for a while, he did not see Shahu Lan rushing in to search. Qin Wudao felt something was wrong and suddenly realized that Shahu Lan did not fail to hear the shouting. On the contrary, she heard it but deliberately sent her men away. Boy, it seems you have offended a lot of people. After being puzzled for a while, Ku Liang came to his senses and looked at Qin Wudao jokingly. Qin Wudao was speechless and of course could not give a response, but he couldn't figure out how he had offended Shahu Lan no matter how hard he tried. Boy, you can't escape this disaster today, but don't worry, my knife is very fast. Ku Liang didn't understand Shahu Lan's purpose, but one thing he was sure of was that Shahu Lan intended to cover for him, so he didn't hesitate anymore. Qin Wudao only felt a chill in his thigh, and then saw the flash of a knife passing by. No, no, ah! Qin Wudao shouted in his heart, but he could only watch Ku Liang raise his knife and strike. Chapter 441 Take him down. As the knife flashed, Qin Wudao only felt something separating from him, followed by an indescribable pain. Ah! The severe pain caused Qin Wudao's mute point to automatically release, and a long, ah! Sound seemed to resound throughout the night sky. Ku Liang held the bloody knife in his hand, grinning fiercely, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Qin Wudao cried out in pain for a few seconds, then tilted his head and fainted. The host manipulated behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Qin Wudao to be killed, and obtained 100 villain Halo points. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 3,100 counterattack points. The protagonist Qin Wudao's luck value is -310, and the host's luck value is 310. In the distance, Wang Zhenxing, who was closely following Qin Wudao's movements, received a wave of rewards. There were sounds of footsteps coming from the residential area. It turned out that Shahu Lan and others heard the noise and came to check. Shahu Lan vaguely guessed something and did not step forward to avoid polluting his eyes, but let his men go over. Qin Wudao was castrated. A man from the 6 gates came forward to report. Then, everyone around looked at Ku Liang. I found where Qin Wudao was hiding and wanted to capture him, but I accidentally injured him during the capture. Ku Liang explained and then glanced at Sha Haolan. I vaguely heard the sound of fighting just now. Sha Haolan understood and added, then said to his men. Don't let Qin Wudao die, otherwise it will be very troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, people from the 6 gates immediately stopped Qin Wudao's bleeding to prevent him from dying from excessive blood loss. At the same time, Qin Feng carried the scarecrow on his back and successfully arrived at the academy. Are the masters of the 6 gates so useless? My legs are injured, and they couldn't even catch up with me. Qin Feng was a little confused, but he didn't have time to think about it. He hurried to find Chu Qingyan and told him about the plot against Qin Wudao. Chu Qingyan loved to help those in need when he saw injustice, let alone his own disciple was in trouble. After hearing what Qin Feng said, he asked Qin Feng to lead the way quickly. Qin Feng was delighted and took Chu Qingyan to where Qin Wudao was hiding. But when they arrived at the destination, they did not see Qin Wudao, but only saw a few Six Gates detectives who were cleaning up the mess. When Chu Qingyan asked, he found out that Qin Wudao had been captured and taken to the government office in Liushanmen. Why is there blood on the ground? Is my son injured? How seriously injured? Qin Feng saw some traces and immediately questioned several detectives from the Six Gates. Several detectives looked at each other with strange expressions, and one of them said briefly, "There is no danger to life." Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he still had time, so he immediately rushed to the government office in Liushanmen with Chu Qingyan. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that before he could even argue that his son Qin Wudao was framed, he was actually notified by the Six Gates and asked to take Qin Wudao back. After Qin Feng heard this, he was stunned for a while and still a little confused about the situation. Until someone carried the unconscious Qin Wudao on a stretcher and brought him to Qin Bian. There was an obvious bloodstain somewhere on Qin Wudao's clothes, which looked shocking. There is complete evidence of Qin Wudao's shameful deeds, and Chu Qing has also admitted it. According to the law, Qin Wudao should be punished by castration, Xiahou Lan said. Qin Feng was furious and interrupted her, asking, even if he deserves to be punished, it can't be done so quickly. How did my son offend you? Why did you harm my son? Or did you accept bribes from someone and deliberately punish my son? Your son refused to cooperate and followed me back to the Six Gates. When we fought, I accidentally hurt him. Ku Liang explained calmly. When Qin Feng heard this, he realized that it had nothing to do with the Six Gates. He glared at Ku Liang and said, how could it be such a coincidence that he got hurt there? It's obvious that he deliberately took revenge and wanted to end my son's lineage. I am the god of war of the Northern Territory. How dare you, a child of an aristocratic family, slander me? Do you know what crime you should be punished for? Ku Liang said disdainfully. There is something wrong with you. You can't have sex with Chu Qing, so your mentality is extremely twisted and you deliberately hurt my son. Am I wrong? Qin Feng vaguely learned some things about Ku Liang from Qin Wudao. Ku Liang's scar was exposed, and a haze flashed in his eyes, but he knew that the more he explained, the more suspicious it would be, so he just shot back. You are the most useless and cowardly man in the capital, and your mind is really twisted. Qin Feng's face froze and he was choked and speechless. Ling Yanan was indeed the biggest pain point in his life. Chu Qingyan had no time to pay attention to the argument between the two. He stared blankly at the bloodstains on Qin Wudao's clothes. After a long time, he muttered to himself. I finally got a talented disciple, but he failed like this. Qin Wudao has now lost the most important thing. He has lost his yang energy and can no longer practice the 9 yang art normally. Miss Xiahou, is it true that Wudao had an affair with a married man, or was he framed? Chu Qingyan wanted to seek justice for Qin Wudao. Mr. Chu, this is absolutely true. If you don't believe it, Xiahou Lan responded, and then whispered something to a constable. The constable left for a while, and when he came back, he brought Chu Qing, who had just been questioned. When Chu Qing saw the unconscious Qin Wudao, she immediately rushed over and cried beside the stretcher. Everyone could see the heartbroken look on her face. Ku Liang felt ashamed, but he also knew that Chu Qing was like this, and he was partly responsible, so he said. He has become a useless man. What else can we expect? Considering the long-standing relationship between you and me, I will not hold you responsible. Just pretend that nothing happened and come home with me. Chu Qing was sad for a while, and then she realized this very realistic problem. In fact, she and Qin Wudao had not reached that point, but it was simply hard to explain. However, Chu Qing felt fortunate that Ku Liang did not pursue the matter, so she didn't dare say anything more. And Ku Liang is right about one thing. Qin Wudao is now a useless person and there is nothing worth her caring about him. After wiping her tears, Chu Qing came to Ku Liang and left with him. Mr. Chu, there should be no questions now, right? Xiahou Lan asked Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan was speechless. Qin Feng was worried about Qin Wudao's condition, so he didn't stay for long. He quickly took Qin Wudao away and prepared to go back to treat his injuries. Young people are hot-blooded and impulsive. They made big mistakes in the heat of the moment, but they have paid the price for it. I hope he will behave himself in the future. Chu Qingyan sighed as he watched Qin Feng and his son leave his sight, then said to Xia Haolan with shame. Miss Xiaohou, before Mr. Chu just trusted others for a moment and guaranteed the same crime. Just treat it as a joke. Xia Hulan certainly understood what he meant, but since he had no grudge against him, he certainly didn't mind doing him a favor. Thank you Miss Xiaohou for your tolerance. Chu Qingyan was somewhat grateful. He bowed to Xia Hulan and prepared to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly saw an unpleasant figure walking towards the direction of the Liushanmen government office. When Xia Haolan saw that figure, he smiled with joy. Chu Qingyan saw this scene, frowned immediately, turned around and walked to Xia Haolan, and asked, "What is the relationship between Miss Xiaohou and him?" Xia Haolan paused and replied, "Ordinary friends." Chu Qingyan suddenly realized and kindly reminded her, "This man is a treacherous and evil person, and is good at playing with women's feelings. Miss Xiaohou, you must not stay away from him, lest you be abandoned by him in the future, and then you will regret it." Xia Haolan's smile faded, and he asked Chu Qingyan, "Mr. Chu, do you have a grudge against him?" Deep hatred. Chu Qingyan has an irreconcilable relationship with evil, so it is not an exaggeration to say so. When Xia Haolan heard this, a strange look appeared on her pretty face. "That's all I have to say. I'm taking my leave now." Chu Qingyan was unhappy with Wang Zhenxing and didn't want to stay here any longer, so he prepared to turn around. "Wait a minute." Xia Hulan suddenly spoke. "Miss Xiaohou, what else do you want?" Chu Qingyan asked puzzledly. Xia Haolan did not answer, but pointed at Chu Qingyan and ordered some of his subordinates around him, "Capture him." Chapter 442 Collapse. Hearing Xia Hulan's words, the Six Gates detectives around were stunned for a moment, and looked at each other, thinking they had heard wrongly. "Didn't you hear me? Capture Chu Qingyan. I will be fully responsible if anything happens." Xia Hulan repeated what he had just said with a serious face. After hearing what he said, the detectives around were sure that what they had just heard was not hallucination. Although they felt embarrassed, they still followed orders and immediately surrounded Chu Qingyan. "Ms. Xiaohou, what does this mean?" Chu Qingyan was stunned for a moment and asked Xia Hulan in confusion. "You guaranteed for Qin Wudao before. If his guilt is proven, you will be guilty as well. Now is the time to fulfill your promise," Xia Hulan said. "But Miss Xiaohou, you clearly said before that it was just a joke." Chu Qingyan said depressedly. "Did I say this? Did you hear it?" Xia Hulan glanced at his subordinates around him and asked. Upon hearing this, the detectives around dared not say a word to refute Xia Hulan's words. Seeing that the people around him were speechless, Chu Qingyan sighed and thought to himself how come Xia Hulan was the same as Wanner, with an unpredictable temper and could turn hostile at any time, which was really confusing. "Look, no one heard me say that," Xia Hulan said to Chu Qingyan. "Miss Xiaohou, can we discuss this matter further?" If he was whipped or beaten with a stick, Chu Qingyan would not care, thinking that he was tough and strong. But he had just heard that Qin Wudao's crime required castration. If we treat him as guilty of the same crime, wouldn't he become like Qin Wudao? This is something Chu Qingyan absolutely cannot accept. A man's word is as good as gold. Are you going to go back on your word, Mr. Chu? Xia Hulan sneered. "I am not going back on my word, but Miss Xiaohou, you clearly said that you would not care about this matter, but you went back on your word." Chu Qingyan sighed. "Stop talking nonsense." Xia Haolan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He ordered his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Tie up Chu Qingyan and put him in jail." Yes, the detectives had no choice but to obey. "Everyone, I'm sorry." Chu Qingyan was certainly unwilling to surrender. He shook off the constables who surrounded him and immediately fled. Xia Hulan knew that he couldn't stop Chu Qingyan. He looked calm as he watched Chu Qingyan disappear from his sight. "I heard the noise of the Six Gates chasing us. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came to see you." "What happened?" Wang Zhenxing walked up to Xia Hulan and asked in a puzzled manner. The Six Gates constable standing nearby immediately cast a curious look at him. Xia Hulan blushed and walked out of the yamen with Wang Zhenxing and came to a quiet place. "You were right. Qin Wudao really went to meet Ku Liang's wife at night, and was caught by Ku Liang on the spot. Ku Liang went with the Six Gates to capture him, and when he found a chance, he castrated Qin Wudao." Xia Hulan said. Young people are so impulsive. Knowing that it is an extraordinary period, they still dare to meet Madame Ku Liang at night. However, Madame Ku Liang does have a good figure and appearance. No wonder Qin Wudao couldn't control himself. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Are you very familiar with Madame Ku Liang? Shahu Lan asked mischievously. I'm not familiar with her. I just met her once at Qin Wudao's birthday party. She is indeed a very charming and beautiful woman, but she is far inferior to you, Shaolin. Wang Zhenxing said. Sha Haolin raised a smile and said, I heard that Chu Qingyan was a chivalrous man, and I thought he could distinguish right from wrong and would not interfere in the feud between the Qin family and you. I didn't expect that he hated you as much as the Qin family. He had previously guaranteed Qin Wudao, and now Qin Wudao's guilt is basically confirmed. I had someone arrest him just now, but he was too capable and he escaped. In your opinion, should we continue to cause trouble for him? You work in the 6 gates, so don't ask me this kind of question. If I tell you and you listen to it, it would be favoritism. Wang Zhenxing blinked. Sha Haolin and Qin Wudao had some tacit understanding, so he understood immediately and said, that's right, we can only follow the rules. Since Chu Qingyan has guaranteed his promise, let him pay the price. Although it is impossible to make Chu Qingyan guilty of the same crime as Qin Wudao, it can at least cause him a lot of trouble. Tomorrow is the college's anniversary celebration. Chu Qingyan will not leave easily before the celebration is over. Wang Zhenxing added. There is no time to lose. I will go back to Liushanmen immediately to mobilize troops and go to the academy to capture Chu Qingyan at night. Shaho Lan acted decisively. After saying this, he ended his conversation with Wang Zhenxing and turned to walk towards the Liushanmen government office. In order to avoid suspicion, Wang Zhenxing of course could not follow, so he returned to the academy alone. Qin family. It was already late at night, but the mansion was brightly lit. After Qin Feng brought Qin Wudao back to the Qin family, he immediately called the genius Dr. Li Mudo to treat him. After Li Mudo's diagnosis and treatment, Qin Wudao is no longer in danger of death and will be able to recover as long as he continues to recuperate well. But of course, things that are lost can never be recovered. After Ku Liang cut Qin Wudao's organs, in order to prevent the doctor from reconnecting Qin Wudao, he threw the things directly outside the wall of the house, and then lied to the people of the 6 gates that he did not notice where Qin Wudao's things were left. The 6 detectives searched everywhere but couldn't find the person, but they did see a ferocious dog outside a house. The detectives speculated that the thing might have been taken away and eaten by a dog. Li Mudo is a miracle doctor, but not a god. Everything Qin Wudao lost is gone, so of course it is impossible for Qin Wudao to recover. After treatment, Qin Wudao quickly woke up from his coma. The first thing Qin Wudao did after waking up was to reach out and feel around. When he felt nothing and a slight pain, his face turned pale and he felt like he had no desire to live anymore. He wanted to commit suicide. Qin Feng slapped his son in the face, which sobered him up a little. He said angrily, if you commit suicide, it will only make your relatives sad and your enemies happy. Don't you want revenge? Even if I take revenge, what can I do? Can I get back what I lost? Qin Wudao asked in despair. He has a relatively clear understanding of matters concerning spiritual practice. Many of the world's top martial arts techniques are not suitable for people with a disabled body like him. Although there are such skills in the world that are perfectly suitable for eunuchs to practice. But this kind of skill is really rare. Of course this is not the key. The key point is that Qin Wudao's biggest motivation for practicing is women. For him, what is the point of practicing without women? Qin Wudao was shouting that he wanted to die, and Qin Feng was trying desperately to stop him. The room was in a state of noise. Wudao, don't be discouraged. There is something that can regenerate broken limbs. If you get it, you will be able to recover as before. Clan leader Qin Mo calmed down a lot. After a moment's silence, he suddenly spoke out. Qin Wudao was startled when he heard this, and he also thought of something. A glimmer of light appeared in his dead eyes. Grandpa, are you talking about Dragon Yuan? Chapter 443 Shao Qin's ambition. Yes, it is dragon essence. Qin Mo nodded and said, it is recorded in ancient books that if you take dragon essence, you can transcend the mortal body. It is naturally easy to regenerate a broken limb. But Long Yuan is ultimately an illusory theory. Who knows whether the records in ancient books are true or false? Qin Wudao's eyes darkened again. Qin Mo was a little anxious when he saw his grandson's expression, so he looked at his eldest son Qin Sheng and said, some time ago, I asked you to pay attention to the news about Long Yuan. Is there any progress? Qin Sheng looked as if it had nothing to do with him. When he heard his father's question, he shook his head lazily and said, "No." Qin Mo frowned. Is it true or are you hiding it on purpose? If Wu Dao is really dead, the entire Qin family will be doomed. Do you think you can stay out of it? I know you are jealous of Ling and Wu Dao. If the Qin family can survive the crisis, I will not stop you from marrying as many concubines as you want in the future, but now you have to put the overall situation first. Quote. Qin Sheng's expression became more serious when he heard this. Indeed, he is a direct descendant of the Qin family and the eldest son of the patriarch Qin Mo. If the Qin family is destroyed, he will definitely not be able to escape. I remembered it wrong just now. There is some news about Long Yuan. Qin Sheng became serious and changed his words. Qin Mo, Qin Feng, and Qin Wudao showed some hope when they heard this. Qin Mo even urged his eldest son to speak quickly. Many years ago, someone in the martial arts world accidentally obtained dragon blood, and his cultivation level greatly improved. After that, a bloody storm was set off in the martial arts world. The academy joined forces with many martial arts sects to capture the devil and imprisoned him under the Fei Hong Tower in the academy. The room was filled with core members of the Qin family, so Qin Sheng didn't have to worry about anything and immediately told them the news he had received. Obtaining dragon blood is so powerful, what will it be like if you obtain dragon essence? Qin Feng asked in surprise. No wonder the three elders have been guarding the Fei Hong Tower for a long time and not allowing the academy disciples to get close. It turns out there is such a secret. Qin Wudao echoed. Qin Mo's old face was tense, and he said, that is to say, the devil knows the whereabouts of the dragon, but Wudao, as a disciple of Nangong Wei, has not been able to enter the Fei Hong Tower. It is almost impossible to approach the devil to obtain information. And there is another point, who wouldn't want to get something like Dragon Yuan? I believe the three elders of the academy are no exception. Over the years, the three elders must have wanted to get information, but they probably failed. Quote. Qin Sheng said, the demon is imprisoned in the academy. It is of course impossible to obtain information from him, but once the demon is freed, that will be another matter. That demon has been nourished by dragon blood and has personally experienced that kind of power. He wants to get the dragon essence more than anyone else. Starting with the demon is the best way. Brother, do you mean to let the Qin family help the devil out of trouble? Qin Feng was stunned. I'm not that stupid. Of course I don't mean that. Qin Sheng glanced at him indifferently and said, I received accurate information that people from the evil sect have infiltrated the righteous sect. I'm afraid something big will happen during the school celebration tomorrow. Once the devil is born, the martial arts world will be in chaos. However, this is indeed an opportunity for Wu Dao to make a comeback. The rise and fall of the Qin family also depends on Wu Dao. Qin Mo sighed. Dragon Yuan. The gloom in Qin Wu Dao's eyes gradually dissipated, and some scorching light emerged. Academy. Qingye, Xuankong, Cheng Qinghe and Su Xie gathered on a tall building to discuss martial arts. After talking for a while, they suddenly came to the topic of successors, and inevitably mentioned Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan received magical powers from Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe, and was considered half a disciple by them. However, for some reasons, it was inconvenient for them to accept Chu Qingyan as their apprentice. This made Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe all feel a little regretful. The three of them sighed and looked at Su Xie. They couldn't help but feel envious and said that Su Xie had a good son-in-law. Su Xie disagreed and said disdainfully, what's so good about this stupid boy? He is clumsy, pedantic, and a piece of rotten wood. That's not quite right. Qingyan is a wise man who appears foolish. Cheng Qinghe retorted. That's because Wanner is by his side. Without Wanner, this kid would have died countless times while wandering around the world. Su Xie said with a straight face. Wanner and Qingyan complement each other and are in love with each other. Even if you are dissatisfied with Qingyan, I'm afraid you can't stop it. Cheng Qinghe said with a smile. Su Xie also smiled and said, you are wrong. Wanner has severed her relationship with that fool. We will have nothing to do with each other in the future. Are you interfering again? This is where you are wrong. Cheng Qinghe frowned. Qingye and Xuankong didn't say anything when they heard this, but they frowned slightly and looked at Su Xie. Why are you all looking at me? Since you are so satisfied with that silly boy, why don't you marry your daughter to him? Wouldn't that be better? Su Xie said. Qingye, Xuankong and Cheng Qinghe were all speechless. Both of them became monks, and one of them is an old bachelor, so where would he get a daughter from? We are old friends, what you said is really hurtful. Cheng Qinghe complained. If you don't have a daughter, you can always have a female disciple, right? Brother Cheng, don't you have a precious disciple? Why not marry this precious disciple to that silly boy? In this way, that silly boy will naturally become a member of the academy. Su Xie said. Qingyan and Wei'er are not a good match and have no common topics. Besides, Wei'er has her ideal husband, who is better than Qingyan, not worse than Qingyan. There was some pride and complacency in Cheng Qinghe's words. Xuankong, Qingye and Su Xie watched this and were a little curious. Of course the three of them knew that Cheng Qinghe's female disciple, Nangong Wei, was a sage of literature and Taoism. The person that Nangong Wei admires must be extraordinary. Brother Cheng, who is the ideal husband for your female disciple? Qingye asked. I'm an unknown person. I'm afraid you wouldn't even know me if I told you. So it's better not to mention me. Cheng Qinghe said. When Su Xie and the other two saw Cheng Qinghe's rosy face, they naturally knew that he was very satisfied with Nangong Wei, his ideal husband. Of course they didn't believe that he would be an unknown person. However, before Su Xie and the other two could ask any more questions, Chu Qingyan suddenly came to pay their respects. Qingyan, you came at the right time. We were just talking about you. Cheng Qinghe changed the subject. Chu Qingyan saluted to the four seniors in succession, Cheng Qinghe, Qingye and Xuankong, with a friendly attitude, but Su Xie did not look at him directly. Qingyan, I heard from your future father-in-law that Wan'er has severed ties with you. Is this true or false? Xuankong was quite concerned about this junior and asked immediately. It's my fault. I failed to protect Wan'er. Wan'er was angry and said nonsense to me. I will apologize to her when she calms down. Chu Qingyan said seriously. You silly boy. Su Xie stared, feeling the urge to knock Chu Qingyan off the building with one palm. This boy was so stupid that he still thought Su Wan was just speaking in anger. Cheng Qinghe noticed that Su Xie looked a little strange, and was ready to stop him at any time, saying, Qingyan is clumsy, that's true, but he is good at distinguishing right from wrong. Upon hearing this, Qingye and Xuankong echoed the words. When Chu Qingyan heard the three people praising him, he blushed with shame, but didn't know how to start. A moment later, a disciple from the academy came to report that Shaho Lan, the deputy chief of the Six Gates, had led a team to the academy with great fanfare to arrest Chu Qingyan. Cheng Qinghe and others looked at Chu Qingyan in confusion. Chu Qingyan then told the truth. You are indeed able to distinguish right from wrong. Su Xie glanced at Cheng Qinghe and said sarcastically. Cheng Qinghe's old face was gloomy, and he looked at Chu Qingyan with a bit of disappointment, but he did not say anything to accuse him. He just said to the academy disciple who came to deliver the message. Go find Dean Nangong. With her coming forward, it should be easy to mediate the matter. Chapter 444, Involuntarily. After hearing Cheng Qinghe's instructions, the academy disciple who delivered the message left immediately, presumably to deliver the message to Nangong Wei. After a while, Nangong Wei came to Cheng Qinghe. Wei'er, the problem should be resolved, right? Cheng Qinghe asked. Although Shaolin is my apprentice, this is the business of the Six Gates and it is not convenient for me to intervene. Nangong Wei said calmly. But I heard from Qingyan that this is something that Shaolin can erase with just a word. Cheng Qinghe said. Really? I'm not sure about that. I asked Shaolin, and she said it was Lord Chen who gave the order. Nangong Wei said. The Lord Chen she mentioned was the one with the most say among the Six Gates. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qinghe looked at Chu Qingyan with a questioning look in his eyes. I have no connection with Lord Chen, and I've never even met him. I just don't know what I said wrong to offend Miss Shaho. Chu Qingyan explained. This is strange. Xiao Lan has only been in the Six Gates for a short time. Although she has made great contributions and was promoted to Deputy Chief Constable, there is no reason for the Six Gates to allow her to act so recklessly. Cheng Qinghe asked suspiciously. Nangong Wei said, Xiao Lan's mother is an old acquaintance of Lord Chen. Xiao Lan was transferred here from Luodu, so it is normal for Lord Chen to take care of her. Just like when Xiao Lan just entered the Six Gates, she was sent to accompany Shen Zong to Qingling to capture Wang Zhenxing. The purpose was to let Xiao Lan get some credit. However, the Six Gates misjudged the seriousness of the matter and did not expect Wang Zhenxing to go crazy and start a killing spree, but fortunately, they escaped unharmed. Xiaolan finally performed well and made great contributions, becoming the deputy chief detective of the Six Gates. Qingyan is an honored guest of the Academy, and tomorrow is the Academy's anniversary celebration. What the Six Gates did is tantamount to embarrassing the Academy. He is not taking care of Xiaolan, but indulging her. Wait, you just said old acquaintance, what kind of old acquaintance? Cheng Qinghe asked in surprise. Xiaolan's mother and Lord Chen were fellow disciples. Nangong Wei said this after hesitating for a moment. Cheng Qinghe suddenly understood something. He and Mr. Chen from the Six Gates were old acquaintances, both were old bachelors. When they were drinking together, they took advantage of the alcohol to confide their regrets to each other. What Cheng Qinghe regretted most was, of course, the fact that he had met the only woman among the six great men but had no chance to be with her. The regret of Mr. Chen was his own junior sister. Cheng Qinghe put himself in her shoes and thought, if she also had a daughter, he would definitely take extra care of her out of love for her. It's probably useless to look for the old guy named Chen. The key to the problem lies with Xiaolan. After analyzing it, Cheng Qinghe asked Chu Qingyan. Xiaolan went back on her words, there must be a reason, think carefully, what did you say wrongly that offended her, causing her to suddenly turn hostile? Chu Qingyan scratched his head, thought about it, and shook his head, saying, I didn't say anything to offend her. Instead, I kindly reminded him to be careful of a bastard named Wang Zhenxing. Before he could finish his words, Chu Qingyan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He glanced around and found that Nangong Wei was suddenly looking at him with a cold face and unfriendly eyes. Chu Qingyan looked confused. How did I offend Nangong Wei? Why was she staring at me? Cheng Qinghe was an experienced man. He heard and saw everything and understood a lot of things in an instant. He looked at Chu Qingyan speechlessly, opened his mouth to say something, but finally closed it and shook his head with a sigh. Weier, come with me. Cheng Qinghe said and walked down the tall building. Yes, master. Nangong Wei followed at a distance. Soon, the two came to a quiet place. Qingyan's words were inappropriate, but he is a distinguished guest invited by the Academy after all. As the dean of the Academy, you asked Xiaolan to bring the Six Gates here. Isn't this a loss of face for the Academy? Cheng Qinghe said in a gentle tone. Master, do you mean that I ordered Xiaolan to come here? Nangong Wei said softly. Isn't it? Cheng Qinghe asked doubtfully. This is Xiaolan's own decision. It has nothing to do with me. I just found out about this. But I admit that I really want to kick this guy Chu Qingyan out, but it's just a thought for now. Nangong Wei confessed. Xiaolan knows about you and Wang Zhenxing, so she's trying to please you as her master. But that doesn't make sense. Bringing people from the Six Gates here to arrest someone in such a high-profile manner could be a big deal or a small one. As the dean of the Academy, even if Xiaolan wants to do this, she should at least ask for your permission. Cheng Qinghe became suspicious. Nangong Wei looked at the stars in the night sky, then suddenly lowered her eyes and said nothing. Are you hiding something from me? Cheng Qinghe looked at his apprentice. No. Nangong Hui's eyes shook. Xiaolan seems to be from Luodu, and your lover also became a saint in Luodu. These two people should know each other, right? Cheng Qinghe suddenly thought of something. I know him, a friend. Nangong Wei said briefly. Friend? I don't think it's that simple. If it's just a friend, Xiaolan wouldn't be so excited. She wouldn't even ask for your permission and would just come to your house to arrest someone. Cheng Qinghe said. Since you have guessed it, master, I won't hide it from you. In fact, Xiaolan and he have an engagement. Nangong Wei looked a little embarrassed. Although Cheng Qinghe had guessed it long ago, his face turned pale when he heard Nangong Wei say it herself. No wonder you were asked to get married as soon as possible. You were obviously happy, but you still refused. So there is a reason. You and Xiaolan are master and disciple. If this gets out, where will the Academy put its face? Nangong Wei looked ashamed and lowered her eyes and said, I knew that he and Xiaolan were engaged, and I kept telling myself to keep a distance from him, but when it comes to love, I can't help myself. If master doesn't want the Academy to lose face, there is a way. I can resign as the dean, and then master can find a reason to expel me from the Academy. This way, my actions will not have any impact on the Academy. Cheng Qinghe was stunned, and the livid look on his face gradually faded away. Others may not understand Nangong Wei, but he can understand her. Otherwise, he would not have trapped himself for so many years and never got married. Forget it, let's talk about the future later. I won't hold you responsible, but you can think about your lover, but you are also the dean of the academy, so you still have to find a proper solution to this matter. Chang Qinghe said slowly. Master, don't worry. Xiao Lan also understands that it is impossible to take Chu Qingyan back to the six gates to be punished. Even if it can be done, it will have a bad impact on the academy. After all, tomorrow is the anniversary celebration. Nangong Wei smiled. You two, master and disciple, have discussed this in advance, right? Chang Qinghe said unhappily. Chapter 445, on the eve of the academy celebration. Seeing Chang Qinghe's angry expression, Nangong Wei smiled awkwardly and said, Master, Xiaolan and I didn't discuss it in advance. I just heard the message from the academy disciples and chatted with Xiaolan for a few words. Chang Qinghe looked helpless and said, So you have already thought of a solution. If that's the case, then go and solve it properly. There are so many guests in the academy now, don't let everyone laugh at you. He was an old bachelor with no children, and he almost treated Nangong Wei as his own daughter, and he couldn't bear to blame her. Nangong Wei was delighted, knowing that Chang Qinghe was going back to continue his reunion with his old friend, so she said, Thank you, master. Please inform Chu Qingyan that the six gates are waiting for him in the Zhengqi Tower. I understand. You should go back early and make preparations for the school celebration tomorrow. Don't be impolite, Chang Qinghe advised. Don't worry, master. Nangong Wei smiled and returned to the bamboo house where she lived. On the way, he passed by Wang Zhenxing's residence and paused, but he suppressed his thoughts and did not look for him to avoid being distracted. Just after Nangong Wei left, a graceful figure flashed by in the night and swept into the bamboo building where Wang Zhenxing lived. Wang Zhenxing was comprehending his magical powers at the moment. He sensed the movement but was not panicked at all. He looked at the graceful figure with the face covered in front of him and smiled and said, If someone catches him sneaking into the academy, Pavilion Master Wen will be ruined. The person who came pulled off the veil, revealing a mature, cold and arrogant face. It was Wen Qingxie. Although there are many masters in the academy now, there are only a handful of people who can detect my whereabouts. I don't believe that these limited few people would be so bored. Moreover, when I entered the academy, I found that people from the six gates came here to investigate a case. Many people went to watch the fun. Who would care about me? Wen Qingxie said with a smile. That's right. Wang Zhenxing smiled and asked, Master Wen, what brings you here so late at night? There's no one else here, yet you're still being so distant with me. Wen Qingxie said angrily. Qingxie. Wang Zhenxing smiled and changed his words. Wen Qingxie walked to Wang Zhenxing, sat in his arms with some shyness, and said resentfully, After the hospital celebration tomorrow, I should go back to Shuiyu Pavilion. I guess we won't be able to meet for a while, so I came to see you at night and talk to you. You are so heartless, you actually slandered me. Just meet and talk. Wang Zhenxing looked at Wen Qingxie. Don't make fun of me. Wen Qingxie blushed when he looked at her, and punched his chest angrily, but the punch was weak and powerless. Wang Zhenxing had originally planned to study supernatural powers, but since Wen Qingxie had come and it was before their separation, he certainly couldn't drive her away. What's more, this was also a kind of practice. It's much more interesting than studying supernatural powers. Wen Qingxui's feet left the ground, but she was suddenly picked up by a pair of strong and powerful arms. Soon, the bed curtains fell, and two figures slowly crossed each other. But at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door. The person who came did not conceal his breath. Wang Zhenxing and Wang Wenqingxie looked at each other, and when they recognized the person, their expressions suddenly changed. This woman is really born to go against me. Wen Qingxie was a little depressed and complained in a low voice. Wang Zhenxing was actually very happy in his heart, but his face remained calm. He straightened his clothes and opened the door. At the door, Ruan Yuji's beautiful figure appeared. I happened to pass by and saw there was light in your room, so I came over to take a look. Ruan Yuji smiled and walked into the house. Wang Zhenxing closed the door and sat down with Ruan Yuji inside the room. What are your plans after the hospital anniversary celebration? Ruan Yuji asked. Of course I'm going back to Qingling, what about you? Wang Zhenxing said. According to the plan, I should return to my master's sect, but my fellow sisters are all in Qingling, so I'll go with you to see them. I want to see what is holding them back. After going down the mountain, they don't want to go back. Ruan Yuji said. Wang Zhenxing forced a smile but said nothing. What's wrong? Don't you welcome me? Ruan Yuji said with a slight frown. Of course not. Wang Zhenxing immediately shook his head. I know your concerns. You and my third junior sister Lu Fu met unexpectedly, and now you are together with me by accident. You feel it is difficult to explain to my third junior sister. Of course I can understand. Don't worry, I will explain it for you when the time comes. Ruan Yuji comforted. It's great to have you speaking for me. Wang Zhenxing forced a smile, but he was nervous inside. After all, this was not just a matter between him and Lu Fu. I'm so good to you, you can't let me down. I don't expect you to be that good to me, but at least, treat me better than you treat Wang Zhenxing. Ruan Yuji spoke softly and coquettishly, looking at him intently. Wang Zhenxing didn't know how to respond, so he smiled to hide his embarrassment. Fortunately, Ruan Yuji did not insist. The two looked at each other and were suddenly speechless. Ruan Yuji pursed her red lips and slowly closed her eyes. The atmosphere has become like this. If Wang Zhenxing doesn't do something, where will Ruan Yuji put her face? The two figures hugged each other lightly, necks intertwined, and gradually walked towards the bed. It was not until Ruan Yuji fell to the side of the bed and seemed to have pressed someone with his hand that he suddenly woke up. Ruan Yuji opened his eyes and looked at Wang Zhenxing, who was hiding under the quilt with only her head sticking out. He was startled for a moment, then looked embarrassed, thinking that one really shouldn't talk about people behind their backs. Wang Zhenxing looked at this familiar scene and smiled for a moment. The difference from last time was that the person hiding under the quilt had changed. He said, "It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you so surprised?" Wen Qingxie and Ruan Yuji withdrew their gazes from each other and turned to give Wang Zhenxing a cold look. At this moment, there was a sudden movement outside. However, this unusual movement was just fleeting, as if it was just passing by the bamboo building. This aura is dark and obscure. There doesn't seem to be such a skill in the righteous sects. It seems more like a master of the evil way. Ruan Yuji said with a slightly gloomy face. I feel so too. Wen Qingxie echoed, rarely agreeing with Ruan Yuji's point of view. Wang Zhenxing's perception ability is even better than the other two. In addition, he has the ability of perspective, so his field of vision is wider and farther, and he can get more information than the other two. The master who passed by was heading towards the Feihong Tower. It seems that what I said was right, Wang Zhenxing whispered to himself. He had been to Feihong Tower with Nangong Wei before, and knew that there was an unparalleled demon imprisoned under the Feihong Tower. He also implicitly reminded Cheng Qinghe to go and check to prevent the demon from escaping. However, Cheng Qinghe confidently stated at the time that the demon had no chance of escaping. The evil villain sneaked into the academy, he must have other intentions. Do you want to go and take a look? Ruan Yuji hesitated. Kunlun is one of the giants of the righteous path. It is his duty to eliminate demons and defend the way. Master Ruan Feng, please go quickly. I will wait for good news here. Wen Qingxie urged. Chapter 446, The Devil Escapes. There are many masters in the academy, and there is no need for me to take care of it. I'd better not go. Although Ruan Yuji wanted to eliminate the devil, he didn't want to let this woman eat alone. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Zhenxing's eyes flickered. The emergence of the devil may have been one of the plots. Many people, including Cheng Qinghe, took it lightly, which enabled the plot to proceed smoothly. Wang Zhenxing could have stopped it, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need. The devil knows Long Yuan's information. Once he escapes, Long Yuan's whereabouts may follow him to the world. He is still very interested in Long Yuan. We have important things to do, so please stay out of other people's business. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Ruan Yuji and Wen Qingxie and closed the curtains. Just a few minutes later, light footsteps were heard outside the door. It's quite lively here late at night, and people often come to visit. Wen Qingxie looked resentful. I have good relationships with people, there's nothing I can do about it. Wang Zhenxing smiled awkwardly, opened the curtain, then carefully closed it, wiped the faint lip marks on his face, and went to open the door. Shahu Lan's figure was reflected in Wang Zhenxing's eyes. After a long talk with Chu Qingyan, in the end, he was only sent by the 6 gates to do 3 things, and Qin Wudao's crime was wiped out. What do you think of this result? Shahu Lan asked. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. Wang Zhenxing looked at her and smiled gently. Why are you so polite to me? Shahu Lan folded her hands in front of her, her beautiful eyes showing a mixture of anger and joy. Please sit inside for a while. Wang Zhenxing invited her when he saw that she had no intention of leaving immediately. Shah Howland nodded slightly, walked into the house and sat down at the table. Suddenly he smelled something and wondered, why is there a fragrance? No, there should be two fragrances. Wang Zhenxing's heart skipped a beat, and he said in amazement, is there? Why didn't I smell it? My nose is more sensitive. Shah Howland said proudly. Oh, two friends came to see me before and just left. Maybe they left it. Wang Zhenxing explained, but fearing that Shah Howland's occupational disease would flare up, he continued to investigate and said. After the hospital celebration, I may have to go back to Qingling. Shah Howland looked a little lonely when he heard this. He lost interest in exploring the scent and said dejectedly, so soon. I have been in the capital for quite some time, and it is near the end of the year, so I have to go back. Wang Zhenxing said. Shah Howland nodded and said expectantly, yes, then the next time we meet, it should probably be in Luodu. But are you free to come then? Wang Zhenxing looked at her affectionate eyes and felt a little tingling, but he had to respond, no matter what, I will definitely go. Shah Howland said happily, my mother told me a few days ago that I must take you back to formally meet your future son-in-law. I was worried about it, and I feel relieved when you said this. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, his face froze. The next moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from the direction of the bed. What sound? Shahu Lan was startled and immediately looked over. Wang Zhenxing secretly broke into a cold sweat, and explained calmly on the surface, this bamboo building is old, the facilities are outdated, and there are often some noises. Shahu Lan nodded slightly and didn't dwell on it, because her mind at the moment was all on Wang Zhenxing. Can you talk to me? As they were about to leave, Shah Howland was very reluctant. When Wang Zhenxing heard this, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. He understood that Shah Howland was different from Wen Qingxie. When she meant talking, she meant purely talking. If there were no guests in the house, Wang Zhenxing wouldn't mind, but the situation today was really special. If we delay a little longer, who knows if the two women behind the curtain will lift the bed. Lovesickness is hard to resolve. Just talking is so boring. How about we do something else? Wang Zhenxing put his hand on the back of Shahu Lan's hand and looked at her with burning eyes. Shah Howland stared at him for a few seconds, then shyly looked away and asked in panic, what's the matter? Wang Zhenxing didn't answer, but followed Shah Howland's hand and moved gradually upwards. Shahu Lan's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Wang Zhenxing's hand touched a place that it shouldn't have touched, Shah Howland's body stiffened for a few seconds, then he stood up suddenly. I'm not ready yet. Shahu Lan blushed, stammered, and left in a hurry. Looking at Shahu Lan's departing figure, Wang Zhenxing was not disappointed because he had expected it. Wang Zhenxing's action just now was deliberate. His purpose was to scare Shahu Lan away so as to avoid chatting with her until dawn. Don't get excited yet, let me explain. When he opened the curtain and saw two pairs of beautiful eyes glaring at him, Wang Zhenxing immediately spoke out. After a lot of persuasion and expending a lot of physical energy, he finally managed to quell the resentment. Dawn is approaching. Two graceful figures emerged from a bamboo building in the academy and left in different directions. As time passed, a ray of light appeared in the sky. The academy gradually went from silence to bustle. In the morning, the sun is shining brightly. As the anniversary celebration is about to begin, many guests gathered in the college square. Looking around, it was crowded and bustling. The guests who came to congratulate were mostly from hidden and righteous sects, and young talents accounted for the majority among them. Cheng Qinghe, Qingye and Xuankong appeared in the square. When they saw these talented people, they all sighed that the righteous path was thriving today. In time, those evil villains will probably have to retreat to a corner and dare not act rashly. When Chu Qingyan saw Cheng Qinghe and the others, he hurried over to salute, then looked around as if looking for something. Don't look at it. Your future father-in-law doesn't like such lively occasions and won't come. Qingye said. Chu Qingyan nodded and stopped looking around. Zhang Kong looked at Chu Qingyan with a kind face and said, Qingyan, Mr. Su is arrogant and has high requirements for his future son-in-law. It will not be easy for you to gain his approval. But don't be discouraged. Among the younger generation in the martial arts world, no one can surpass you in martial arts attainments. You should study several magical powers and surpass Sushi in martial arts in the future. By then, Sushi will definitely not have the face to oppose your relationship with Wanner. Thank you Master Xuankong for your guidance. I will definitely work hard, not only to be with Wanner, but also to one day rid the world of all evil. Chu Qingyan nodded heavily, with great ambition. Qingye and Xuankong smiled and nodded when they heard this. Cheng Qinghe heard this and would have said a word or two under normal circumstances, but today he remained silent. Qingye and Xuankong just thought that Cheng Qinghe was focused on the school celebration and had no time to pay attention to Chu Qingyan, so they didn't think much about it. A quarter of an hour later, the anniversary ceremony officially began. When the ceremony was halfway through, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear sky above, making the entire sky a little gloomy. There were many people in the square, looking at each other in confusion. Until, a wild and hideous laugh rang out and echoed in the square. Cheng Qinghe and other top masters of the older generation suddenly had their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 447 Discussing Countermeasures. Many eyes in the square trembled, and they all looked up into the air. A gloomy and strange atmosphere continued to spread. A figure in tattered clothes appeared in everyone's sight, and the terrifying aura of oppression emanating from him made people tremble. This figure stood in the air, like a blue dragon, looking down at the ants in the square. Cheng Qinghe, Qingye and Xuankong looked up at this figure that was like a nightmare to them, their pupils trembling uncontrollably. Devil, it's that devil! Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, revealing the identity of the figure in the air. Most of the people in the field were young talents who had not experienced that past event, but they knew from the stories told by their elders how brutal that hunting battle was. Now, this demon who slaughtered the martial arts world has appeared again. We can't let him get away. Cheng Qinghe came back to his senses from the shock and said to Qingye and Xuankong. The three of them attacked together and went towards the demon, trying to take him down. Several figures collided in mid-air so fast that people could not see their movements clearly, but a few seconds later, Cheng Qinghe, Qingye and Xuankong all fell to the ground from mid-air, looking a little pale. How is this possible? This demon has been trapped under the Feihong Tower for a long time and has just escaped. How could he have recovered so much strength? Qingye looked at Cheng Qinghe in shock and confusion. I was careless. There must be a demonic sect that took advantage of the school celebration to sneak into the academy. This demon has devoured the skills of several demon masters, which is why he is so powerful. After thinking for a while, Cheng Qinghe immediately figured out the reason. Amitabha. Xuankong sighed and chanted the Buddha's name softly. You haven't made any progress in all these years. It's wishful thinking to want to keep me here. The demon laughed grimly and scanned the ant-like figures in the square, saying, Academy, Kunlun, Taishuan sect, Dian temple, listen carefully, cherish your limited time. When I regain my peak strength, I will make sure that everyone in your sect will be wiped out, ha ha ha. The devil spoke, and with a burst of wild laughter, his figure went away and disappeared at the end of the world. There was a moment of dead silence in the square, followed by waves of panicked and fearful conversations. Wang Zhenxing stood in the crowd, looking very calm. When the devil showed up, he found out some information about him. After reaching the peak level of martial arts, it can be called the extreme realm, which is also the ultimate realm of martial arts. Cheng Qinghe and the other 6 masters are considered to be half a step away from the ultimate realm. However, this demon's chi cultivation has reached the highest level, while his physical body has already surpassed it. Presumably, this is due to the nourishment of dragon blood. It is undeniable that this demon is indeed very powerful, but his luck value is really unusually low. Wang Zhenxing also roughly calculated that his current combat power could be regarded as half a step to the extreme realm. If he consumed a small half of the counterattack points, he could easily reach the extreme realm. It is a little difficult for Jijing to win against the devil, but it is no problem to protect himself. If you want to kill the devil, you must surpass the limit. After careful calculation, if I want to surpass the limit, I need to consume the existing counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing thought about it and felt that it was unnecessary. He was more inclined to obtain dragon essence in order to surpass the limit. After all, he was not a recluse from the world and was not among the targets of the devil. Besides, this devil is either the big villain in Qin Wudao's plot or the big villain in Chu Qingyan's plot, so someone will deal with him. Wang Zhenxing has a strong luck on his side. All he has to do is sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and then take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and seize the dragon Yuan. As distinguished guests, Ruan Yuji and Wang Zhenxing sat next to each other in the viewing seats. The two witnessed the devil appear and then walk away. Their pretty faces were full of worry, and at the same time, some self-blame emerged in their hearts. Last night, both of them discovered that someone from the evil sect had entered the academy, but due to jealousy, no one went to check. If it could have been stopped at that time, perhaps this disaster could have been avoided. The originally lively hospital celebration became gloomy due to the appearance of the devil, and it quickly came to a simple end. Cheng Qinghe, Qingye and Xuankong invited some martial arts masters who came to the academy to watch the ceremony to go to Zhengqi Tower to discuss countermeasures. Wang Zhenxing was also fortunate to be among the invited guests. Su Xie, who originally disliked crowds, also came. He also participated in the hunt for the devil. If the devil wants revenge, he will definitely be on the list. And with the devil's unmitigated way of doing things, Su Wan couldn't escape either. Su Xie had to treat it with caution. After discussion, everyone agreed that continuing with the hunting method of the past would definitely not work. The devil was careless back then and fell into trouble. Now that he has seen the light of day again, he will definitely not make the same mistake again. So the best way to deal with the devil is to create a character who can compete with him. Qingye and Xuankong thought that they should pass on their skills to Chu Qingyan together with Cheng Qinghe and Su Xie, so that Chu Qingyan could reach the ultimate state and balance the devil. However, after hearing this suggestion, Cheng Qinghe and Su Xie rejected it. The former was worried that Chu Qingyan would not be able to withstand so much true energy and explode and die, while the latter bluntly said that the silly boy was too stupid to handle such a big responsibility. The cost of passing on the skills is too high, and it will make years of hard training go to zero. If one practices again, he may not be able to recover to his peak strength in his lifetime. Everyone is selfish. If the method of passing on power is adopted, Cheng Qinghe and Su Xie prefer Wang Zhenxing in their hearts. After all, Wang Zhenxing already has the strength comparable to Lu Ju and is also in his prime. Of course, these are not the most critical issues. The most critical thing is that even the extreme state cannot punish that demon. The power will not be passed on to Chu Qingyan unless he can exceed everyone's expectations and surpass the limit. It's just that Chu Qingyan is clumsy, and everyone knows that. Qingye and Xuankong are willing to gamble on this slim hope, but Cheng Qinghe and Su Xie are unwilling.